Chapter 171, Killing the Double Devils. Chapter 171, Killing the Double Devils. Lin Ming shrugged and didn't respond. He concentrated on pouring his true essence into the black sphere. The black sphere was like a bottomless pit. Even though it had already swallowed a colossal amount of energy, it still didn't give any response. Slowly, the bald man began to pant, as if he had trouble breathing, and the monkey-faced man was also flushed and sweating. However, Lin Ming, with his extreme restorative ability and resilience, appeared the most relaxed, but as he revolved his true essence on the surface, he appeared to be a bit red and a little sluggish. "A little more, we're almost there," the monkey-faced man said. The black sphere began to emit a faint light, and the entire chamber began to shake. With a deep rumbling sound, the door to the Sorcerer Pagoda finally swung open. A magnificently iridescent jade pagoda that glowed with a milky light appeared in front of everyone's awed gazes. "Ha ha ha ha!" The monkey-faced man saw the Sorcerer Pagoda and began to wildly laugh. Lin Ming was stirred. This pagoda appeared somewhat similar to the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda that he had entered during his time at the Seven Profound Martial House's entrance exam. "We've finally succeeded. Ha ha ha!" The bald man impatiently rubbed his hands together. "Big brother, let's go in together." Good. Let's see which one of us two brothers can reach a higher level. But before that, there is a little matter that we have to attend to." The monkey-faced man turned to Lin Ming, smiling, but in that smile was contained a wild, killing intent. "I told you to leave. Why didn't you leave?" Anxiously asked Lin Ming through a true essence sound transmission. She was flustered. Was this boy an idiot? Lin Ming responded, "The reason I came here is for the power of the sorcerer, but also because I want to help you. I just said a moment ago that even though you have the fate-bound heart-crush bug, you two sisters might not escape here alive." What? Do you really think you are going to? He found it incredible. Did Lin Ming really want to deal with these two people? He was an altering muscle stage martial artist while they were at the peak bone forging stage. There was a difference in their cultivations of a stage and a half. Not only that, but there were two. The bald man and the monkey-faced man walked around Lin Ming's right and left sides, encircling him. "Little brother Mo, you've worked too hard." Lin Ming had dropped down to his knees and was taking big gulps of breath as if he had been drained of all strength. He used his elbows to wipe away his sweat and said, "You two big brothers are too kind. Since you've been dealing with so many vicious beasts, it's you two that are working the hardest. I was just taking a trip to accompany you two." In this posture, he looked like a very unsuspecting idiot victim. However, his soul force had already locked onto the two men's every action and movement. While leaning down, his finger was already tracing his spatial ring. Since it was two peak bone forging martial artists against one at the altering muscle stage, he would first have them lower their guard, and then try kill one in a single stroke. The other he could slowly contend with. In contrast, if he failed to instantly strike down the first, then the two would be on full alert and might even separately escape. With so many possible traps in the Sorcerer Holy Land, it would be too troublesome to hunt them down here. Not only that, but since the monkey-faced man had the fate-bound, heart-crush bug within him, trying to cope with him would be much more tricky. The monkey-faced man said with a smile, "Little brother, Mo, you see where we are? There are simply countless traps layered on top of each other. This place is deep underground. It's quiet and safe. It's simply like a natural tomb." Lin Ming gasped, looking lost. "What do you mean by saying that?" "What do I mean?" My meaning is that since the scenery here is so beautiful, then us brothers will let you safely rest here forever." As the monkey-faced man said this, his expression suddenly turned wretched. He gripped the short axe on his back and had already moved to chop off Lin Ming's head. At the same time, the bald man had also taken out the mace on his back and was sweeping towards Lin Ming's waist. These two tandem attacks had instantly sealed off Lin Ming's ability to dodge in any direction. Na Shui cried out in alarm. Die! As the monkey-faced man's axe cleaved down, in that moment, Lin Ming's form had suddenly vanished. Puff! The bald man's mace was just halfway down, when he suddenly felt a piercingly cold feeling in his chest. A shimmering silver object was protruding from his chest. He blankly looked down at this object. It was the spearhead of a long spear. Even though there was some blood on it, the blood did not stick to the spearhead. Instead, it flowed down along the ridge of the spear before collecting into crimson drops and dripping onto the floor. Drip, drip, drip. In the deep quiet of the chamber, the sound of blood dripping onto the floor was especially piercing. The monkey-faced man still had his fierce expression. He wasn't able to respond to such a sudden change in events. Second brother, The bald man reached out as if he was trying to reach something, but his eyes were becoming gradually more lax. Pung! Then there was the sound of an explosion, and the bald man's body erupted into a spray of bloody fog. In that moment, 5,000 true essence filaments had destroyed his organs and completely smashed apart all of his bones and muscles. The bald man's corpse poured onto the ground like mud. Behind him was Lin Ming, exposing nothing but a calm and indifferent expression. The monkey-faced man was completely shocked, looking at Lin Ming's face. It was as if he had suddenly become a terrifying stranger. Even though it seemed impossible to escape both attacks at once, he had appeared like a ghost behind the bald man and had slain him with a single thrust of his spear. How could this possibly be the cultivation of a boy at the altering muscle stage? The monkey-faced man began to tremble in fear. Was this youth really a human, or was he some sort of demonic monster? In the legends, there were said to be evil beings that could assume the forms of humans. This dark creature could fly at will and kill at will. They were a terrifying existence. Not too far away, Na-Yi had seen everything. She had seen Lin Ming instantly disappear and then reappear behind the bald man. Yet she wasn't able to clearly see Lin Ming's footsteps. Just who is he? Na-Yi held her breath. Was this really a 15-year-old boy? The monkey-faced man grasped his short axe, his whole body rapidly revolving true essence. He slowly stepped back. His forehead was already dripping with sweat. He didn't know whether or not Lin Ming was hiding his cultivation, or what other secrets he had. Seeing Lin Ming's ghostly movements, the monkey-faced man already realized that there was no point in running away. He would only die sooner. Lin Ming held the heavy, profound, soft spear, though that last strike seemed as if it had easily killed the bald man. The truth was because the bald man had lowered his guard and didn't utilize much true essence to protect himself. That was why Lin Ming had so easily succeeded. Now, however, the monkey-faced man was on complete guard. In this critical life or death situation, Lin Ming was still able to kill him, but he had to put in some effort. Don't kill him! At this moment, Lin Ming's mind resounded with Na-Yi's true essence sound transmission. It was as if Lin Ming hadn't heard. With the concept of wind at this back, this little distance seemed to have lost all meaning. A spear struck out, lightning flashed. Clang! The monkey-faced man had used his short axe to fend off the spear. However, the electric snake that circled the long spear was like a bug that drilled into the monkey-faced man's body. In that instant, his entire body had been paralyzed. This was the power of the Thunder Soul. Heretical God Force. Open! Lin Ming shouted. With a sweep of his spear, his activated flow like silk, the vibrating true essence was like a high tide that gushed out in all directions. In that moment, the monkey-faced man had been paralyzed, but his survival instinct kicked in. He savagely bit the tip of his tongue and forcefully restored his mobility. He already knew it was impossible to fend off this blow. He could only bet his life and fight against Lin Ming. His short axe suddenly, viciously struck out at Lin Ming. Puff! The long spear swept past the monkey-faced man's thighs. With flow like silk combined with the explosive power of the heretical god force, the monkey-faced man's legs were broken apart as his meat turned to mush and his bones shattered. However, at this time, that chopping axe was approaching Lin Ming's head, body-tearing, bone-shattering fist. Lin Ming punched out. He had actually planned to use his flesh and blood body to fight against a treasure axe with true essence poured into it. Pung! The axe was bounced off by vibrating true essence, and Lin Ming's fist was unharmed. What? The monkey-faced man's eyes had gone wide at this unthinkable sight. Was this invulnerability? As he thought this, he was already sent flying upwards. His lower body had already lost all feeling. Looking down, he could see his feet still on the ground, and his legs had been completely shattered. Ah, ah, ah. The monkey face screamed out painfully. His body was like a broken sack as it fell and crashed against the ground, blood gushing everywhere like a fountain. No, don't kill me. If I die, the little girl also dies. It was as if Lin Ming didn't care. He grinned like a demon and shook his spear. Do you think that I care? You good. Since I'll die anyways, then let's die together. The monkey-faced man clenched his teeth, preparing to forfeit his meridians and commit suicide. However, at this moment, Lin Ming was like a ghost that appeared by his side, his palm already falling down. Pulse-cutting palm. Puff! Lin Ming's palm struck against the monkey-faced man's chest. The true essence that was filled with destructive power rampaged across the monkey-faced man's meridians and completely twisted and broke apart all the meridians. The monkey-faced man let out a miserable cry. To his amazement and dismay, he found that he was unable to summon the true essence within his body. It was as if some mysterious force had dispersed all of his will. It simply didn't listen to his signals. You want to forfeit your meridians? Then why don't I lend you a hand? Lin Ming withdrew his palm. Since the pulse-cutting palm was a weak martial skill, it didn't have much value in actual combat. It was used by that mighty elder to torment his enemies. How would such a martial skill give the enemy an opportunity to commit suicide? This martial skill would cause the enemy to lose all of their skills, and they would become a eunuch. Not only that, but they would then be imprisoned and endlessly tortured. One could not beg for life, and one could not even beg for death. In that split second from when the electric light had sparked, Na-yi had been left scared and shocked, senseless. She had thought that Lin Ming was really planning on killing the monkey-faced man. But not it seemed that using some unknown method, he had taken complete control of the situation. She let loose a breath she didn't know she was holding. She looked at Lin Ming again, her eyes filled with an incomparably complex emotion. Who was this young boy? His cultivation was only at the altering muscle stage. How could he have this sort of terrifying strength? He had leapt past the barrier of a stage and a half difference in cultivation and played with these bone-forging martial artists as if they were nothing but toys in his hands. They didn't have the ability to commit suicide by destroying their own meridians. Even a pulse-condensation period martial artist wouldn't be able to accomplish this. Na-yi had never heard of any genius or talent within the southern wilderness that had this sort of incredible combat ability. This included Na tribe's first-generation tribal chief. If he was really 15 years old, then his future accomplishments would simply be limitless. This man, his potential was too alarming. If she had his help, in addition to the undiscovered legacies of the Sorcerer Holy Land, it wouldn't be impossible to recreate Na tribe. Thinking this, Na-yi gasped, but she immediately shook her head and sighed. Why would he possibly help her? Chapter 171, Killing the Double Devils. Chapter 172, Na-yi's Hatred. Chapter 172, Na Yi's Hatred. Chapter 172, Na Yi's Hatred. Yeah. The monkey-faced man had completely collapsed to the floor. His lips trembling, he tried to push his arms backwards to hide himself. Not only had he lost both his legs, but the true essence within his body was leaking away. The so-called meridian destruction suicide was simply using the true essence within one's own body to destroy it. Now that he could not control the movement of his true essence anymore, the idea of suicide was simply a far-off dream. Lin Ming took out some blood-staunching medicinal herbs worth several hundred gold taels and crushed them together before sprinkling the juices on the monkey-faced man's legs. The bleeding suddenly stopped. He didn't want the monkey-faced man to die from excessive blood loss. What do you plan on doing to me?" the monkey-faced man said with a shaking voice. He was now nothing more than meat on the chopping block. Anyone could do anything they wanted to him. Lin Ming glanced at Na Yi and said, "Since you administered the poison, do you have the means to cure it?" Na Yi froze for a moment. She took a deep breath and said, "I have a way." "Then come up here. I don't think you want to raise a broken-legged monkey for the next few years." Na Yi silently walked over to the monkey-faced man. At the same time, she drew out a dagger from her belt. At this moment, the monkey-faced man's heart was like dying embers that were turning to ashes from despair. He had never experienced such pain before. He had no power to resist and could only wait for the moment of his death. "Na Shui, turn away," Na Yi suddenly said. Yes," Na Shui said, and obediently turned around. These scenes that had just occurred were simply too shocking for the heart of this little girl. Lin Ming faintly realized her intentions. He spoke to her through a true essence sound transmission. "This place is already rank with the smell of blood. Do you not want to let your little sister see? I think that she will experience this sort of scene sooner or later." Na Yi was silent for a while before saying, "I hope that she will never have to experience this again." "Good. How do you plan on curing this poison?" Na Yi said, "There is no special way. I can only take it out before he dies." As Na Yi said this, her knife had already stabbed through the monkey-faced man's chest. That little dagger was not a treasure, but it was still extremely sharp. It was able to cut through the man's chest like tofu. There were only the sounds of slicing as the monkey-faced man's chest was ripped apart. The monkey-faced man screamed as he violently struggled. However, he had already lost all of his martial arts and was on the verge of death. How could he defend against the viscera training Na Yi? Na Yi seized the dagger and, with some effort, cut open the monkey-faced man's chest. Her dagger cut through the man's still-beating heart, and blood erupted like a fountain as it splashed everywhere, including Na Yi's face. However, she only blinked and didn't wipe the blood off her face. She reached her hand into the thick muscles of the heart's wall and took out the fate-bound heart-crush bug. Even Lin Ming, who had experienced many bloody scenes within the 10,000 killing array, was speechless as he looked on with astonishment. This little girl was truly ruthless. As the tiny golden beetle was still soaked in blood, Na Yi quickly placed it on her own arm. At this time, the monkey-faced man was still lying down on the ground, twitching. Although humans had many vital points, the number of lethal points that would result in instant death was one. That was the brain. If the brain was destroyed, then one would instantly die. As for the other vital points, death would take a while. For instance, if the heart was destroyed, then a person could still live for about 10 seconds. Na Yi used these 10 seconds of time to take out the fate-bound heart-crush bug and place it within her own body. Now that the bug had swapped to a new host, it didn't matter whether the old host was dead or alive. After completing this, Na Yi stood up, her face slightly pale. Lin Ming took out a towel from his spatial ring and handed it over to her. "Thank you," Na Yi whispered. She wiped her hair and face, which had been splashed with blood. As Lin Ming saw Na-E crouched in a dark corner wiping herself, he thought that she was like a small cat that was licking her wounds after an injury. Behind this girl, there was probably an unknown story. Lin Ming said, "I remember that you said you had 2 oaths you had to fulfill. The first was to protect the life of your little sister and let her live in peace. Was the other to take revenge for your parents?" Na-E did not answer. She kept wiping blood from her body. That original pure white towel had now been dyed a deep scarlet red. "I'm sorry," Lin Ming said. "No, I should be thanking you. If it wasn't for you, then I'm afraid that we wouldn't have escaped this calamity. I really do want to extend my truest apologies to you. This Sorcerer Holy Land is your tribe's forbidden area. The way I came here was not glorious or righteous, and I used you." Na-E said, "You, and I have never met, so you have no obligation to help me. As for this Sorcerer Holy Land, my tribe has already perished. So, what point is there in keeping this holy land?" At this, Na-E sighed. Speaking of the Sorcerer Holy Land, Lin Ming actually had a question that he always wanted to ask. "Does every tribe have a sorcerer pagoda?" Na-E said, "No. There were originally 72 sorcerer pagodas. It is said that the sorcerer left the 72 sorcerer pagodas before he flew off into the stars and entered the sorcerer's world. Now, because of various reasons like war or beast floods or earthquakes and volcanoes and other such things, there are 7 sorcerer pagodas that have been lost. Now, there are only 65 remaining. So, it's like this. Lin Ming speculated that the so-called sorcerer was actually a formidable mighty elder. The so-called flying off into the stars was simply the mighty elder traveling to somewhere within the realm of the gods. Can you tell me what the power of the sorcerer is?" Na-E said, "The power of the sorcerer is to help martial artists break through their boundaries and increase their cultivation. For every person, they can only enter the sorcerer's pagoda once. But because of the limited power of the sorcerer, the lower the cultivation that a martial artist is at, the more their cultivation will be enhanced. If one's cultivation is too high, then their increase in power would be relatively minor. But on the other hand, a martial artist whose cultivation is too low will have trouble passing the sorcerer's trials. So, the best age to enter at is 16. Once a witch reaches 16 years of age, they will be able to enter the sorcerer pagoda and obtain the legacy of the sorcerer." Na-E's clear explanation left Lin Ming somewhat surprised. It was as if she didn't mind that he would enter the sorcerer pagoda, so she had explained in such fine detail. After a period of silence, Lin Ming said, "I will tell you the truth. I would like to receive the power of the sorcerer." Na-E said, "I know. Otherwise you wouldn't have played the fool for such a long time. You are also afraid that there are mysteries inside that I deliberately hid from you, so that you will fall into certain traps." "That's right," Lin Ming honestly said. Na-E pulled down her collar and unwound a pendant that she had been keeping with her. It was unclear what this pendant was made of, but it seemed to be fashioned from some sort of metal. In the dark chamber, it still issued a faint, gentle light, as if it was made from jade. The pendant was in the pattern of an eye, just like the eye pattern on the sorcerer pagoda's door. Na-E said, "This is the key of the sorcerer. It is my tribe's most sacred holy relic. With it, you may open up the sorcerer's trials. Otherwise, you can only enter up to the 3rd level of the pagoda." Lin Ming was slightly stunned and looked at Na-E in surprise. In the dark chamber, Na-E's eyes seemed to shine like stars in the night sky, and they flowed with a brilliantly pure light. In her tender hands that were still covered with blood, the sorcerer's key hung from her fingertips and emitted a faint jade-like light. At this moment, Lin Ming was filled with an inexplicable sense of trust towards her. He said, "If you didn't tell me of the sorcerer's key, then I wouldn't have known. What you said a moment ago wasn't wrong. You and I have never met, so you also have no obligation to help me. Much less, this Sorcerer Pagoda is your tribe's forbidden land. Why are you telling me about the Sorcerer's Key? Nah, he said, I want you to help me kill a man. Your life's enemy that killed your parents? Yes. As soon as this enemy was mentioned, Na Yi's eyes flashed with extreme hatred and murderous intent. Even Lin Ming found himself slightly taken aback by this harrowing look. This person is the great general of the Fireworm tribe. His name is Chi Guda. The Fireworm tribe completely exterminated my tribe. My parents were teachers of Na's tribe that taught the teachings of the sorcerer. After the destruction of the sorcerer's temple, my father was killed by Chi Guda, and my mother, speaking here, Na-i took a deep breath. Her obsidian eyes shined with a brilliant killing aura, and the corners of her innocent mouth twitched. Seeing this, Lin Ming guessed that it might have been such abuse like rape, but he hadn't expected Na-yi's next words and was surprised by them. Na-i clenched her teeth. Hate drenched her voice as she said, My mother was raped by Chi Guda and his men, and then she was eaten. Eaten? Lin Ming gulped, making sure that he hadn't misunderstood. Na-i continued, The Fireworm tribe is a cannibalistic tribe. In the southern wilderness, there are tribes that treat human beings as food. They will treat prisoners as food, and they especially eat pagans. We believe in the sorcerer, and take those that believe in shamanism as our sworn enemy, so they also regard us as pagans. Lin Ming found this difficult to accept. He had heard before from the government that they were dissolute and wicked, and the commoners had once eaten even the children of others. However, this was in ancient times. He hadn't expected that he would personally experience such a thing in this time period. Na-i said, My mother's bodyguard risked his life and braved death to gather my mother's corpse and place her into a coffin. When I last saw my mother, her body was already incomplete. Because she had been boiled, her hair had completely fallen off, and her body and face were full of teeth marks. One leg and one arm had already been torn apart, and there was nothing left but broken bones. The longer Na-i spoke, the more calm she was. It was as if all her hatred and agony had been gathered and restrained within her, locked inside the deepest recesses of her heart. Listening to this, Lin Ming felt his stomach plummeting. He already felt that Na-yi's description was too much for some, and yet Na-i had seen this with her own eyes, and that person was also her mother. No wonder. This was why Na-i, at such a tender age, was able to have such a cold and unshakable determination. He was unable to stop himself from turning and glanced towards Na Shui, who was pitifully huddled in a corner. That little girl was probably unaware of the tragic circumstances that had befallen her mother, and Na-i would probably never let her find out. Lin Ming took a deep breath and asked, What cultivation stage is Chi Guda at? A half step into the Hotian realm. Lin Ming frowned. So, he was a half-step Hotian martial artist. Although he had just killed a martial artist who was a half-step into the Hotian realm, that was only because there were all sorts of advantageous factors that had gathered together. Even then, he had barely succeeded. Now that he had already spent the Thunderbolt Devilfire bead, he didn't have the slightest belief that he could defeat a martial artist that was a half-step into the Hotian realm. Not only that, but since he was a general, then this person would also be protected by several guards. To kill a person in a crowd, that was even more difficult. Chapter 173, Low-Grade Heaven Step. Chapter 173, Low-Grade Heaven Step. Chapter 173, Low-Grade Heaven Step. He was able to see the awkward dilemma that she put Lin Ming in. From the start, it had been hopeless to think that Lin Ming would ever be able to defeat Chi Guda. There was simply too large a disparity between a bone-forging stage martial artist and one that was in the post-condensation period. Not to mention that Chi Guda was already a half step into the Hotian realm. In her opinion, the limit of Lin Ming's strength should be at the bone-forging stage. There was simply too large a difference when compared to an early pulse condensation period martial artist. She said, "I'm not asking for you to kill him now. I can wait 3 or 5 years. It would already be a heavenly miracle if Lin Ming was able to defeat Chi Guda within 3 or 5 years. Lin Ming was only 15 years old. If he was able to achieve power equivalent to a half-step Hotian realm martial artist at 20, that would already create a new record within the last few centuries of the southern wilderness." Lin Ming did not explain what his thoughts were. He said to Na Wai, "Before anything is decided, wait until I come out from the Sorcerer Pagoda to plan again." Lin Ming did not know how much of the Sorcerer Pagoda's legacy he would receive, or how much his strength would increase. There was no sense in making any rash promises at this moment. "Give me the Sorcerer's key," Lin Ming said. He took the pendant in his hand, gripped the heavy, profound, soft spear, and strode towards the Sorcerer Pagoda. The best time for one to enter the Sorcerer Pagoda was at 16 years of age. Lin Ming was only 2 months shy of 16. Now would be the best time for him to participate in the trials here. The Sorcerer Pagoda was several hundred feet high and emitted a milky jade-colored light from all over. At the top of the pagoda, there was a large ocean blue sphere that sent out a dazzling azure light. This sphere was also in the pattern of an eye, similar to the pendant that Lin Ming was now holding. The door was arched with a 10-foot-tall sculpture on both sides. The sculptures were carvings of ancient mythical god beasts. Inside the gate was a vast, limitless whiteness. It was impossible to clearly see inside. As Lin Ming approached the Sorcerer Pagoda, he was able to feel an incomparably pure and rich heaven and earth origin energy. Heaven and earth origin energy was the basis for all martial arts cultivation. The so-called true essence was simply the conversion of heaven and earth origin energy to one's own energy. True essence stones were also condensed from heaven and earth origin energy. Regardless of whether it was the body transformation stage, the Hotian realm, or even the Xiantian realm, a martial artist cultivation would always originate from heaven and earth origin energy. What a dense heaven and earth origin energy! If I were to practice here, then I would have twice the results with half the effort. As Lin Ming greedily absorbed the heaven and earth origin energy around him, he stepped into the Sorcerer Pagoda. The scene around him suddenly changed. Lin Ming arrived at a completely black, empty space. The ground underneath him was a giant platform of hard jade, and when he lifted his head, he could actually see the stars brightly shining overhead. The faint starlight fell down from the sky and onto the jade ground, as if it were silver gossamer threads. The illusionary world inside of the pagoda was extremely beautiful. However, the heaven and earth origin energy inside of the tower was much thinner. It was about the same as the lands outside the Sorcerer Holy Land. There is actually less heaven and earth origin energy inside the pagoda. Lin Ming felt this was a bit incomprehensible. He assumed that the heaven and earth origin energy would be much richer inside of the pagoda. The inside of the Sorcerer Pagoda is more or less like the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. Lin Ming recalled that he had also encountered such a scene when he first entered into the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. He also recalled that from the time he had participated in the Seven Profound Martial House's entrance examination until now, only 4 months had passed. In less than 6 months of time, Lin Ming's strength had already undergone an enormous earth-shaking change. He had gone from being a tender youth at the early flesh training stage to now, where his strength was comparable to an early pulse condensation period martial artist. Lin Ming did not dare to say that he was the strongest amongst all of his peers, but in terms of progress, he was the fastest within the entire Sky Spill continent. It seems the so-called sorcerers will is how far one can reach in the Sorcerer Pagoda. I wonder how far a 15-year-old with strength at the early pulse condensation period would be able to go in the exquisite pagoda now. The Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda was different from the 10,000 killing array. In the 10,000 killing array, the strength of the enemy didn't change. However, in the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, the strength of the enemies was decided by one's age. The greater one's age, the stronger the enemy. So, in the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, only talent was measured. At first, the elder responsible for the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda trial had spoken and said that in order to qualify, one only had to pass through the first level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. The second level was considered good, the third level was considered excellent, the fourth level was a genius, and the fifth level, it was simply impossible. The elder had only said this because he clearly understood the strength of the candidates. Throughout the past several decades of the Seven Profound Martial House, only Qin Xingxuan was able to pass the fifth level. Lin Ming had barely managed to reach the fifth level, but he hadn't managed to pass it. As he thought of the past, Lin Ming's heart was filled with a burning desire and rising fighting spirit. Now he wanted to see just how high his own talent would be. Weapon, spear, 9 feet 9 inches, 1,200 genes, created from heavy, profound, soft silver. As Lin Ming placed out his hand, a silver-long spear fell into his grip. Although the appearance was the exact same as the heavy, profound, soft spear, this spear was a lower quality treasure, and he would just be able to pour his true essence into it. The Sorcerer Pagoda was a test of a martial artist's talent. Things like treasure weapons, treasure armors, or any influence one could have from the outside world was pushed down to the barest minimum. This was not the same as the 10,000 killing array. At this moment, a phantom started to congeal in front of Lin Ming, becoming more and more solid. This one was a martial artist dressed all in black, holding a sword. His cultivation was at the peak second stage of body transformation. Lin Ming remembered that when he had rushed up the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, the first enemy he had encountered was at the early second stage of body transformation. Now, the enemy was much more formidable than before. Apparently, this was due to him having grown older. The black-clothed martial artist rushed at Lin Ming. Lin Ming did not even bother to use his spear. He merely fired out a punch, and more than 100 vibrating true essence filaments flew out of his fist and submerged into the martial artist's body like poisonous snakes. The martial artist simply fell to the ground with a single puff and died. To the Lin Ming of now, a martial artist whose cultivation was at the peak second stage of body transformation was simply too laughable. The truth was, for a 15 or 16-year-old to have cultivation at the peak second stage of body transformation was already quite good. For instance, Na Yi and Na Shui, who had reached the viscera training stage at 15 years old, were already considered rare talents. Qin Xingxuan, who had achieved the bone forging stage at 15 years old, was a monstrous genius. As for Lin Ming, who had reached the altering muscle stage at only 15 years old, but whose real combat prowess was comparable to a pulse condensation period martial artist, that was simply too terrifying for human words. The first pass was simply too easy. Lin Ming lifted his foot and prepared to enter the second level, but at this time, Lin Ming felt that the martial artist he had just killed had broken down into an invisible energy that entered his body. This energy was rejuvenating like a spring rain, nourishing all of Lin Ming's limbs and bones, and spreading through his flesh and blood, deep into his organs. Even his unopened meridians seemed to have loosened a bit. Lin Ming's mind stirred. Is this the power of the sorcerer? I get it. The power of the sorcerer is simply the purified version of extremely condensed heaven and earth origin energy. In the Sorcerer Pagoda, the reason that the heaven and earth origin energy is thin is because it is condensed into these phantom martial artists. The more phantoms that I kill, the more pure heaven and earth origin energy I can absorb. This is simply too magical. As Lin Ming revolved his true essence, he was pleasantly surprised to find that heaven and earth origin energy had caused his altering muscle stage cultivation to become more stable. He had a faint feeling that he was making great steps towards the large success state of altering muscle. Lin Ming was overjoyed. The 72 sorcerer pagodas that this mighty elder had constructed were simply too marvelous. This mighty elder must have been amazing to be able to invent this sort of method for one to gain heaven and earth origin energy. Presumably, this entire sorcerer pagoda was one giant array that gathered heaven and earth origin energy. However, the true essence that could be condensed here was limited. It was no wonder that only the chosen witches were able to enter into the sorcerer pagoda and inherit the power within. Lin Ming lifted his foot and appeared in the second level of the sorcerer pagoda. The enemy here was a black-clothed martial artist at the third stage of body transformation. In terms of cultivation, this was the standard for a 15-year-old genius. When Wang Yanfeng had participated in the 7 profound martial house entrance examination, he was also at the early third stage of body transformation. Just as the black-clothed martial artist appeared, Lin Ming flicked a finger, and 800 vibrating true essence threads broke into the martial artist's body, directly smashing all of his organs. In the first few levels of the sorcerer pagoda, Lin Ming didn't want to waste any excess energy. This was because starting from the 4th level, the difficulty of the sorcerer pagoda would experience a steep rise. Lin Ming absorbed this heaven and earth origin energy once more, and his true essence thickened even further. Lin Ming was unstoppable. In the 3rd level of the sorcerer pagoda, 2 peak viscera training black-clothed martial artists appeared. Lin Ming shook the silver spear and erupted with golden rock, shattering the void. He instantly appeared in front of the 2 black-clothed martial artists, and before they could even respond, they had been completely stabbed to death by his spear. As he absorbed the energy of these 2, Lin Ming felt that the true essence within his body had reached a limiting point. If he grew just a bit more, he would be able to break through to the large success stage of altering muscle. Lin Ming, though, the power of the sorcerer within the sorcerer pagoda is truly formidable. It's only because my cultivation is too high and my true essence is too thick. If my cultivation was at the viscera training stage, I probably would have already broken through the stage after reaching the 3rd level. At this moment, the space in front of Lin Ming began to shimmer. A blood-red ball emerged from thin air. This sphere was a foot in diameter and was completely covered in layers of intricate patterns. On the area of the sphere facing Lin Ming, he could see that there was a circular indent that matched the sorcerer's key. Na-Yi had said that only with the sorcerer's key would one be able to open up the 4th level. Otherwise, they would be restricted to the first 3 levels. Lin Ming took out the sorcerer's key from his spatial ring and carefully placed in within that indent. At that moment, the key seemed to melt into the sphere, and the crimson orb began to emit a flaming red light. Near Lin Ming's ear, he could hear a series of incantations. These incantations were same as the prayers that Na-Yi had been reciting earlier. This incantation, Lin Ming's heart shook like an earthquake was resonating within. When Na-Yi had first opened the transmission array of the Sorcerer Holy Land and opened the door to the Sorcerer Pagoda, she had also recited a similar incantation. But because Na-Yi's words were somewhat vague and mumbling, Lin Ming hadn't been paying much attention and thought that it was only a prayer of sort that was passed down by the sorcerer's teachings. But now that the incantation directly resounded near Lin Ming's ear, he was able to clearly hear each and every syllable. This incantation was language from the realm of the gods. Lin Ming had absorbed the souls of 2 mighty elders from the realm of the gods. Although they were just small pieces of the originals, with these 2 combined, Lin Ming was able to generally understand the language of the realm of the gods. Inside the sphere, a monotone voice began to sound out. Talent rank evaluation. Low grade, heaven step. Requirements for transmission acquired. Lin Ming was shocked. Even talents could be assessed according to different criteria. And he was a low-grade heaven step talent, although Lin Ming didn't know what it meant to be a low-grade heaven step talent. What he was certain of was that within the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom, Southern Wilderness, or even the 200,000 miles of land that were ruled by the 7 profound valleys, there weren't many at his age that could surpass his strength. And what did it mean for him to meet the requirements for transmission? Just where would the transmission array send him? Chapter 174, Sorcerer Pagoda's Secret. Chapter 174, Sorcerer Pagoda's Secret. Chapter 174, Sorcerer Pagoda's Secret. When each person entered into the pagoda, would they also undergo a similar evaluation? Did they have to meet the so-called admission requirement? A series of questions popped up in Lin Ming's mind. At this moment, the scenery around him began to suddenly twist. Immediately after, Lin Ming felt dizzy. It was as if his body was a piece of cotton that was sent blowing into the wind. His body felt weightless, and his organs seemed as if they had been twisted several times in space. This sort of uncomfortable feeling really made one want to puke. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ming felt as if he were dropping and finally fell upon the hard ground. He reached out his hands to feel the floor. The ground was actually hot to the touch with a sort of scalding heat. Is this the inner tower within the Sorcerer Pagoda? Lin Ming rubbed his aching head as he looked up. He was somewhat surprised to see that in this land within the Sorcerer Pagoda, the surroundings were like a blood-drenched world. In the vast expanse of this world, every rock was red, the ground was barren and desolate, and not too far away, there were large bloody lakes. In the lakes, there were giant bubbles of hot gas forming, and a smell of blood was thick in the air. Blood Lake. Lin Ming gulped. If that was true, then just how much blood was needed to form that lake? Was this an illusionary dreamland, or was this the real world? Lin Ming recalled that extremely uncomfortable sense of distortion a moment ago, and he vaguely understood that he had just passed through a long-distance transmission array. When Lin Ming had gone through the transmission array to the lava cave, he also had experienced a similar feeling. In the lava cave's transmission array, the distance he traveled was only several hundred miles. But this time, the feeling of distortion was simply sharp and acute. Just how far had he been transmitted? At this moment, in front of Lin Ming, a red light appeared out of nowhere and gradually began to condense into a solid object. It formed into a giant red eye. As Lin Ming saw this eye, his heart tightened and he subconsciously took half a step back. This eye gave him an extremely horrifying feeling. Just what was it? Hello, human. A cold voice sounded in Lin Ming's mind. It used the language of the realm of the gods. Who are you? Lin Ming recalled that when the group had traveled here, they had seen this eye design countless times. From when they had entered the Sorcerer Holy Land, to the gate of the Sorcerer Pagoda, to the Sorcerer Pagoda's sculpture, to the Sorcerer's Key. All of these contain this kind of eye design. Initially, Lin Ming had thought that the people of the southern wilderness worshipped the eye, thus they had used the eye as a totem. However, he hadn't thought that within the Sorcerer Pagoda there would actually be such a giant red eye. There is no need to fear. My name is Yen Mo. I live within the space between life and feed upon dreams. 29,000 years ago, I was subdued by Master and become Master's contract beast. Master? Contract beast? Is your master the sorcerer? Yes, that is the name with which the people of the southern wilderness call my master. 50,000 years ago, Master established a vast divine kingdom within the southern wilderness. After 2 millennia, Master soared into the realm of the gods, and the divine kingdom was inherited by Master's descendants. The divine kingdom continued to exist for 10,000 years, but after time, the world began to change, and the divine kingdom gradually declined. From massive wars caused by evil men to the outbreak of beast floods, to natural disasters such as earthquakes or volcanic eruptions, the once vast divine kingdom disintegrated until it was no more. After 10,000 more years, it became the current southern wilderness. The swamps spread, and the vicious beasts and poisonous insects bred to countless numbers. The original citizens, because of war or disasters, either died or scattered to all reaches of the land, and slowly evolved to the present people of the southern wilderness. 20,000 years ago, the end of Master's destiny was approaching. Before he entered closed-door seclusion, he returned to the southern wilderness. He saw that his once endless divine kingdom had turned into rubble, and these descendants had devolved into the uncivilized people of the southern wilderness. In his heart, he felt a deep melancholy. Thus, he established 72 smelting trial pagodas with me as the eternal guard. The master hoped that through the 72 trials of these pagodas, he would be able to give his descendants a light of hope. Lin Ming listened with shock. He had thought that this sorcerer, although he may have been fierce in the sky-spill continent, would only have been considered an ordinary powerhouse within the realm of the gods. However, listening to Yen Mo's description, he was afraid that the sorcerer was actually an overlord. As the saying went, 100 years dynasty, 1,000 years sect, 10,000 years holy land. Hearing from Yen Mo, since the divine kingdom had existed for 10,000 years, it must have been a holy land, and the founder of the holy land had lived at least 30,000 years. It was difficult to imagine just how formidable his power truly was. I see. So these 72 sorcerer pagodas were left behind by the mighty elder of the realm of the gods before he entered closed-door seclusion. Lin Ming finally understood why there were so many sorcerer pagodas within the southern wilderness. As a martial artist's cultivation increased, their life would also extend. When they reached the end of their life and still hadn't broken through the bottleneck, they would often choose life or death, closed-door seclusion. If they failed to break through, then they would simply perish within. Closed-door seclusion was an imperative matter. Before entering into seclusion, one had to make sufficient preparations. One had their karma left over from their fates. Otherwise, a demon would be left inside their heart. The sorcerer's divine kingdom and the descendants that he had left behind were one such bond that he had to resolve. Therefore, the reason that he had returned to the southern wilderness was to reap the karma that he had sown. Since the divine kingdom was no longer, the established 72 sorcerer pagodas in order to give his descendants a glimmer of hope. Like this, he had paid all the debts of his fate and no longer worried. Afterwards, these 72 sorcerer pagodas were discovered one after another by the people of the southern wilderness. They were recognized as a miracle, and thus the faith of the sorcerer had been founded. As for the eye totem, that was because there were some witches that had seen Yen Mo. After all these thoughts were put in order, Lin Ming had never thought that the 72 sorcerer pagodas had hidden such a secret. Yen Mo said, "You are the first one in the last 800 years to appear in the southern wilderness with a heaven-step talent. You thus have the qualifications to proceed into the life and death smelting trial. Through completing the trial by fire, you will obtain a treasure of formidable power that Master left behind. This smelting trial is not an illusion. It is a true killing array. In the smelting trial, if you lose, you may forfeit. Otherwise, you can also die. Would you like to enter into the life and death smelting trial? A treasure handed down by a mighty elder of the realm of the gods? What sort of miraculous thing would that be? And he could even obtain the power of this life and death smelting trial. This truly stirred Lin Ming's heart. He nodded and said, "I do." "Good. The life and death smelting trial also has 7 trials, each of which is more difficult than the sorcerer pagoda. For these last several hundreds of years, you are the only person to enter into the life and death smelting trial. I wish you good luck." As Yen Mo said this, his body was like a rippling wave that slowly faded away. The surrounding scenery returned to a blood-red world. This blood-red world was a true killing array. It was not an illusion. Lin Ming extracted the heavy, profound soft spear from his spatial ring. Since this was a killing array, he could use a real weapon and didn't need to summon one. First trial, how? Lin Ming's mind resounded with a calm and monotonous voice. As it spoke, numerous bubbles began to form in the blood lake, and groups of blood-red, humanoid creatures began climbing out from the blood lake. Blood demons. It was said that in places rich with blood, a blood demon would be born. These blood demons could absorb a person's blood and true essence in order to grow. There were even some blood demons that existed in far-off lands that were able to completely assume human form. Their strength could be equivalent to a Xiantian realm master. Originally, when Lin Ming had entered the Sorcerer Pagoda, every level he entered had only had some defenseless little cats. Now, there were actually so many blood demons. Lin Ming's warrior spirit began to burn with the urge to battle. Kill. Lin Ming suddenly moved, and his body disappeared like a ghost. The heavy, profound, soft spear was simply like a bolt of white light as it cut across. There were only two popping sounds as two of the blood demons were nearly sliced in half. However, although the two blood demons had been cut, they didn't die. They began to fuse back together. Undying, their vitality is truly strong. But since they managed to run into me, they can only chalk it up to bad luck. Lin Ming flicked his spear, and vibrating true essence began to flood out like an overwhelming tide. Flow like silk. Pung, pung. There were two sounds of explosions, and the pair of blood demons burst into a bloody red fog. With this, they had completely died. After the two blood demons perished, they melted into invisible energies that floated into Lin Ming's body, nourishing the blood in his body. This is... Feeling the force of these two energies, Lin Ming was surprised. He thought that killing these two blood demons would be like before, and they would supplement the true essence within his body. However, he didn't expect that the blood demons would actually supplement the strength of vitality within his blood. Lin Ming was pleasantly surprised. This life and death smelting trial was beyond extraordinary. Although it was uncommonly difficult, its effects were not something that the Sorcerer Pagoda could hope to match. The Sorcerer Pagoda was able to increase a martial artist's cultivation. However, the life and death smelting trial was able to enhance every aspect of a martial artist's strength. For instance, this blood demon augmented one's blood vitality. With powerful vitality, one would be able to contain more true essence, and one's endurance would also increase. It would even be easier to recover from a serious injury. When one's vitality reached the limit, even dismembered limbs could be reborn from nothing. The body would simply be immutable. A few days ago, Lin Ming had swallowed the 500-year-old blood Lingji, which had boosted his blood vitality. Now, after killing just two blood demons, Lin Ming obtained the effects of 1/3 of the blood Lingji. If he continued to kill more, then he couldn't imagine how terrifying the power of vitality was that he would be able to accumulate. Seeing the numerous blood demons emerge from the blood lake, Lin Ming buzzed in trepidation. His fighting spirit began to soar into the sky, and the 5,000 vibrating true essence filaments of his heavy, profound, soft spear began to shudder in excitement, as if they were irascible tin flood dragons. The silver spear point shivered and began to let out a keening sound. Let's fight to the end. Lin Ming was like a meteor that crashed forwards in the group of blood demons. The heavy, profound, soft spear in his hand was like an epic silver dragon that dove into a sea of blood. Where the silver dragon visited, blood would flow. In such a bloody battle, Lin Ming attached a strong, vibrating true essence force to each spear strike. A circular wave of visible true essence fluctuated in the air like a tsunami with the spear as the epicenter. The blood demons burst, in an endless cloud of bloody fog. Because the blood fog was too dense, it condensed in the air and formed a rain of blood. As Lin Ming fought in such a blood mist, the rain of blood continuously fell down upon him, running down his skin and streaming into his body. Lin Ming was the first person in the last 800 years to enter into this life and death smelting trial. Therefore, this cloud of bloody rain was the 800 years of vitality that had been saved from the Sorcerer Holy Land. It was incomparably strong and incomparably pure. Fun. Come again. By now, Lin Ming's entire body was bathed in blood. The more he fought, the stronger his body was becoming. He felt these vital energies constantly converging with his body. So not only was he not exhausted, but he felt as if he had a limitless well of strength. 9 feet 9 inch heavy profound soft spear. Its aura was like a bright rainbow sweeping past 10,000 enemies. Chapter 175 Hungry Ghosts. Chapter 175 Hungry Ghosts. Chapter 175 Hungry Ghosts. As the spearhead passed through the blood demons, they would break apart just like bags of blood that were smashed apart. With a single sweep, 3 or 4 blood demons would be demolished by the vibrating force. In only an incense stick of time, nearly 100 blood demons were completely cleared by Lin Ming. But at this moment, not too far away, a massive cloud of bloody fog began to coalesce into a blood demon that was twice as large as a normal one. This blood demon was different. One could clearly make out its distinct facial features, and it seemed to carry a profound sense of intelligence. Obviously, this blood demon was the most formidable of them all. As Lin Ming saw this final blood demon, the corners of his mouth tipped upwards in a savage grin. His feet tread the ground, and he burst forward like a bolt of lightning. In that moment, the several dozens of feet distance between them were closed. The gathered momentum of Lin Ming erupted like a volcano. Flood dragon goes to sea. Pung! Lin Ming's spear pierced through that blood demon's body, and 5,000 vibrating true essence filaments broke into its body, directly exploding it into a fog of blood. A stream of blood energy flowed into Lin Ming. This blood demon was almost equal to a 500-year-old blood Lingji. In total, Lin Ming had slain 99 normal blood demons and the blood demon leader. This was equivalent to absorbing more than a dozen 500-year-old blood Lingji. The massive amount of blood vitality reverberated within Lin Ming's body. There was about half that he wouldn't be able to absorb for now. If Lin Ming's vitality had been as energetic as a burning stove, then now his vitality was like a billowing rocket soaring into the deep blue sky. Awesome. Lin Ming let out a long breath. He felt as if he was filled to the brim with energy. Although he had just undergone a fierce battle, his current state was much better than before. There is still much blood energy within my body that hasn't been absorbed. Still, the strength of my vitality has been augmented. I can fight all day, and I still wouldn't be tired. Lin Ming suddenly remembered something. He took the heavy, profound soft spear and drew a bloody cut along his hand. Then, an unimaginable scene took place. This cut healed at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, and before long it had completely regenerated. Seeing this, Lin Ming was stunned. Although he knew that his power of blood vitality was able to enhance the healing capabilities of the body, he hadn't expected it to reach this level. With such an abnormal restorative ability, he would no longer need to fear injuries on the battlefield. If he could obtain some rare material in the future and supplement his blood vitality even further, then he might really be able to reach the legendary realm of regenerating lost limbs, or even being reborn from a single drop of blood. The hell trial has concluded. Second trial. Hungry Ghost. That calmly indifferent voice rang within Lin Ming's ears again. Suddenly, his surroundings began to change. The bloody lakes and red sky began to turn into a completely dark and gloomy world. Looking up, he could see that the sky was a pale yellow like muddied waters, and there were countless black crows flying everywhere. The unimaginable number of black feathers in the sky obscured any bright sunlight there was. A surging river emerged from the ground. The greenish-yellow waters of the river roiled in churning, never-ending waves. A boundless, deathly gas blew through the air. On the riverside, there was an obsidian stone tablet, 2 large characters written on it, Yellow Springs. "Hungry Ghost." "I see. It's just like Na," he said. The Sorcerer Pagoda was divided into 7 levels. Hell, Hungry Ghost, Animals which Slave, Mortal's Celestial Envoy, and the Word of the Sorcerer. I thought that these names were only because of the religion and superstitions of the southern wilderness people. I didn't actually expect it to be true. But these 7 trials do not exist in the Sorcerer Pagoda, but instead in the life and death smelting trial. It's just that an ordinary, which simply has no chance to see them. Then, the waves of the Yellow Springs began to violently churn, and massive whirlpools appeared within it. Hungry ghosts began to rush out from the greenish-yellow river waters, ominously howling as they fired towards Lin Ming. Outside of the Sorcerer Pagoda, Na Yi and Na Shui were silently waiting. Na Shui said, "Big sister, couldn't you enter the Sorcerer Pagoda with that big brother and go through the sorcerer's test?" Na Yi said, "The power of the sorcerer within the Sorcerer Pagoda is limited. The effects won't be as good if 2 people enter in at the same time. Not only that, but with my current strength, I'll at most be able to make it to the 4th floor." Na Yi had only just reached 15 years of age. It was still too early for her to undergo the trial of the Sorcerer Pagoda. Na Yi had her own wild ambitions. She wanted to reach the 5th floor of the Sorcerer Pagoda, or even the 6th floor, and gain the sorcerer's recognition to restore her Na tribe. Since the founding of the Na tribe, it was already very good if a witch was able to reach the 3rd or 4th level of the Sorcerer Pagoda. If they passed through the 4th to the 5th, then they were a genius among talents. If they passed through the 5th to the 6th, then they were a legend. In the 1,000 or so years of the Na tribe's existence, there had only ever been one person to enter the 6th level, and that legendary figure was the first witch queen of the Na tribe, who had brought her people to travel the land, expanded their territory, and eventually founded the Na tribe. "Big sister, what level do you think that big brother Amo is at now?" Na Shui innocently asked. Na Yi's eyebrows knitted together. She looked towards the Sorcerer Pagoda with an anxiously puzzled expression. Before, she had seen Lin Ming rush up the first 3 levels with incredible speed that was enough to make her gasp in surprise. However, it wasn't too unexpected. After all, Lin Ming's strength was at the limit of a bone-forging powerhouse. With his strength, he should have been able to roll over the first 3 levels. But what was strange was that after she had seen Lin Ming pass through the first 3 levels from outside the pagoda, he had seemingly disappeared. She had been staring at the 4th level of the Sorcerer Pagoda and found that the formation array hadn't even begun to revolve. This proved that Lin Ming hadn't entered the 4th level. Just what could have happened? With Mo Lin's strength, it's impossible that he couldn't reach the 4th floor. He should easily pass through the 5th and into the 6th. His progress should at least be no less than the first witch queen of the Na tribe. Could Mo Lin have experienced some sort of accident within the Sorcerer Pagoda? Thinking this, Na Yi felt her heart tighten in distress. But the Sorcerer Pagoda is only an illusory magic array. There shouldn't be any accidents. Even if it is too difficult, Na Yi suddenly gasped as she remembered something. In the ancient texts of the witches, there was once a legend that existed. In that legend, there was once a time long, long ago when the sorcerer had founded a divine kingdom. The Sorcerer Pagoda was the entrance leading to the divine kingdom. If one was selected by the sorcerer, They would be able to open the door to the divine kingdom. Once they returned from that holy land, they would be the king of the southern wilderness. King of the southern wilderness. Na-E took a deep breath, her heart surging with emotions as goose bumps began to rise on her arms. Bones as thin as firewood, sunken eyes, pupils the color of blood. So these are the hungry ghosts of the hungry ghost world. Lin Ming watched as the hideous ghosts stumbled towards him. Their bodies were lean to the point of being gnawed by a pile of bones. Their limbs were short, and their heads were grotesquely huge. Their mouths were twisted open, and he could see dense rows of sharp teeth with a long, red tongue hanging out as it unendingly dripped saliva. Whether it is hungry ghosts or blood demons, I'll kill you all the same. Lin Ming rushed towards the hungry ghost at the front, striking out with his spear. Cha! At this point, the absurd occurred. Lin Ming's spear hadn't been blocked, and struck the hungry ghost without resistance, but the hungry ghost wasn't injured even a bit. Unharmed, it rushed towards Lin Ming. A claw swiped downwards. Lin Ming's eyes widened, and he immediately launched the golden rock, shattering the void movement, instantly disappearing from where he stood and avoiding the dangerous blow. Physical damage immunity. Lin Ming suddenly understood. The hungry ghost itself was only a ghost. It wasn't a true corporeal entity. I see, so I'll have to use a martial skill to deal with them, and use the explosive force to scatter their soul. If a martial artist's martial skills weren't potent enough, then this trial would be truly bothersome. The truth was Lin Ming belonged in the class of martial artists that didn't have mighty martial skills. It was just recently that he had accidentally created the Thunder Fire Annihilation skill. However, using the Thunder Fire Annihilation would sap 40% of Lin Ming's total true essence reserves. It wasn't something that he could casually use. But this didn't matter. Lin Ming still had his true essence manifestation ability, and he could also use the powers of thunder and flame. Lin Ming shook his spear, and a purple electric snake began to circle down the heavy, profound, soft spear's shaft, making a sizzling sound as it passed. Thunder had always been a power that was able to exorcise spirits and demons. Ghosts feared the sunlight and were even more fearful of thunder. If a ghost was caught out in a thunderstorm, the thunderclap would scatter their wretched soul until it was beyond redemption. However, in the legends there also existed super ghosts of unimaginable strength that were able to withstand the destructive power of thunder. They would fly into the thunderclouds and use the power of thunder to temper out the impurities of their soul. This was the so-called heavenly tribulation. Once a ghost was able to pass through this trial by thunder, they would be able to produce pure yang from within themselves and eventually construct a pure yang body that was no different from a living human. Of course, these hungry ghosts in front of Lin Ming were nowhere near that level. Chi. The electric snake spat out a bolt of lightning that struck a hungry ghost. In that instant, that hungry ghost soul was scattered into the wind. A surge of pure soul energy streamed into Lin Ming's body. In the next moment, he felt that his soul force had grown. Soul strengthening? Lin Ming was slightly stunned, and then he was jubilant. Before reaching the Xiantian realm, it was extremely difficult for one to cultivate soul force. Lin Ming had only done so by depending on the overbearing soul tactic and drawing inscriptions in order to augment his own soul force. However, that progress had been slow. Although Lin Ming's current soul force was much stronger than a martial artist at the same cultivation as him, it was still difficult to use that minimal soul force to draw up the body inscription symbol. That was why Lin Ming had barely managed to do so, and why each time after drawing the body inscription symbol, he had fallen into a deep slumber from overtaxing his soul force. I didn't imagine that the power of the hungry ghosts could strengthen one's soul force. That's really too rare. To an inscription master, soul force was of the utmost importance. Moreover, Once one reached the Xiantian realm, they would also have to cultivate the soul. If he was able to build an early solid foundation for when he reached the Xiantian realm, then his future cultivation would inevitably proceed much more smoothly. Thinking this, Lin Ming's fighting spirit began to seethe with fervor. The thunder soul in his body also seemed to be infected by his zealousness as it rapidly spun around the heretical god seed. A thick bolt of twisting light emerged from Lin Ming's body. The crackling bright lightning was really shocking. Kill. The heavy, profound soft spear turned into a flying purple dragon as it twisted in the air. Countless arcs of lightning spun around him, weaving a huge, expansive lightning grid. In such a storm of lightning, the hungry ghosts were like specks of snow within a raging firestorm. They rapidly melted and then evaporated in air. Their wailing howls lingered in the air. A stream of pure soul energy continuously flowed into Lin Ming's body, nourishing the soul in his spiritual sea. Lin Ming felt as if his consciousness had never been so clear before. Even the smallest change around him could not escape his perception. At this moment, a shrill and mournful ghostly cry sounded nearby. Lin Ming didn't even need to turn his head. His soul force had already locked onto the enemy. This purple-colored wraith had the shocking appearance of a beautiful woman. However, this wraith only had a head. It had no body. From far away, one could see that this giant head was dozens of feet wide. It floated in air like it was embedded within the dimly pale yellow sky. Endlessly long, bone-white hair danced in the wind. Chapter 176, Which Slave? Chapter 176, Which Slave? Chapter 176, Which Slave? Yeah. The king of 100 hungry ghosts within the hungry ghost world, Lin Ming coldly snorted and suddenly broke forward with the golden rock, shattering the void movement ability. One man and one spear. Together they were like a bolt of lightning that flashed towards this giant woman's head. The beautiful woman's head issued a frighteningly sinister howl as it sent forth endless white hairs to kill Lin Ming. Every hair in the air transformed into a white snake that slithered towards Lin Ming. Come! Lin Ming gave a shout and suddenly flicked the heavy, profound, soft spear in his hands. An innumerable amount of purple electric charges burst into the night sky, forming a giant lightning weave that was even denser than the previous one. This dazzlingly bright lightning field shined so radiantly that one simply couldn't bear to stare at it. Chi, chi, chi. Under the fierce blow of this electrical purple field, the tens of thousands of white snakes dispersed in the air. The beautiful woman's head uttered an anguished wail as that once beautiful face contorted into a distorted mockery of beauty. She suddenly opened her mouth impossibly wide, her cherry lips parting to reveal rows upon rows of horrifyingly sharp white teeth. From beautiful to hideous, this change was simply too shocking. The giant head sinisterly shrieked, aimed towards Lin Ming and bit down. Suffer defeat. Lin Ming gave a loud shot, and giant arc of lightning several times larger than the last formed around the heavy, profound, soft spear, and directly stabbed towards the giant head's open mouth. Cha! With the cacophonic sound of shattering bone, Lin Ming's spear pierced through that giant head. Countless electric lights were left behind on the giant head, twisting around the grim visage. Ah, 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 ah. Discordantly shrill screams filled the skies, and the countless crows that flew in air imploded upon themselves as they burst into a massive rain of grotesque blood, flesh, and feathers that sprinkled onto the ground. What a strong sound wave! Lin Ming had covered his ears with true essence to protect them. He had already experienced the tiger-leopard thunderclap within Thunder Valley. These ear-splitting sound waves could be considered nothing to Lin Ming. The giant head dramatically twisted in the air as if it was being shredded from within, and then with a giant cracking sound, It suddenly burst into tens of thousands of tiny fragments. The fragments turned into little crystal lights that shimmered in the yellow sky. It was quite beautiful and elegant. After a period of time, these crystal sparks of light became a scintillating river of light that flowed towards Lin Ming. This gorgeous light was like a stream of liquid sunlight, infinitely beautiful. What good pure soul force! As Lin Ming absorbed this light, he could clearly feel that the soul in his body was like a small sapling that was being nourished by the spring rains, rapidly growing. There is simply too much soul force energy here. I cannot completely absorb it. The blood vitality is the same too. After this life and death smelting trial, I must go into seclusion for a period of time and properly absorb these energies. As Lin Ming thought this, that icily indifferent voice once again rang in his ears. Hungry ghost, past. Third trial, animals. With this sound, the scenery around Lin Ming changed once again. The dim yellow sky and the surging yellow springs completely vanished as endless wild grasslands appeared all around him. The dusky sky was filled with thick, dark clouds. However, no rain fell from these clouds. Under the vast, cloudy sky, the grasslands were filled with a dark green moss, sparse land, as well giant clumps of black rock. This truly was a mottled dark world. At this moment, a low and deep beastly roar sounded in the distance. Not too far away, a horde of black shadows appeared. These shadows had a variety of characteristics. Some treaded the ground, some flew in the air, and all had different shapes. Lin Ming flourished the heavy, profound, soft spear and licked his crimson lips. So, the enemy of the animal trial is simply vicious beasts? How kind! In all these years that I've been practicing martial arts, it's as if I've been constantly testing my strength against vicious beasts. Roar. The roars of the vicious beasts were like the rumble of thunder. This horde of more than 100 vicious beasts overflowed with murderous intent as they rushed towards Lin Ming. Among them were giant cows 10 feet high, serpents that were 3 feet thick, and even strange-looking giant double-headed birds. Facing this aggressive beastly horde, Lin Ming did not dodge. Instead, he decided to kill his way through this horde. One man and one spear facing off against 100 beasts. This sight was simply completely disproportionate. However, Lin Ming's momentum did not falter. Instead, his aura was like a blazing inferno soaring into the sky. Flood dragon goes to sea. Lin Ming's foot thrust against the black rock ground, and the heavy, profound, soft spear howled as it thrust out, covered with a dense, flaming aura. An overwhelming energy filled the air, as if it would blot out the sky, and Lin Ming's spear pierced through the body of a 100-foot snake. Oh! With this powerful impact, Lin Ming braced both his arms, and the heavy, profound, soft spear curved like a crescent moon. The 1,000-gene snake was sent flying out by Lin Ming. As the serpent flew off, Lin Ming's momentum had reached an extreme. Total annihilation. Lin Ming's entire body flooded with a massive amount of true essence. His cast iron legs were like the roots of trees that dug into the earth. His body was steady, and his long spear was like a giant blazing flame that roared as it cut apart the atmosphere. The skill of inscription, Astral Spear, was activated, and the 9 feet 9 inch long spear extended to 20 feet. Puff, puff. 2 vicious beasts were directly sent flying by Lin Ming. Violently vibrating true essence penetrated into their skulls and pulverized their brains. Like this, Lin Ming broke into that horde of beasts. With the support of his powerful blood vitality, his strength was like an inexhaustible well. Every time he moved his spear, a shower of blood flowed. In such a slaughter, Lin Ming felt a strange energy seep into his body, subtly changing him. His tendons became tougher, and his muscles became more solid and robust. The third trial is to enhance the strength of the body. Lin Ming was suddenly aware that the most formidable aspect of a vicious beast was their body. There were many vicious beasts that were extremely powerful, and their bodies were naturally the best weapon. Since Lin Ming cultivated the chaotic virtues combat meridians, his bodily strength was already extremely formidable. In addition to the first trial's augmentation of his blood vitality, and now the third trial's enhancement of his body strength, Lin Ming felt that the power of his physical form was rapidly ascending to new heights. I think my strength may already surpass 10,000 genes. A strength of 10,000 genes was already a martial artist's limit. There were only some post-condensation period martial artists that had inborn divine strength who had a possibility of having a strength that was over 10,000 genes. Once one stepped into the Hotian realm, their physical strength wouldn't increase by much. It was only their true essence that would become thicker and purer. Before, people had accidentally mistaken Lin Ming for having inborn divine strength because of the chaotic virtues combat meridians. Now, he truly did have true inborn divine strength, and his physical body was now several times superior to Ta Ku. At this moment, outside of the Sorcerer Pagoda, Na-I was still waiting for Lin Ming. From the time that Lin Ming had entered the Sorcerer Pagoda, 1 hour had already passed. Were the legends recorded within the ancient texts true? In the fabled divine kingdom, there was an infinite power contained therein. If one were to return from the divine kingdom, they would become the king of the southern wilderness. In the future, if he wished so, would he dominate the entire southern wilderness? Na-I's thoughts were complex. All the young girls of the southern wilderness admired and revered heroes. Naturally, Na-I was no exception. However, once she remembered the hatred she bore on her shoulders for her parents and her master, Na-I submerged this childish feeling within herself and silently waited for Lin Ming to return. I remember, there is a chamber of ancient texts within the Sorcerer Holy Land. Maybe I can find some records of the divine kingdom in there. Thinking this, Na-I took a candlestick off of a nearby wall, lit it, and slowly made her way towards the ancient library. Na-I was still young. She wasn't entirely clear on the many legends that were passed down by the sorcerer. The land was filled with broken bones and the stumps of severed limbs. The earth was dyed crimson with blood. Lin Ming held the heavy, profound, soft spear, lightly gripped in his arms. In front of him, the last vicious beast twitched in the final throes of its life. The strange energy once again converged on Lin Ming's body, and he could already the popping sounds as his skeleton, flesh, and muscles were being subtly transformed from within. What an amazingly mysterious life and death smelting trial. It can actually change my body and strengthen my soul, blood vitality, and even body strength. This is equivalent to completely reshaping the foundation of my body. Even if someone had a bad cultivation foundation, after going through such a transformation, they would also become a genius. The sorcerer who created the life and death smelting trial is truly a remarkable person. I wonder what realm of power the sorcerer managed to attain. Could he be as fierce as the saintess of the verdant feather sacred lands? At this time, that cold voice sounded again. Animal trial passed. Fourth trial, the witch slave. The scenery transformed once again. That dark barren wasteland disappeared, and Lin Ming appeared in a circular area. The floor was made of dirty old bricks, and the ground was covered with some dark red splotches that appeared to be left over blood drops. Battle arena? This scene is actually a refreshing change of pace. As Lin Ming thought aloud to himself, he suddenly heard the sound of metal being torn apart. He turned around to look and saw that the iron fence of the arena was being savagely torn apart by a massive black monster. The black humanoid monster was 30 feet tall, and its skin was a viscous purple color that glowed with a metallic luster. Its 2 humongous arms were thicker than a man's waist, and a thick dark steel hoop was warped around its wrist. The The hoop was covered with sharp iron spikes. It looked to weigh no less than 1,000 genes. This black monster had 2 heads. One ferocious-looking head had a 3-foot-long horn jutting out, and the other had tusks half a foot long sticking out from its warped grin. All of the muscles of its body were solid like granite, and its chest and waist were wrapped by thick, heavy chains the size of a grown man's arm. This is the witch slave. Lin Ming could clearly feel a serious pressure weighing down on him as he stood in front of this giant monster. Although this time there was only one enemy, Lin Ming had a hunch that this 4th trial was much more difficult than the first 3. Roar! The witch slave let loose an earth-shaking roar. Its several thousand gene body jumped upwards, and the ground beneath it collapsed like an avalanche. Then, like a falling meteor, it pounded down towards Lin Ming. Bang! Rocks flew about. Lin Ming leapt upwards. Although his strength had grown, he knew with absolute certainty that there was no way he would be able to use brute force against this disastrous beast. True essence manifestation. Lin Ming flicked his spear, and true essence congealed into reality as it fell down in torrents upon the witch slave. However, Lin Ming hadn't expected the witch slave to have such a terrifyingly strong defensive power. Under the dense waves of Lin Ming's true essence attack, the monster was unharmed. Flow like silk. The countless tiny units within Lin Ming's body began to resonate on the same frequency as they adjusted their breathing together, and his true essence began to intensely vibrate. This vibrating true essence could ignore defense and directly transmit into an opponent's body and ravage their insides. It was an overwhelmingly domineering ability. However, Lin Ming didn't expect that the 5,000 vibrating true essence filaments would submerge into the witch slave's body and vanish without a trace. The witch slave only trembled for several moments, and then felt nothing else. Chapter 177 Legend of the Divine Kingdom. Chapter 177 Legend of the Divine Kingdom. Chapter 177 Legend of the Divine Kingdom. What? Is this for real? Lin Ming was shocked. This was the first time that his flow like silk had been resisted. The witch slave had actually devoured all of the flow like silk filaments. This proved that the defensive power of its organs, skeleton, muscles, and skin were on a completely terrifying level. It really is a monster. Because of that flow like silk attack a moment ago, the witch slave seemed to be mad with anger. It drew out the large, thick chains that wound around its body and slashed down at Lin Ming. The long chain was just like a black flood dragon. With a roaring power, it heavily smashed upon the ground. Bang! Countless rocks were sent flying into the area. That attack had even created a giant pit in the huge arena. This witch slave strength was simply difficult to imagine. Lin Ming had already avoided the attack earlier using the golden rock, shattering the void movement ability. As soon as the witch slave missed, it flicked its arm and gathered the chain before firing it at Lin Ming once again. Power of thunder. Lin Ming's silver spear shined with a purple arc of lightning. The spear point met the chain, and that lightning arc was like a fierce purple snake that threaded up the chain and directly plunged into the witch slave. Cha! The witch slave was struck by the lightning. Countless arcs of electricity crackled on its body, and its purple skin charred a bit. However, it had only been burned a little. Once the power of thunder disappeared, the witch slave bellowed, brandished the chains, and attacked again. This time Lin Ming was left completely speechless. He was simply dumbfounded by the witch slave's amazing defensive power. Not only could it defend against true essence manifestation combined with flow like silk, but it could also resist lightning attacks. With such a prodigious defensive power, perhaps even opening the heretical god force would be useless. Did he really have to use his last resort, thunder fire annihilation? As Lin Ming avoided the chain attacks, his mind began racing with thoughts. This is the fourth trial. If I use Thunderfire Annihilation now, then how will I cross the next three? But if I don't use Thunderfire Annihilation, then none of my other attack methods will work against this monster. This fellow's defensive power is simply too abnormal. Fortunately, only its defensive capabilities are unbelievable. Its attack patterns are very simple and predictable, and its speed is also slow. There's no point in dragging this one. Once I open the Heretical God Force, I'll be able to know if it even has any effect. However, once I use up the compressed true essence of the Heretical God Force, then it will take a long time to restore. I might as well use Thunderfire Annihilation to kill it now. As for the later trials, if my strength is not enough, then there's nothing left to say. Lin Ming clenched his teeth. Flashes of lightning began to flitter on his long spear, and a lotus of flame sparked into life. As the thunder and fire intersected, there was a terrifying explosive sound, as if an unstoppable tide was approaching. Lin Ming shouted, and thrust out his spear towards the witch slave. The roar of flame and thunder swallowed every other sound. An incomparably keen true essence flashed out like a bolt of white light as it tore through space. Thunder and fire interwove into a brilliant sphere of red and purple light that flew forwards like a blazing meteor. The witch slave bellowed and waved its chains to attack the glowing ball of thunder and fire. Bang! There was an earth-shattering sound just like a clap of thunder. The brilliant light was like 10,000 golden swords that shot out in all directions. Countless rocks were sent scattering into the air. The arena had turned into a giant pit. The arm that the witch slave had raised was now completely broken, and blood spewed from it like an endless crimson fountain. It cried out with a muffled roar, its enormous body trembling. Its chest was soaked with blood, even as more blood sputtered out endlessly from its body. It's still alive. Lin Ming was shocked. This was definitely the most durable being that he had ever encountered so far. Die! Lin Ming's feet tread the ground, and his body flew forth like an arrow. Under the effects of golden rock shattering the void, Lin Ming's speed had reached the pinnacle. Puff! The spear pierced into the wound on the witch slave's chest that had been opened by the Thunderfire Annihilation attack. The spear finally managed to break through the torn flesh. Flow like silk erupted within the monster and rushed towards the heart of the witch slave. With a new injury added to the old, the witch slave gave one final roar as it unwillingly went down. Its corpse rapidly dissolved, turning into a green energy that poured into Lin Ming's body. This energy is... Lin Ming felt that the green energy was extremely oppressive and tyrannical. Before, whether it was the energy of blood vitality from the blood demon or the soul force from the hungry ghost, or even the vicious beast's energy that was able to transform the strength of a human's body, it was all very gently and effortlessly absorbed. But this green energy was extremely savage. It brutally rampaged through his body and sent waves of agonizing pain rolling through its path. Lin Ming's forehead began to drip with large beads of sweat. Dense crackling sounds resounding within his body, as if the bones of his skeleton were striking each other. Hearing this, even Lin Ming was feeling a bit fearful. At this moment, the space in front of Lin Ming began to distort, and Yen Mo appeared. Yen Mo looked at Lin Ming and said without any emotion, "Congratulations. In this smelting trial, you are the first martial artist in the last 6,000 years to pass the trial of the witch slave. You do not need to fear. This energy has simply been saved up for too long, a full 6 millennia of time. Therefore, it is a bit overbearing. It will only transform your body. It will not bring you harm." Six millennia? Lin Ming found it difficult to speak through the pain. Yes, 6,000 years ago, there was a man named Qin Yu that was able to pass the 4th level of the smelting trial. However, he was defeated in the 5th level, the mortal trial. After he went back, He founded a vast empire in the southern wilderness and was called the Feather Emperor by the people of the South. Right? So it had already been 6,000 years since someone managed to pass through the witch-slave trial. This wasn't too surprising. It was only because he had accidentally comprehended the Thunderfire annihilation skill that he would have such an abnormal striking power. A normal martial artist would never be able to get past the freakish defensive capabilities of the witch-slave. Slowly, Lin Ming found that the green energy had fused into his skeleton. His skeleton had become denser, and his muscles had become tougher. The physical defense had experienced a crazy increase in power. Before now, Lin Ming's body strength was formidable. However, that did not mean that his defensive power was similarly formidable. For instance, an iron-armored cow could easily break steel plate, and if a sharp axe were to fall on their body, it wouldn't leave any damage. If Lin Ming wanted to fend off a sword with just his bare hand, he could only rely upon his flow, like silk technique, to vibrate the weapon and send it flying away. If his fist really did meet the blade of a sword, then his hand would simply be split in two. But now Lin Ming had absorbed the green energy which had augmented his body, and he felt his body grow more solid, and his defensive capabilities increased. Now, if he faced a martial artist on the level of Zhang Tsang, Lin Ming believed that he wouldn't even need to use true essence. He could simply use his own bare hand to stop the other's attacks. As Lin Ming unceasingly integrated with the green energy, the aching pain he felt gradually weakened. Lin Ming's entire body was covered in sweat, and mixed within the sweat were black, oily drops. These were clearly the impurities that were in Lin Ming's body. In the past, Lin Ming had taken the golden deer pills to temper his body. However, that was only the lowest level of medicine used to temper one's body. It naturally wasn't able to be compared to something so fantastic, like this green energy. After his muscles and marrows were purified, Lin Ming collapsed to the ground. Yan Mo said, after passing the fourth trial, "From here on out, you will have 3 hours of rest between each trial. You may use that period of time to restore your body to its best condition. I wish you good luck, smelting trial human." As Yan Mo said this, its body began to twist in space as it gradually faded away. Lin Ming exhaled one long breath and plopped down on the ground. Luckily, he had time to rest. 3 hours should be enough. At this time, outside of the Sorcerer Pagoda, Na-I was standing within the library of the Sorcerer Holy Land. She held an ancient volume within her hands. Not too far away, slowly burning candles flickered as they emitted a faint yellow light. The Sorcerer Holy Land was a massive underground mausoleum. It also had a special library. Na-I had taken her lit candle and searched the library for a long time, and finally found a record of the legendary Divine Kingdom on a yellowed sheepskin manuscript. Because the manuscript was simply too ancient, the pages were already worn down, and the threads binding them were rotted. The pages could easily be broken apart. Na-I carefully skimmed through the notes in that ancient manuscript, and finally found a detailed record of the Divine Kingdom. This record was from 1,500 years ago, and was written by a peerless powerhouse of the southern wilderness named Na Yanda. 1,500 years ago, not even the Na tribe had been founded. The page in Na Yi's hands was only a handwritten copy. Still, even if it were a handwritten copy, it was 700 or 800 years old. Na Yanda was a sorcerer. He left behind countless illustrious achievements in the history of the southern wilderness, along with countless legends and tales. He had founded the giant Naga tribe, and to this day, that tribe was one of the top 10 most powerful tribes within the southern wilderness. At the time, the southern wilderness was under the leadership of Na Yanda. They had invaded the north and caused numerous nations to submit. The southern wilderness had experienced one of its most prosperous times in millennia. It was said that Na Yanda had reached the limit of the Xiantian realm, or might have even gone higher. For those reasons, Na Yanda was considered one of the ancient heroes of the southern wilderness and was worshipped and respected by many people. Even Na-e had heard of Na Yanda's glorious tales as a child. Towards the stories of this legendary figure, she had been filled with yearning. Na Yanda had recorded the complete process of his entry into the Sorcerer Pagoda. He wrote that he had rushed upwards but had been chosen by the sorcerer and then sent to the Divine Kingdom. The Divine Kingdom had 7 levels. The first level was a blood-red hell. The second was a land of gloomy yellow ghosts. The third was a world, savage, vicious beasts. And the fourth was an arena of the witch slave. As for the last several, Na Yanda hadn't seen them. Na Yanda saw the god of the witch within that bloody hell. The god of the witch had given him 7 tests, and each level of the Divine Kingdom corresponded to a test. However, Na Yanda had only been able to complete 3 trials, and was defeated at the 4th. Therefore, Na Yanda had only reached the 4th level. In the writings, it also said that the difficulty of these 7 tests was much higher than the Sorcerer Pagoda. In particular, from the 4th, the difficulty would increase each time. Even the child of a god or a demon would be unable to do anything in the face of such a trial. Even the Feather Emperor, from 6,000 years ago, had only barely completed the 4th trial. As he went to the 5th, he was also defeated. Seeing this, Na-e was surprised. The Feather Emperor of the southern wilderness had once dominated the entire land 6,000 years ago and had founded a vast empire. The Feather Emperor's strength was immeasurably deep and was said to have surpassed the Sciention realm. At that time, the Feather Emperor had created the faith of the sorcerer. The faith had been equal to a grade 3 sect. It was not inferior compared to the 7 profound valleys of the north. One could only imagine the prosperity that the southern wilderness had achieved during this time. Even His Majesty the Feather Emperor could not pass through the 5th trial. The Divine Kingdom's trials are simply too difficult. Is there even any significance in the 6th or 7th trial? Chapter 178. True Essence Bone Forging. Chapter 178. True Essence Bone Forging. Chapter title is a spoiler, highlighted to read it now, or see it at the bottom. To those living within the southern wilderness, the Feather Emperor was the equivalent of a second god. He was only second to the belief in the sorcerer. There were many followers of the faith that stubbornly believed the Feather Emperor hadn't yet died. Instead, he had soared into the heavens to join the sorcerer. In Na-e's opinion, if even the Feather Emperor could not pass the 5th trial, and the 6th and 7th trials were even more difficult, then they had no value at all. Who could possibly overcome them? Time passed 1 minute and 1 second at a time. Lin Ming pulled out a true essence stone and revolved the true primal chaos formula to slowly recover his true essence. The power of thunder and flame that he had consumed to use thunderfire annihilation was also slowly being restored. Because Lin Ming had an extremely formidable blood vitality, his current ability to recover was far above a normal martial artist. In just half an hour, he had been completely restored to his top condition. Start the 5th trial. Lin Ming shouted to Yan Mo, who had since disappeared. Good. Then it shall be as you wish. This 5th trial, the mortal world, has not been passed for 10,000 years. 10,000 years. Lin Ming didn't think this was too unusual. Since nobody had passed the last trial in 6,000 years, then it would be normal if no one passed this trial in the last 10,000 years. The surrounding space began to darken. Lin Ming arrived at a vast empty space that did not contain a single thing. Underneath him was the endless earth, and above him the twinkling bright stars shining in the sky. Around Lin Ming there were 18 shades. These were human martial artists. They wore black clothes and carried a variety of weapons. There were swords, sabers, spears, staffs, and so on. It could be said that every weapon was collected in these 18 shades. As Lin Ming noticed the cultivation of these martial artists, his heart suddenly sank. Among these 18 individuals, 12 were at the peak bone forging stage, and 6 were at the pulse condensation period. How could he confront this? Lin Ming was speechless. No wonder no one had passed through this trial in the last 10,000 years. Of the 6 pulse condensation period martial artists, 5 were at the early pulse condensation period, and there was even one at the middle pulse condensation period. Of the 12 peak bone forging stage martial artists, every single one of them was a half step into the pulse condensation period. Each one was much more powerful than the monkey-faced man and bald man. Lin Ming could not help but wonder if there could be found a 15-year-old youth in the entire Sky Spill continent that was so abnormal as to be able to defeat 18 of these martial artists at once. Were there really people that were able to pass this sort of trial? Listening to Yen Mo, it seemed that 10,000 years ago, there really was someone that had passed through this hurdle. Simply incredible. From the 3rd to the 4th trial, the difficulty had already dramatically risen by a large amount. If it wasn't for Thunderfire Annihilation, then it would have been impossible for Lin Ming to break past the 4th trial. He didn't expect that in the 5th trial, the difficulty would once again dramatically rise. If it was like this, then how could one possibly pass the 6th and 7th trials? The difficulty of this life and death smelting trial is just too abnormal. Before I entered the life and death smelting trial, I could barely cope with a pulse condensation period martial artist. Now, there are actually 6 of them, and there is even one at the middle pulse condensation period. There are also the 12 bone forging stage martial artists to pin me down. They really do think highly of me. Lin Ming gripped the heavy, profound, soft spear horizontally and let true essence revolve within his entire body. Although he had little hope he could overcome this trial, he would still try to break through with everything he had. This life and death smelting array is a true killing array. I must be cautious. If I lose, I must give up. Otherwise, if I lose focus, I might really die here. Facing so many masters on all sides, Lin Ming did not dare to do like before and directly rush into the enemy like a tiger in a flock of sheep. If he did that now, it would simply be suicide. Whoosh! A martial artist holding a long staff had already attacked Lin Ming. The staff was already sweeping towards Lin Ming's knees. At the same time, another martial artist armed with a brilliantly snow-white saber stepped forwards. They had already sealed off all of Lin Ming's possible evasive routes. Golden rocks shattering the void. Lin Ming launched into his movement ability and threaded through the 2 martial artists' attacks like a fish. Although he was able to block these 2 attacks, he dared not fight here. Otherwise, he could be caught up in the battle and become trapped in the encirclement. His body formed a series of illusory images, his speed reaching an incredible degree. He survived 4 attacks in a row, and then, like a ghost, he appeared behind a martial artist that was using a meteor hammer. The meteor hammer was a rarely used weapon. It was suitable for long-range attacks, but in close combat, it would be constrained and restrict movement. Therefore, Lin Ming had chosen this martial artist as his first target. Flood Dragon goes to sea. Lin Ming's spear thrust out. The meteor hammer-wielding martial artist was only at the peak bone forging stage, but his response was very quick. The martial artist had flicked his hand, and the meteor hammer tied its chain around the heavy, profound, soft spear. Kacha! The sturdy chains had already wrapped around the spear point of the heavy, profound, soft spear, miring it in place. If Lin Ming's weapon was even caught, for just the time it took for a few blinks, then Lin Ming would face simultaneous attacks from 18 martial artists at once. He could only abandon his weapon, otherwise there was no way he would be able to dodge. At this point, Lin Ming grinned. A thick arc of lightning jumped out and sped down the metal chain towards the meteor hammer-wielding martial artist. Zizi, the meteor hammer martial artist, was electrocuted by the attack, and his entire body was paralyzed. Lin Ming seized this opportunity, and with one shout, his strength of 10,000 genes erupted at once. His right hand gripped the base of the heavy, profound, soft spear, swung the chain open, and thrust a fierce attack towards the meteor hammer martial artist, stabbing his throat. Puff! One spear had severed the throat, having killed the peak bone forging martial artist. In a single stroke, Lin Ming did not dare to pause and pulled out his spear to retreat backwards. Whiz! A halberd with the thickness of a baby's arm slammed into the spot where Lin Ming had just been. A loud explosion occurred, and the rocky ground where he stood had collapsed. This was the attack from the middle pulse condensation period martial artist. Lin Ming broke out into an anxious, cold sweat. This was a true killing array. If he had even been half an eye blink late a moment ago, then he would have already been left with only half his life. The subsequent instant attacks from the other martial artists wouldn't have even given him the chance to give up within the smelting trial. But at this moment, Lin Ming suddenly felt an extremely pure and potent heaven and earth origin energy surge into his body. With this heaven and earth origin energy, Lin Ming's true essence reached a critical point that allowed him to break through the limit and officially step into the peak altering muscle stage. This mortal world increases true essence and cultivation. Lin Ming was overjoyed. Before, in the worlds of hell, hungry ghost animals, or even the witch slave, none of them were able to directly increase his cultivation. They gave such bonuses like augmenting blood vitality and soul force, although it would be of great advantage to Lin Ming's future cultivation efforts. It was not able to greatly boost his immediate combat prowess. Rather than increase his cultivation from one stage to the next, it had been a qualitative change in his body. I've only killed one, and yet I reached the peak altering muscle stage. If I kill them all, then just how far will my power increase? Lin Ming's heart rallied with a sharply rising fighting spirit. I'll kill the bone forging stage ones first, and then those at the pulse condensation period. After reaching the peak altering muscle stage, Lin Ming's strength had drastically risen, and his speed was also higher. Now, with the power of golden rock shattering the void at his back, his body was just like a passing ghost. Not even the attacks of a bone-forging stage martial artist could injure him. It could be said that golden rock shattering the void was the trump card that Lin Ming relied on in this trial. Otherwise, if he fell into an encirclement of martial artists, he would immediately be defeated. Because of his extreme agility, Lin Ming launched into pseudo-guerrilla warfare, and the debilitating power of thunder attached to his heavy, profound soft spear was the murder weapon. If a martial artist and Lin Ming were similar in strength, then a touch of this electrical force was enough to paralyze them for just a moment. However, in a battle between masters, that moment of paralysis was enough to spell their doom. Puff! Lin Ming swept his spear and took off a bone-forging stage martial artist's head. The true essence within his body rose by another level, the limit of altering muscle. Lin Ming was jubilant. He had only just broken through to the altering muscle stage a little more than a month ago, and now he had already taken strides towards the bone-forging stage. But at this moment, Lin Ming suddenly felt as if his entire body had fallen into some quagmire. Every movement he took seemed to be affected by some strange, invisible traction, slowing him. He turned and saw that the middle pulse condensation period martial artist that wielded a halberd had stuck that halberd into the ground. Thick, true essence condensed within his body and unceasingly fluctuated from him. Gravity manipulation? Lin Ming had just thought of this when the sword-wielding pulse condensation period martial artist flashed behind him, sword striking. The deep blue sword wind sliced at Lin Ming. Damn! Lin Ming lifted his spear to block, but that sword wind was too relentlessly sharp. Even though some was blocked, some of the sword wind had passed the spear shaft and cut into Lin Ming's body. Cha! Lin Ming's upper clothing was torn apart, revealing the purple-gold, flexible armor underneath. Potent true essence broke through that flexible armor and mercilessly stabbed at Lin Ming's organs. Lin Ming gave a stuffy cough and was set flying back. He quickly stabilized himself and probed his body, actually taken aback by what he found. Nothing's wrong? Although there was a slight aching feeling, his internal organs hadn't suffered any injury. The defensive power of his body was so incredible that even Lin Ming found it hard to believe. At the fourth trial, when I killed the witch slave, its energy truly changed my body in an abnormal manner. That was an attack from a pulse condensation period master. Even if it's just the sword wind, it should be enough to kill a normal altering muscle stage martial artist. Yet I was able to resist it, and also wasn't injured. The sword-wielding martial artist was only a puppet that was condensed from heaven and earth origin energy. He did not understand emotions such as surprise. Once he saw that his strike had no effect, he raised his sword to attack again. Lin Ming would naturally not fight with him. His body flashed as he displayed golden rock, shattering the void. Lin Ming instantly appeared behind two peak bone forging stage martial artists. Chi. Two heads flew. Two martial artists were killed. After Lin Ming had reached the limit of altering muscle, killing peak bone forging martial artists was nothing but an easy task. Two pure energies poured into Lin Ming's meridians. Lin Ming began to tremble, feeling his entire skeleton go numb as if something had gotten into his bones. His skeleton had become more dense and resilient. True essence enters the bones bone forging stage. At this moment, Lin Ming had officially stepped into the bone forging stage. Incomparably powerful true essence poured into all of his limbs and bones and spread throughout his body. Lin Ming felt his strength soaring into the sky. He felt as if something had lit within his body, and endless amounts of blood began to surge within him. Seeing that sword-wielding pulse condensation period martial artist send a slash of sword wind at him, Lin Ming let out a shout and thrust out his spear. Flow like silk. Bang. 5,000 vibrating true essence threads erupted outwards, each one several times thicker than in the past. In the face of such compelling true essence, that pulse condensation period sword wind was torn apart. Chapter 179 3 Astonishing Treasures. Chapter 179 3 Astonishing Treasures. Chapter 179 3 Astonishing Treasures. Die. Lin Ming stepped forwards. His long spear was like a winding venomous serpent. Flowers in the storm. Ding, 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 ding. In that moment, Lin Ming exchanged a legion of blows against the phantom martial artist. In a collision of sword and spear, Lin Ming's strikes weren't any slower. Power of thunder. The sound of crackling electricity sizzled in the air. A thick bolt of purple lightning flashed down and stunned the sword-wielding pulse condensation period martial artist until his whole was numb. Lin Ming raised his spear and stabbed out again. But at this time, the halberd-wielding martial artist struck too. Clang! Lin Ming used his spear to meet the halberd, and the two pole weapons intersected. The 9-foot 9-inch, heavy, profound, soft spear roughly defended against the thick halberd. That strike had contained the full strength of the middle pulse condensation period martial artist, and yet it had been fended off by Lin Ming. You're done. Lin Ming opened the heretical god force. A large quantity of thunder and fire fused into one, and a small electric fireball the size of a head appeared on the heavy, profound, soft spear. Thunder fire annihilation. Bang. The force of the highly compressed thunder and flame erupted at once in a ruinous explosion. 10,000 gleaming blades of golden light pierced through the jet-black night sky, and an incomparably powerful airwave scattered in all directions. Several nearby phantom martial artists were sent flying out. The halberd-wielding middle pulse condensation period martial artist was completely enveloped in the destructive power of the savage explosion. All his organs shattered to bits, and he immediately died on the spot. Under the suppression of so many martial artists surrounding him, Lin Ming had used a single move to kill the middle pulse condensation period martial artist. Lin Ming was a bit stunned himself. Unknowingly, his battle prowess had actually risen to this degree. A pure and potent heaven and earth origin energy several times thicker than before flowed into Lin Ming's body. All of the true essence within Lin Ming's body was nourished by this heaven and earth origin energy as it flowed into his bones and muscles. Lin Ming had just entered the bone-forging stage, and yet his cultivation had already been consolidated. Lin Ming was surprised. At this rate, it might even be possible for his cultivation to soar to the peak of bone forging. When that happened, just how far would his combat prowess rise? Now that he had killed the strongest martial artist here, the strange gravitational pull that was hindering his movements was released. Along with Lin Ming's enhanced strength and the dwindling number of enemies, the pressure he faced was greatly reduced. He no longer needed to flit around the edges and engage in diversionary tactics. Now he could directly storm into the group of enemies. The peak bone forging martial artists were no longer a threat to him. With a sweep of the heavy, profound soft spear, several bone forging martial artists were violently killed. As the number of enemies decreased, Lin Ming only grew stronger. In only half an incense stick of time, more than a dozen corpses littered the ground. In front of Lin Ming, there were only 4 pulse condensation period martial artists left, but his cultivation had already reached the large success of bone forging. There was no longer any suspense in this battle. Even if the early pulse condensation period martial artists had stopped being Lin Ming's opponent, in a single breath, he mowed down the 4 remaining martial artists, and Lin Ming's cultivation reached the peak of bone forging. Peak bone forging, Lin Ming took a deep breath and clenched his fists. He felt as if his entire body was filled with a formidable energy. He was stronger than he had ever been. During this 5th trial, Lin Ming's strength had risen by an unbelievable amount. Even he felt that it was a surreal experience. If it wasn't for his strength having experienced such a sudden increase, there was no way he could have passed this trial. If the 6th trial also enhanced his cultivation, he could achieve the pulse condensation period, or even large success of pulse condensation. However, the possibility of this wasn't high. This method of absorbing massive amounts of extremely pure heaven and earth origin energy to rapidly raise one's strength was similar to eating rare and valuable materials. One couldn't infinitely increase their cultivation. Otherwise, it would become extremely unstable. At this moment, Yan Mo appeared. It gazed at Lin Ming for a moment before saying, "Congratulations. For the last 19,000 years of the life and death smelting trial, you are the most talented youth that I have seen. I look forward to seeing if you will pass the 6th trial. Since ancient times, no one has ever managed to do this. You have 3 hours to restore your strength." "No one's ever passed since ancient times?" Lin Ming frowned. If no one's ever passed the 6th level, then wouldn't the 7th simply be ridiculously outrageous? Didn't senior sorcerers set the difficulty for this too high? Yan Mo replied, "This arrangement was decided upon by the master. I have no right to comment on the process and rules that master has chosen. It is possible that master overestimated the talent of those within the southern wilderness. Master may also have deliberately done so. The Sorcerer Pagoda will continue to exist for tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of years. Just because no one has managed to pass through the 6th level in these last 19,000 years does not imply that there will not be the most outstanding geniuses in the future that will seize the opportunity. I am afraid that this is the wish of master." Master has left behind 3 gifts as rewards for those who complete the life and death smelting trial. When a treasure is gone, there will be 1 less. If the difficulty was too low, then they would have already been taken by now. Lin Ming asked, in these last 19,000 years, how many people have participated in the life and death smelting trial? And where did they end up? Yen Mo said, there have been 32 individuals that have entered the life and death smelting trials so far. 3 people were stopped at the animal trial. 26 were halted by the witch slave. Of these 29 people, 7 have died. Only 3 have managed to pass through the witch slave trial, and only 1 person has managed to defeat the mortal trial. Now, you are the second. I hope that you will complete the full smelting trial and receive one of the 3 treasures that were left behind by Master. Complete all the trials? Lin Ming took a deep breath. To be honest, he didn't have any assurances that he would pass once he experienced the 4th trial. Starting from there, the difficulty had simply risen too fast and dramatically. If it wasn't for his cultivation abruptly rising in the 5th trial, then he would never have arrived here. What are those 3 treasures? May I take a look? Lin Ming politely asked. You may. Yen Mo did not hide anything from Lin Ming. In fact, he would have had to show these 3 treasures to Lin Ming and let him choose one of them. With a thought from Yen Mo, the space in front of him began to distort, and 3 treasures appeared before Lin Ming. Of these 3 treasures, the first was a dark golden-colored scroll. It was a foot wide, with 2 axles that were made from some sort of ancient animal bones. The surfaces of the axles were smooth like silk, and the scroll was thickly rolled. Just from looking at it, one could sense a vast and endlessly ancient air rushing forth. The second was a deep, crimson-colored quartz crystal. In the center of this quartz was sealed a small, scarlet filament, as if it was being held within. The quartz was a type of mineral crystal that contained a needle-like material inside. It was different in shape and form, and because it formed a hair inside, it was quartz and was more common than regular crystals. However, what was strange was that in normal quartz, the strip inside the crystal would be still. However, the filament inside of this quartz seemed to be slowly moving as it hovered inside the quartz, not unlike a small snake. It was like the interior of that red quartz was liquid. It was simply a very magical and mysterious phenomenon. The third was a milky white jade bottle covered with beautiful patterns. Although Lin Ming didn't know what was inside of the jade bottle, just watching it made Lin Ming feel somewhat scared. It seemed as if that jade bottle contained some profound, mysterious, or the highest order. If one looked for too long, they would be lost within it. Of these 3 treasures, Lin Ming couldn't help but find himself short of breath. He had thought that the sorcerer might have left behind some sort of godly weapon, but he didn't think that the sorcerer would have left behind 3 items which he couldn't discern the use of. Although he didn't know what these 3 treasures were, just by feeling the faint aura that they emitted, Lin Ming could tell that they were incomparably extraordinary items. Lin Ming's heart quickened. He wished that he could take all 3 treasures for himself. Unfortunately, he could only choose one, and the premise behind that was to pass the 7th level. What sort of uses do these treasures have? Lin Ming asked. If he could only choose one, then he had to ascertain their function and carefully consider them. But he hadn't expected Yen Mo to say, I'm sorry, but I cannot specially explain or show you the use or effect of these treasures. This is because the values of these treasures are not the same. To ensure the fairness of the Sorcerer Pagoda's smelting trial, you will have to choose yourself. The values aren't the same? Lin Ming frowned. It seemed he could only rely on his luck. Which one was the most valuable? Of the 3 treasures, each one seemed to be a peerless ancient treasure. However, Lin Ming had already eliminated the possibility of choosing the dark gold ancient scroll. This scroll was most likely a record of some cultivation method or martial skill, or even a manuscript of alchemy or refining techniques. It might even be the cultivation method that the sorcerer practiced himself, which he sorted out to hand down to the future generations. Of course, a top cultivation was certainly precious to a martial artist. It could even be considered the vital aspect of their martial arts foundation. However, Lin Ming already had many of these sorts of things, and in the future he would also receive many new ones. Because of this, Lin Ming did not wish for the sorcerer's cultivation method. What was left over was the patterned jade bottle and that quartz with the red filament sealed inside. Of these two treasures, which was more precious, Lin Ming guessed that there was some sort of miraculous elixir inside of the jade bottle. Most elixirs were used to increase one's cultivation, and there were even a few that could improve one's physical strength or temper the body, and so on. As for the red quartz, he had absolutely no idea what that was or what its use was. He experimentally probed with his soul force, but found that his soul force simply could not penetrate into the red quartz. It was as if there was another world inside of that red quartz. Lin Ming could not tell if that red filament was a living being or something dead. What could that red filament be? If it's a live creature, could it be a contract beast or smart beast? And what would that even be used for? If it's just an inanimate object, could it be a precious material that is used to refine artifacts or treasures? Or could it be eaten and used to increase one's cultivation? As Lin Ming looked at that red quartz, he had a suddenly intense impulse to choose it, to see just what use it had. Yen Mo did not urge Lin Ming to do anything. He merely stood aside, quietly suspended in the air, despite Lin Ming constantly probing the three treasures with his soul force. After a quarter hour had passed, Lin Ming gritted his teeth and finally came to a decision. I choose the red quartz. In the end, he had not been able to resist that intense urge that had grown within his heart. Although miracle medicines were good, Lin Ming's current body condition was already very good, and in the future he would most likely have more opportunities to obtain treasures that could improve his physique. As for cultivation enhancements, as long as he diligently practiced, then it would be the same as accumulating his cultivation through the years. As for the red quartz, Lin Ming didn't know why, but he had an intense foreboding feeling that if he were to miss this opportunity to choose it, then he would never be able to obtain it again. As for the red quartz, Lin Ming didn't know why, but he had an intense foreboding feeling that if he were to miss this opportunity to choose it, then he would never be able to obtain it again. Therefore, Lin Ming gave up the relatively safe route of choosing pills and instead chose the red quartz. As you wish. With a thought by Yen Mo, the other two treasures were taken away, and only the red quartz with that crimson filament inside remained. Smelting trial human. The treasure you have chosen of the three is the most precious, and was also the most difficult to obtain. Since you chose this treasure, then you will receive no additional rewards from the 6th level, the Divine Envoy Trial. In other words, if you cannot break through the 7th level, then you will receive nothing more than what you have already obtained at the 5th level and below. As Yen Mo spoke, Lin Ming had started to become unbearably excited until it reached cloud 9. But as he continued, Lin Ming's mood plunged to rock bottom. This gamble was simply too high. If he was unable to pass through the 7th level, then it would simply be the same as trying to fetch water with a bamboo net. Lin Ming had been counting on receiving some sort of power from the 6th level. Even if it wasn't something that increased his cultivation, it might be some other form of strength. He had felt that he had a slight chance to pass the 7th level, but now that hope had evaporated. He had to pass the 7th floor in a single go. Yen Mo had already vanished after speaking. Lin Ming didn't waste any time. He immediately sat down with legs crossed, pulled out a true essence stone, and began to revolve the true primal chaos formula. This time, his recovery time was much longer. Before he attempted the 6th floor, he had to restore his strength to its peak condition and adjust his mental state to its maximum. In the last 19,000 years, there hadn't been a single person that came to the Sorcerer Pagoda who was able to pass the 6th level. Outside of the Sorcerer Pagoda, Na-I had already been waiting a very long time. Na-Shui was off in a corner, asleep. She was just like a cat that was curled up in a corner of the chamber, covered from head to toe by Na-Yi's coat. Na-I estimated that it should be early morning nearing dawn. Yet nothing happened within the Sorcerer Pagoda. This caused Na-I to feel somewhat distressed. Had he really entered into the Divine Kingdom? Why was he in the Divine Kingdom for such a long time? Was there some accident that had occurred? In the records of Na Yanda, he hadn't specified how long he had been inside of the Divine Kingdom, but according to the entries before and after he entered, and the descriptions of the surrounding environment, and when he had lunch and dinner, Na-I was able to roughly estimate that he had stayed within the Divine Kingdom for 1 or 2 hours. But Lin Ming had been inside for at least 4 or 5 hours. What caused Na-I to feel the most anxious was that Na Yanda had recorded that of those who entered the Divine Kingdom, if their strength was insufficient or they were incompetent, then they could die. Na-I instantly clutched her chest as she felt her heart tighten. There were several times that she had wanted to enter the Sorcerer Pagoda to investigate, but she had refrained from doing so. After all, everyone only had one chance to enter the Sorcerer Pagoda, and now was not the best time for her. And most importantly, it was simply useless even if she did enter the Sorcerer Pagoda. Her strength was just too far from Lin Ming's. Na-I fretfully rubbed her forehead. She groped the rough, sheepskin pages in her hands, restless. Big Sister Na-Shui's sleepy voice called out from behind. "Emem? Ah-Shui, you're awake." "Big Sister, what time is it?" Na-Shui said as she yawned and stretched. After an evening of sleeping on the rough stone floor, her back was sore. Luckily for her, she was a martial artist. If she was just a normal little girl that had slept on such a floor for the evening, her back would already be bruised black and blue. "I'm not sure. It should be just before dawn." "Oh, Big Brother Mo still hasn't come out?" "No," Na-I sighed. "Big Sister, do you think that Big Brother really entered the Divine Kingdom? If he comes out, then wouldn't he be a hero just as great as Na Yanda?" Na-I reluctantly nodded and said, "He should be. That was only if he came back safely." Lin Ming finally stepped into the 6th level of the life and death smelting trial, the Divine Envoy. When he came to this world, Lin Ming saw that he stood within a massive open white temple floating in air. Surrounding the temple were 9 columns shaped like coiling dragons, each one over 1,000 feet high, reaching the sky. Lin Ming stood in a vast square in front of this building. Around him, celestial mountains were suspending in the air, and towering waterfalls tens of thousands of feet high poured down the celestial mountainsides in raging torrents, turning into countless silver beads before they fell into the bottomless void. In front of Lin Ming, there was a middle-aged man wearing blue clothes and carrying a long sword strapped to his back, facing away from Lin Ming. His hair was tied in a tight knot, half black, half white, and more than 2 feet long. Lin Ming looked at this man's cultivation, and his heart chilled. He was actually a Hotian master. He was only an early Hotian master. However, there was an essential qualitative change between a pulse condensation period martial artist and a Hotian master. Lin Ming felt bitterness swelling in his heart. His bone age was less than 16 years old, and yet he had to face a Hotian master on the 6th floor. If one searched the entire sky spill continent, would one be able to find a 15-year-old boy that had the strength of a Hotian realm master? The middle-aged man silently turned around. His face seemed hazy, as if there was light and shadow within. Without a doubt, this was the enemy that Lin Ming had to defeat. This was also the first time that Lin Ming would be facing a Hotian realm master. The difference between the peak bone forging stage and the early Hotian realm was a stage and a half. That may not have sounded like much, But in the martial arts path, the disparity between each realm of cultivation only increased. From bone forging to pulse condensation, the meridians of one's body would be opened and connected, and true essence would be able to flow through freely and unimpeded. This was already a major leap. From pulse condensation to Ho-Tian, true essence would gather within the Dan-Tian and augment the entire body's meridians endlessly. This was also a major leap. Lin Ming was not sure that he could bridge these two massive qualitative leaps in cultivation and deal with a Ho-Tian realm master. Take out your spear. Lin Ming was surprised. Not only did the middle-aged man speak, but he also used the language of the realm of the gods. Lin Ming gripped his spear in his right hand. His elbow was pressed against the shaft, and the base rested against body. He pointed this nearly 10-foot-long spear at the middle-aged man and challenged him. The middle-aged man drew his long sword and slowly said, "You are doomed to lose to me, Cha." As the sword point left the scabbard, there was only a clarion ring that sounded out as the air was split apart by the sword. The middle-aged man wielded his sword and pierced towards Lin Ming. The middle-aged man's speed was simply absurdly extreme as it neared the limit, and his sword came from an inconceivable angle. No matter how one wanted to dodge, they could not escape from that sword. "Flow like silk," Lin Ming shouted and thrust forth with his spear. Since he could not see through the middle-aged man's sword path, Lin Ming would use his strength to break his move and use a massive amount of vibrating true essence to block the sword. Pung! The sword wind dispersed. However, Lin Ming's 5,000 vibrating true essence filaments were mostly destroyed in return. He tapped his toes and quickly drew backwards. He had consumed a large amount of true essence, but it was manageable. Lin Ming began to revolve the true primal chaos formula, and the heaven and earth origin energy around him continuously poured into his body, rapidly restoring the true essence that he had used. Lin Ming's cultivation was now only at the peak of bone forging, but his stamina and endurance far surpassed that of a normal pulse condensation period martial artist. That light shadow martial artist showed a hint of curiosity and sent an astonished look towards Lin Ming, who was able to fend off his sword. The light shadow martial artist flicked his wrist, and the sword pierced forwards exactly like before. However, this time there was a layer of red light that covered the blade. It was clear that the light shadow martial artist had used a martial skill, a Ho-Tian realm master's martial skill attack. Lin Ming tightly clenched his jaw, and his entire body erupted with a flood of true essence. Flames like flickering red lotuses blossomed on the coldly shining tip of the heavy, profound, soft spear. The flames moved and twisted together with the 5,000 vibrating true essence filaments, charging towards the light shadow martial artist's sword, as if they were a legion of fiery dragons. Bang! There was no flashy or fancy move as the spear and sword simply struck against each other. A blast of true essence exploded like a shock wave as it scattered in all directions. Although Lin Ming was able to fend against the light shadow martial artist's sword, he wasn't able to stop the shock waves. The raging true essence was similar to hidden weapons that broke into Lin Ming's body. It was like several dozen knives had been stabbed into Lin Ming's organs. The pain was terrible, although Lin Ming felt as if the blood within his organs was roiling. After examining himself, he found that there wasn't a serious injury. I withstood it. Lin Ming was ecstatic. The defensive capabilities of his body had surpassed even his own high expectations. He had been able to defend against the sword wind of a pulse condensation period master. And now he was also able to ward off the true essence aftermath waves of a Ho-Tian realm master's attack. Since you could arrive at the 6th level, you truly are extraordinary. The middle-aged man revealed a hint of appreciation. He no longer looked down on Lin Ming because of his cultivation. As Lin Ming watched the middle-aged man's expression change, a thought swelled in his mind. This middle-aged man was not a puppet that was condensed from heaven and earth origin energy, but was actually a living person. Was he the same as Yen Mo, also once a servant of the sorcerer? Come again. The middle-aged man flicked his long sword and came rushing towards Lin Ming. True essence manifestation. Lin Ming lifted his spear to meet the attack. The two exchanged a number of moves. Although each move wasn't particularly fast, every strike and attack was filled with a raging and fierce force of true essence. Since the light shadow man's cultivation far exceeded Lin Ming's, it had almost only been him attacking, while Lin Ming could only dodge and defend. Although he had the power of thunder and fire along with the flow like silk ability, Lin Ming was still in perilous danger. If it wasn't for the elusive golden rock shattering the void movement technique, then he would have had no way to repeatedly dodge the middle-aged man's sword wind, and would already have lost by now. Pung, 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 pung. Several dozens of attacks had already been exchanged between the two. Turbulent true essence broke apart the jade terrace of the celestial palace. The broken jade chips were like countless water drops that sprinkled from the sky like shimmering waterfalls. In such fierce collisions, the light shadow man was not injured. However, Lin Ming actually suffered the repeated aftermaths of the seething true essence shockwaves. If it wasn't for the green energy from the witch slave that had altered his body and increased his defensive power, then his organs would have already ruptured, and he would have lost long ago. Bang! With an explosion, Lin Ming was sent flying backwards several hundred feet. He barely raised himself up with the support of the heavy, profound, soft spear, and wiped away the dripping bloodstains from the corners of his mouth. He was injured, but there wasn't anything too serious. With his powerful blood vitality supporting him, Lin Ming could even feel that his internal injuries were slowly recovering. Although he wasn't seriously injured, the question still remained. How could he win? Chapter 181 Gravity Cage. Chapter 181 Gravity Cage. Chapter 181 Gravity Cage. Kia. To defeat him, I can only use Thunder Fire Annihilation. But I can only use Thunder Fire Annihilation once. Since this light shadow martial artist is a Hotian Realm Master, will he be able to defend against Thunder Fire Annihilation? Once Thunder Fire Annihilation is blocked, I will have spent a massive amount of true essence, and I'll be defeated soon after. Lin Ming's mind began racing through different scenarios. There was no way that he could defeat the enemy with a surprise attack of some sort. The light shadow martial artist didn't attack for a while. His brows furrowed. He was obviously not satisfied with his own performance so far. You can't keep hiding and you can't keep defending. Do you really plan on going through a war of attrition to waste my strength? An innovative idea. However, do not forget that you are only at the bone forging stage, and I am at the Hotian realm. If you want to compare true essence reserves and drag out this fight, then the first person to falter will surely be you. The light shadow martial artist raised his sword once more, and the two exchanged dozens of moves. Lin Ming clenched his teeth. Although he danced on the edge of disaster, he still wasn't defeated. Such tenacity shocked even the light shadow martial artist. The light shadow martial artist had thought that Lin Ming's stamina was deficient, and he would be unable to persist and lose soon after. However, he hadn't expected that Lin Ming would be as stubborn as a weed. Unwittingly, the blood vitality energy within Lin Ming's body that hadn't yet been fully absorbed by him began to gradually melt and spread through his limbs, circulating through all of his blood vessels. By the virtue of this thick and powerful vitality, Lin Ming's battle tenacity rose. The true essence that he consumed was constantly replenished by the true primal chaos formula and his blood vitality, barely maintaining a balance point. Even if he was occasionally injured, Lin Ming's deceptively strong recovery abilities were able to slowly regenerate his wounds in the midst of battle. After hundreds of moves were exchanged, the light shadow martial artist had no choice but to admit to the most ridiculous and absurd reality of the situation. That was Lin Ming's endurance was far greater than his. A peak bone forging martial artist's true essence was actually so thick and pure to the degree that his resiliency could compare to that of an early Hotian realm master. Was this even possible? Lin Ming was able to rely on his true essence manifestations and ghostly agility to dodge the majority of attacks, coupled with turtle shell-like defensive power and extreme regenerative capabilities. He was able to compete. Even though his battle prowess was far inferior to his enemies, he was still able to persist in this dogfight. This feeling of not being able to defeat Lin Ming made no sense to the light shadow martial artist. Even if he absorbed the blood vitality energy in the first level of the life and death smelting trial, he still shouldn't be so relentless. Is there something special about this boy's body? The light shadow martial artist scowled. I have to settle this soon. Otherwise, if this drags on, it's not certain who will be the first to fall. His speed is simply too fast. If I want to attack him, I have to limit his movements first. I only have one ability that can lower his speed, but if I use this move, then I'll place major restrictions on myself. But now, there is no other way. Thinking this, the light shadow martial artist placed his sword in front of him, turned towards the ground. Gravity cage. Cha. A vast flood of true essence poured into the ground. Lin Ming suddenly felt a strange pull of gravity all around him, restricting his movements. It's this move? Ooh. During the 5th trial, the mortal world, the halberd-wielding pulse condensation period martial artist, had also used this move, forcing Lin Ming to be unable to dodge attacks. Now, this was the same move that was used, but because it came from the hand of a Hotian realm martial artist, it was far more powerful. Lin Ming felt as if a giant magnet was pulling him to the floor. Even walking was a hard-fought struggle. This is bad. The reason that Lin Ming was able to last this far, besides his strong defensive power and formidable regenerative capabilities, had been because he was able to fall back upon the golden rock, shattering the void movement skill. Using that, he had managed to avoid the majority of attacks. However, now that his movements were restricted, Lin Ming was in a very dangerous situation. No, if he wants to use this move, then he also has to use a similarly large amount of true essence. Lin Ming discovered that the true essence within the light shadow martial artist's body was significantly weakened. He was spending a large portion of his power to create this gravity cage. Lin Ming instantly understood that this gravity cage martial skill was only suitable for use in group battles and in coordination with others. One person used gravity cage while another attacked. If there was only one person using this skill, though, if he also wanted to attack, then the power he would be able to call down was also extremely limited. Seeing that light shadow martial artist begin to gather his own killing move, Lin Ming was delighted. This is my chance. This fellow simply didn't know that I also have Thunderfire Annihilation as my own final killing blow. Originally, I had worried that you would be able to defend against Thunderfire Annihilation with your full strength, but now that you can only use a part of it, you've simply dug your own grave. Lin Ming's lips curved in a smile, and a lotus flame kindled on the heavy, profound, soft spear. Just by looking at this dark red flame, it didn't seem as if it was dangerous. The light shadow martial artist presumed that this little flame was unable to pose any threat to him. In fact, the few attacks that Lin Ming had used hadn't yet managed to break through the true essence protection of his body. The light shadow martial artist only thought of how long it would be until he defeated Lin Ming. He never once imagined that there was a possibility he would be defeated himself. Power of the sorcerer, the light shadow man shouted, and a layer of blood-red light covered his sword. Behind the man, a gray ghost appeared. This ghost resembled the ancient demon spirit that was depicted on the murals within the Sorcerer Holy Land. The ghost had 3 heads and 6 arms. The 3 heads were grim and smirking, and the 6 arms were like the claws of the devil, each holding a different weapon. As this gray shade appeared, the momentum of the light shadow martial artist rose to a crescendo. Die! Lin Ming's movement technique was restricted. This strike had no chance of being dodged. Lin Ming was shocked as he saw the gray ghost that had appeared. This weird, 3-headed, 6-armed being was seen in the art of the Sorcerer Holy Land. Was it possible it was also a servant of the sorcerer? The light shadow martial artist's sword cut down. Lin Ming had no time to think anymore. He could only react. He completely released all of the compressed energy that was contained within the heretical god seed. Heretical god force. Open. Lin Ming's true essence instantly soared. The flame Essene and Thunder Soul began to whine in excitement. Unbridled fires and violent surges of lightning swelled outwards from Lin Ming's body. In that moment, the light shadow man realized that something was wrong. This boy had actually been hiding his true strength. However, the light shadow man had already passed the point of no return. He had no choice but to send out this move of his. The man clenched his teeth and forcefully withdrew a small portion of the true essence that was maintaining the gravity field. The gray shadow image behind him became more solid and realistic, and the blood-red sword in his hand glowed with an even more beautiful light. Under the constraints of time, he was unable to fully gather his energy. Even so, he didn't think that Lin Ming's little thunder and flame could resist the power of the sorcerer. But at this moment, the flame and thunder on Lin Ming's spear suddenly interwove in the same spot. Thunder, fire, annihilation. This is... The light shadow martial artist's pupils suddenly widened. His vision was completely filled with nothing but a blazingly bright white light. The blood-colored sword that he had struck towards that incandescent light was instantly shattered. Bang! There was a deafening explosion, just like a thunderclap within a raging storm. The light shadow martial artist was struck by the thunder, fire, annihilation. The terrifying flurry of thunder was like a silver snake dancing within an inferno of dazzling red flames. A vicious shockwave reverberated in the air like the rough waves of the ocean during a storm. An incomparably vast tsunami of true essence billowed outwards in all directions. It shattered the jade floor as it swept through the entire temple. Lin Ming and the light shadow man were simultaneously sent flying backwards. As soon as Lin Ming had released Thunder, Fire, Annihilation, he had already been revolving all of his true essence to resist the incoming shock waves. He vomited blood as the shock pierced through his body, and the bones of both of his spear-holding hands were broken. However, the light shadow man was in an even worse situation. He hadn't prepared for that move, and his sword had also cut into the ball of thunder and flame. At such close distance, even though he was a Hotian realm master, his chest had blown up and he was covered in blood, simply a mangled mess. Damn. The light shadow man supported himself with his long sword. He had been too careless. He didn't think that he would be forced into such a miserable state by a mere bone-forging martial artist and be humiliated. He spat a mouthful of blood. At least half of the ribs in his chest had been shattered. He's not dead. Lin Ming's pupils shrank as he staggered backwards. A Hotian realm master was simply too strong. Even though he had used most of his strength to power the gravity cage, he had actually managed to fend off Thunder, Fire, Annihilation. Lin Ming's heart sank. Although the light shadow man was heavily injured, Lin Ming had already used up the heretical god force and Thunder, Fire, Annihilation. If they continued to fight, then he would be put into an even more dire situation. However, at this moment, Yen Mo's voice suddenly resounded above the shattered temple. The 6th level cleared. Hearing this, the light shadow man seemed very unwilling. He glared at Lin Ming with indignant anger, grabbed his sword, and walked back to the temple. I passed. Lin Ming found this unbelievable. At this time, space twisted in front of Lin Ming, and Yen Mo appeared before him. Congratulations. You are the first one in the last 19,000 years to pass the 6th smelting trial. Lin Ming was puzzled. He asked, I didn't kill the enemy of the 6th floor. How could that be regarded as passing? Yen Mo said, as long as you defeat the guardian of the 6th level, then you have passed. If your move truly would have killed him, then I would have blocked the attack. The guardian of the 6th level is different from the first 5. He is a true soul and has a soul brand, as well as his own independent consciousness. Sure enough, this was also something that Lin Ming had guessed, so it wasn't too surprising. Yen Mo said, there are several guardians of the 6th level. Their cultivations range from the early Hotian realm to the limit of the Xiantian realm. In the past, they were once the sorcerer envoys of large tribes within the southern wilderness. However, even in the southern wilderness, there were constant wars, and occasionally, even these sorcerer envoys would be killed. These individuals were also once wounded, and on the verge of death. They were rescued by me in exchange for guarding the 6th level of the smelting trial with their souls. So, it's like this, Lin Ming suddenly realized. The so-called sorcerer envoys were truly worthy of their reputation. Out of all the sorcerer envoys, the one he had dealt with was the weakest of them all. This was only because he was 15 years old. If he was any older, then he would have had to face a middle Hotian, or even late Hotian realm master. You may rest for 3 hours, and then carry on to the 7th smelting trial. Yen Mo said this, and then immediately vanished. Lin Ming could only force a grim smile as he listened to this. How could he pass through the 7th floor? The 6th floor was already a measure of his luck. With his current strength, he was simply not a match for a Hotian realm master. If it wasn't for the guardian losing his patience and trying to forcefully limit his movements, thus leaving an opening in his defense, there was simply no way for Lin Ming to have won. Now, his strength hadn't increased, and he had to pass the 7th trial. How could he do this? Starting from the 4th trial, the difficulty of every following one had increased by a ridiculous degree. If it went as expected, then the difficulty of the 7th level would greatly surpass that of the 6th. How should he proceed from here? If he couldn't, then the strange red quartz would turn into a dream, and he wouldn't even receive the reward for passing the 6th trial. In any event, he had to put forth his total effort. Even though there was only the slightest glimmer of hope, he still had to stride forwards. Chapter 182, The Mysterious 7th Floor. Chapter 182, The Mysterious 7th Floor. Chapter 182, The Mysterious 7th Floor. Lin Ming restored his mood to tranquility, took out 2 pure true essence stones, and sat down in meditation as he began to recover his strength while slathering bone recovering medicines on his arms. A moment ago, he had fractured the bones within his arms that were holding the spear, and they had turned into a bloody mess. This kind of injury would normally be impossible for a martial artist to recuperate from even within half a month. However, Lin Ming's resilience, recovery rate, and blood vitality had all been greatly enhanced. In addition to the effects of 2 priceless bone recovery pastes, his arms were completely recovered within 2 hours. In the last remaining hour, Lin Ming restored his true essence and physical strength to its optimum condition and adjusted his mood to be tranquil and serene. Finally, he began the 7th and last trial. A light flashed, and the temple disappeared around him. Lin Ming entered into a dazzlingly bright white world filled with luminous light, and countless scenes formed and twisted around him. The 7th trial in 19,000 years. No one has ever set foot here. Lin Ming clenched his fists and completely calmed down. Prior to this, Lin Ming had repeatedly imagined what sort of scenario would play out in the 7th level. However, now that he had truly set foot in the 7th level, what he saw here left him utterly stunned. Of the first 6 levels, each world and corresponded to its name. For instance, the first level of hell had been a blood lake. The second level was Hungry Ghost, which corresponded to the Yellow Springs. The third level was Animals, which corresponded to the vast wilderness. The fourth, which Slave level, had corresponded to an arena. Lin Ming believed that since the 7th level was the world of the sorcerer, the scene he expected to see should have been similar to some land within the realm of the gods. But he didn't expect to come to a normal human city. Around Lin Ming, there were lively crowds and peddlers hawking their wares. There were little children playing around, and the faint hint of dust and fragrant flowery perfume mixed in the air. Everything seemed to be an absolute reality. But none of these had surprised Lin Ming. What had shocked him beyond speech was the place where he now stood. He stood before a fancy, yet somewhat old restaurant. The clay tiles were no longer bright, and the red lacquered pillars were faded with time. The old windows sagged, and the roof was tilted. Everything exuded a vague flavor of endless years. Lin Ming was far too familiar with this restaurant. Since as long as he could remember, he had been running within the lobby, listening to storytellers weave their fantastic tales and roaming bards singing their glorious songs. He had watched as people played chess and had eaten candy with old and frequent customers. The covered teacups, the sugar-coated candied haws, the towel draped over the shoulder of a waiter, the delicious food that his mother had made, all of these were exactly the same as those within his memories. This was his home. This is the Lin family restaurant of Green Mulberry City. I've lived here for more than a decade of my life. How did I end up here? Lin Ming couldn't help but slowly lift his foot to enter into the restaurant. But just as he passed the threshold, in that moment, he froze. Lin Ming stood where he was, his heart like a billowing, unsure wave. He saw a young man dressed in elegant silk clothing, about 18 or 19 and holding a fan, smile, and walk out from the kitchen. But this person wasn't some stranger. This person was none other than Lin Ming. To be exact, this was Lin Ming a few years later. However, looking at this man, Lin Ming could see that he had no hint of cultivation within his body. He had a bookish and scholarly appearance. He had apparently never cultivated martial arts in his life. Not only that, but the two were completely incompatible in demeanor and temperament. Even when Lin Ming held his breath, there was still a sharp air that was present between his brows. This air seemed as if it was ready to erupt at any moment and pass through the sky, unstoppable. But this young man in front of him only held a cynical smile, and in that smile was even a touch of evil. He had the elegance of a scholar's son. Is this really me? Lin Ming could not believe this. Little Lizzie, prepare a sedan for me. Miss Sue of the Teal Flower Hall is holding a performance tonight. Go reserve a card for me. I shall go down in support. The young man snapped as he quickly swung his fan. This is not good. The small servant named Little Lizzie looked embarrassed as he said, Young master, the second lady of the Tian family is holding a feast tonight and personally requested that you attend by name. Attend your face. If she's holding a feast, then she'll want a chef. What use is there in me going? Little Lizzie seemed pained. The second lad of the Tian family would like to request that young master leave behind a painting at the birthday banquet tonight with a poem. You are currently the new chosen scholar. Your poetry is definitely number 1 within Mulberry City. Moreover, young master, this second lady of the Tian family is very beautiful and virtuous. The last time Madame saw her, she liked her very much. Perhaps in the future. Young master. Hey, young master, don't go. Before little Lizzie had finished, the youth had already stepped out the door, without even a backwards glance. He said, If my father asks where I went, tell him I went to drink. Before the words had finished, he was already gone. Little Easy's face was like a bitter eggplant that was squashed. He was simply finished. If the master or the madam found out about this, then he would certainly be scolded. The second lady of the Tian family had a good impression of the young master. Not only that, but the second lady of the Tian family was kind, beautiful, had a good background, and was a natural fit to the young master, who was the chosen scholar. But young Master Lin had actually taken a liking towards Miss Sue of Teal Flower Hall. It really was impossible to understand his mood. The truth was Teal Flower Hall was actually a brothel, but it was a higher class, more elegant brothel. The majority of the prostitutes inside were well-groomed and mannered, and sold their skills, not their bodies. They had elegant and refined appearances and were proficient in poetry and painting. These talented ladies could be considered stunning and rare beauties within the world. And Miss Sue was the main attraction of Teal Flower Hall. Although she still maintained her pure body, she was still a prostitute of a brothel. With her cheap origins, how could the master and madam possibly allow her to marry into the family? I'm dead. If the master becomes aware that the young master has gone to Teal Flower Hall, then not only will the young master be finished, but I will also suffer bad luck. Little Easy had a face of suffering. He didn't know whether he should honestly report this matter to the master and madam, or if he should try to conceal it. Lin Ming had been silently standing outside of the restaurant, quietly watching the scene unfold. Just now, the young man had brushed past Lin Ming, but hadn't even glanced at Lin Ming once. Lin Ming understood. He did not belong to this world. He was simply a passerby. There wasn't a single person in this world that could see him. What's going on here? Why is there another me? When I was 8 years old, my parents let me go to school to study. I went to the capital, and in order to study for the preliminary examination, I studied and read books for 4 years until I was 12 years old. At that time, I threw away all my books and wholeheartedly abandoned everything to pursue the martial path. Because of this, I fought a bitter dispute with my parents before I finally wore them down. The Lin Ming that I became in this world did not abandon his books for martial arts. Instead, he entered into the preliminary exam and turned from a scholar into a candidate of the imperial court. Why is there such a world? Is this a true parallel world, or is this an imaginary world that stems from my mind? If this is the 7th trial, the Sorcerer World, then what does it test? Does it test my heart of martial arts? If it tests my heart of martial arts, then what is considered as passing this trial? Since this is the Sorcerer World, then why did I come to the human world? Lin Ming's mood was complex. He just stood within the lobby of the restaurant. Like this, he stood for several days. People came and went, and no one saw him. There were even those that passed through his body. On the streets there were peddlers hawking their wares, street entertainers singing bright and cheerful songs, the rich aroma of food and wine. And there were also even the weathered faces of his parents. Everything around him seemed so real and yet unreal. All of the people around him were familiar, and yet they also seemed like strangers. In this noisy and hectic world, Lin Ming seemed like a gray existence. His shadow was alone, and he was incomparably desolate. This world is an illusion, and I am real? Or maybe this world is real, and I am an illusion? No, this is wrong. This isn't my world. This is only a demon within my heart. Lin Ming's eyes suddenly flashed open and flourished the heavy, profound, soft spear. Pung! Lin Ming could only hear the sounds of countless panes of glass shattering at once. In front of him, the restaurant along with the customers had all completely vanished. However, Lin Ming did not return to the life and death smelting trial. Instead, he had arrived within a bloody battlefield. Loud war drums sounded in the distance, and glorious flags fluttered in the air. This is... Lin Ming saw armored cavalry soldiers in front of him. He felt a chill, and his heart went cold. He suddenly realized something. Lin Ming's soul force was like a tide, as it spread out in all directions. In a moment, it had locked onto the form of a youth. Lin Ming furrowed his eyebrows. This was really true. Lin Ming moved. In a mere moment, he had appeared inside a barracks. Inside, there was a 15 or 16-year-old youth wearing a simple suit of armor. He held a plain iron spear in his hands, and his expression was filled with intense fear and fretfulness. Seeing this youth, Lin Ming gave a complex look before closing his eyes. It was himself, it was really himself. Why was this? At 12 years of age, he had gotten into a dispute with his parents. Finally, he had been allowed to practice martial arts. At this time, Lin Ming said that if he couldn't achieve the first stage of body transformation before he was 15 years old, then he would join the army, establish himself there, and perform countless services, and return home a hero with riches and honor. In light of this, it seemed that this was when he would have joined the army. This was another Lin Ming within another world. In the barracks, the youth was sitting on a bench. He took out a thin piece of oilcloth and began to silently wipe down his spear. Compared to his size, the spear was much longer than it should be. "Hey, newbie, is this your first time on the battlefield?" A veteran over 30 years old with a simple face said. As he walked over carrying a bowl of rice, the youth sheepishly nodded and said, yes, I am a new recruit." "Haha, new recruits on the battlefield are always so tense and anxious. It's all right. Since we're in the same barracks, we will be sent to the same place. Just follow behind me. I will protect you." Good, great. The youth had a somewhat juvenile and innocent expression. He nervously squeezed out a grateful smile. When war broke out, tens of thousands of soldiers rushed forwards, their vast and dominating auras even washing away the clouds. Smoke rose from all directions, fierce combat resounded in every corner, and a spear broke off a halberd. The youth returned in the triumphant army. However, that simple-faced veteran hadn't come back. When soldiers died together, they were also buried together. Without a grave, that youth didn't even know the veteran's name. With each passing day, that youth's expression became less and less tender, and increasingly filled with a fierce and firm determination. Slowly, from a recruit, he became a corporal. From a corporal, he became a captain. And from a captain, he became a battalion leader. His spear skills became more and more refined, his strength increasingly grew, and his military knowledge and appearance became more and more mature. Gradually, this youth also became a veteran. He would look at every new recruit and say to them, "It's all right. When we charge forward, follow behind me. I will protect you." That once naive and innocent boy had harbored a dream to join the army. With each excursion into foreign lands, he saw more and more people become nothing but bleached bones. After having survived through life and death, he had been hardened. He was just like the veteran. Like this, the days endlessly continued. Each soldier had a dream of being a general, but they were more likely to follow the steps of their predecessors, dreaming of those that had passed away. Lin Ming silently watched the world change before his eyes. He finally began to understand. This life was not an illusion, nor was it real. To the people of this world, he was an illusion, and to him, the world was an illusion. Life was like a dream. Dream was like life. True or false, real or fake. Originally, there was never anyone who could tell which was which. Perhaps the 7th level was not a test. Rather, it was an opportunity, a chance, a feeling, and a profoundly deep understanding into the heart of martial arts. Realizing this, Lin Ming no longer decided to destroy the world. Instead, he would only follow in its footsteps and look on. He was merely a passerby. He would observe the changes of time, take a step back, and see the endlessly vast dream that was painted outside the life and death's melting trial. In a place of darkness, Yan Mo was calmly looking into the endless void. A giant eye that was without an expression. He became aware. Extraordinary. It is only the second world, and yet he has already understood the truth. Now it has been 1 day and 1 night. This young man's grasp of the heart of martial arts is simply startling. The 7th trial was exactly one that tested one's heart of martial arts. Although this was a trial, it was also a great, fortuitous opportunity. If one was able to comprehend the original intent behind the trial, then they could experience the endless worlds and temper their mind. The benefit from this was limitless. Although there had never been anyone who had entered into the final level of the life and death smelting trial for the last 19,000 years, Yen Emon knew the truth. The truth was that the array formation that the sorcerer left behind could also be found within the realm of the gods. Its name was samsara. Even those favored by the heavens within the realm of the gods would often lose themselves after entering into the samsara. Most would assume that the worlds were a product of the demon with their hearts, and they would constantly undermine and destroy these worlds. However, when new worlds would emerge endlessly, and they would see countless reflections of themselves, then they would lose their heart and become dazed. In the end, they would not be able to distinguish between what was reality and illusion, and ultimately wouldn't even know if they were themselves real. Once they were lost, their heart of martial arts would be damaged, and this might even affect their future cultivation. Even if a heavenly genius was to realize the meaning of the samsara, they would often have to go through several, or even dozens of worlds as they slowly grasp the truth. But Lin Ming had been able to see through what was true and what was false in only the second world, and comprehend the meaning behind the samsara. How could Yen Emon not be surprised by this? Unfortunately, Master has probably already passed away. Otherwise, he would certainly be willing to accept this youth as his apprentice. I had thought that his young man's natural talent was ordinary, and the only reason he was able to have such achievements was because he had a fortuitous encounter. I didn't think that his perception in the heart of martial arts would be at such a state. He truly is a talent in this aspect. I will take a good look at just what he can realize from these 100 samsaras. Samsara and Chapter 183, Samsara of 100 Lives. Chapter 183, Samsara of 100 Lives. Chapter 183, Samsara of 100 Lives. TL/N. In the measurement system of the series, 10 inches equals 1 foot because of Chinese measurements being different. In the never-ending samsara, the concept of time no longer existed. Lin Ming passed, looking through and ingrained deep within his heart every fleeting moment. Every time in Lin Ming's life, when he had come to a fork in the road, he would see a completely different existence. Lin Ming saw his meteoric rise to the heavens, and also saw his abject fall to perdition. He saw his future with different wives and different children. He stayed in the Sky Fortune Kingdom and became the 7 profound martial house master. He had married the 7 profound envoy, Qin Xingxuan, and had a flourishing family with many children and grandchildren. The legacy he left would become the number 1 family within the nation. He stayed in the vast southern wilderness. There, he married the sisters Na, Yi, and Na Shui. Together they would rebuild the Na tribe, and he would rule the south as king. Of course, there were endless gray lives where he would experience the most miserable of fates. Once, Lin Ming did not find the magic cube. He was hunted and persecuted by Zhu Yan. The muscles and tendon of his body were severed, and his parents died from illness. He would live the remainder of his life as a pitiful beggar. Looking through each life, Lin Ming maintained his mentality as a traveling passerby without holding any pathos towards these sights. So what is called the present is actually fragile like a butterfly's wings. Even if there was a slight change in the past, the present becomes an entirely different result. The past is the cause, and the future is the effect. Causality becomes karma, and the circle of samsara continues again and again. As Lin Ming began to realize more and more things, his heart of martial arts became nothing like it was before. It used to be a simple and firm will, but now it became increasingly complex, containing thousands of profound truths within. Outside of the Sorcerer Pagoda, Na Yi and Na Shui, and already waited for 5 days and 5 nights. Starting from the second day, Na Yi had no longer held on to any hope. She presumed that Lin Ming had died within the divine kingdom. Otherwise, there was no way that he would be in there for such a long time. Prior to that, Na Yi had never imagined that Lin Ming could possibly die. Such a stunning and glorious genius of the southern wilderness had fallen from the sky. After the last of her waning hope dissipated, Na Yi could not say what she felt. There was regret, lament, and even sadness. These two sisters could only count upon themselves to go on, and could only count upon themselves to avenge their parents. Although she recognized that Lin Ming had died, Na Yi still hadn't left the Sorcerer Holy Land. This was because, in order to leave the Sorcerer Holy Land and travel to the nearest tribe, she had to pass through the wild jungle. With the strength of those two, there was less than a 70% chance that they would survive. With a 70% chance, Na Yi still might take this risk. However, what had let her feel despair and stay within the secret chamber of the Sorcerer Holy Land was that when Na Yi had ventured out, she had found the corpses of the horses. The reins of the 4 dwarf horses that had been tied to the ground had been abruptly ripped apart. There were large tracks of blood that covered the floor. One horse was half-eaten, while the other 3 were already savagely bitten to death. Na Yi knew that if she had no horses, then the chances of them making it out with their lives intact was less than 20%. It was impossible for Na Yi to place her little sister within such a dangerous gamble. Na Yi was pilfering through the packs of the horses for some useful items when at this moment she suddenly saw 2 pairs of glittering green eyes from within the jungle. These were 2 corrupt wolves. A corrupt wolf was a second-level vicious beast that was equal to a peak-altering muscle martial artist in strength. They were usually scavengers. Of course, they also did not mind eating living creatures. Luckily, the transmission array was still open. Before the corrupt wolves could pounce on her, she had already fled back into the Sorcerer Holy Land and had closed the transmission array from inside. Like this, Na Yi and Na Shui were stranded within the Sorcerer Holy Land. When it rains, it pours. At this moment, they had been quickly eating their food. This food had been brought by the monkey-faced man and the bald man. However, they didn't take much, because there was food and water that could be found in the jungles of the southern wilderness. With their strength and experience, they were also able to distinguish what was poisonous. Foraging for food was not difficult, but Na Yi could not face off with the 2 corrupt wolves guarding the exit. A horse was 700 or 800 genes. The 3 horses together were more than 2,000 genes. If the 2 corrupt wolves ate 50 genes each every day, it was still enough to last them 40 days. For these 40 days, Na Yi simply didn't know what to do. If they were trapped in the Sorcerer Holy Land, then they would eventually die of thirst or starvation. "Big sister, what are we going to do?" Na Shui whispered as she rubbed her belly. She was hungry. A martial artist cultivator could survive for much longer than a mortal without food or water. They did not need as much food or water, but that didn't mean that they didn't feel hunger. Now, the 2 sisters only had enough food for 3 days. In order to ration, they would have to eat very little every day. Seeing the pale face of her little sister, Na Yi's heart ached. She turned to look at the Sorcerer Pagoda, her eyes filled with determination. Her last hope was to rush up the Sorcerer Pagoda. Of course, this was not the best age for her to climb the Sorcerer Pagoda, and the direst question was, even if she were to enter the Sorcerer Pagoda, the most her strength would be enhanced by, was a stage to altering muscle. In order to deal with the two corrupt wolves outside, which had peak altering muscle strength, could she do this with only her altering muscle ability? Even if she managed to defeat the two corrupt wolves, without horses, was there still any hope in leading her little sister past the several hundred miles of jungle wilderness? Nah, Eve found herself in an unprecedented life or death crisis. The moonlit night was filled with the scent of blood. A young man holding onto a crimson dagger was sitting in a large tree, wiping off the blood from his dagger. The dim and cold moonlight shone down from above, illuminating the world. The young man's dagger was like liquid mercury, suffused with a deep murderous aura. At this point, the young man suddenly looked up, his dark eyes staring into the empty void. His eyes were filled with a dignified vigilance. Who? The young man coldly asked. This young man was also Lin Ming. Lin Ming had become a killer. He was the top assassin within Sky Fortune Kingdom. Feared by all, even hearing his name uttered made others quake in their boots. Lin Ming, who had been standing in the void, was taken aback. This was the first time that someone had become cognizant of him. He's aware of me. Is this stemming from the intuition of an assassin? Whether or not he's aware of me. At least this proves that I am not completely separate from this illusory world, but have partly integrated into the fabric of its existence. This was why he was able to discover me. Fantasy and reality are polar existences of each other, and yet dependent on the other. Without fantasy, there is no point in reality. Without reality, fantasy has no meaning. Reality is fantasy. Fantasy is reality. This is already the 99th world that I've come to. Lin Ming didn't speak, nor did he move. He only stood still as he always had. That young assassin frowned, ultimately realizing that this was just an illusion. Lin Ming turned around and stepped into the void. It was time to leave the 99th world. Was there still anything after 99 worlds? Lin Ming took out the heavy, profound soft spear from his spatial ring. 9 feet 9 inches was the limit of the spear. Why was it only 9 feet 9 inches? Why not just a bit longer? In reverie, Lin Ming arrived at a brilliantly bright white world. There was nothing in this world, only countless shining lights all around. Gradually, these lights converged into the image of a young man, standing opposite to Lin Ming. This young man's clothing, appearance, age, manners were all the same as Lin Ming. It was a complete replica of him. This is the 100th world. In this empty world, there is only my conscience here. In the last 99 worlds I've been in, each me was not the same as me. But in this 100th world, this young man is exactly the same as I am now. Who are you? The youth asked in surprise. You are who you are. You are who I am. The youth furrowed his brows. I am Lin Ming. There is only one Lin Ming. Lin Ming nodded. Yes, there is only one. Then you are an illusion? I am not an illusion. Then I am an illusion? You are not an illusion. Then in the end, who is the true Lin Ming? The youth asked, puzzled. Lin Ming was silent for a long time. He finally murmured, what is left behind is not necessarily true. I understand. After 99, all returns to one. The 9 foot 9 inch heavy profound soft spear, 1 more inch, and it is 10 feet again. After 99 worlds, this is the 100th world, and it is also my world. Once 9 revolves, it naturally returns to 1. This is the cycle of life. This is samsara. This is fate. However, this 1 is different from the 1 at the beginning. Samsara is not a simple return to the origin. It is nirvana, and it is rebirth. Realizing this point, Lin Ming finally said, you and I are different. This is because I have experienced a cycle of 99 samsaras. As his voice faded, the youth in front of Lin Ming turned into a myriad of light and shadows. the light and shadows floating in the air for a moment, as if they were dancing together. Finally, they flew into Lin Ming's body, submerging inside of him and disappearing. Peng, the white world completely shattered. Lin Ming was like a giant whirlpool. All the fragments of the worlds and the lives of his samsaras were inverted into Lin Ming and fused within the world of his consciousness. A mosaic of sights, an entanglement of thoughts, all were like a tide that emerged within Lin Ming's spiritual sea. All these myriad of experiences and split personalities coalesced within him. If one's mind wasn't firm, then they would be lost within the influx of these countless memories. In a decent scenario, they would only be turned mad, but in the worst-case scenario, they would turn into a blubbering idiot with no rational thought. However, Lin Ming had already experienced the space within the magic cube and had swallowed 2 soul fragments. With this, he had gained the experience to resist such a flood of memories. What he didn't understand was why the 100 worlds of the samsara would shatter and merge into his consciousness. He had already understood the 100 cycles of samsara. The trial should have come to an end. So, why was this happening? The memories kept accelerating towards him, becoming more and more complex. Even Lin Ming was reaching his limit. A vast storm swirled within Lin Ming's spiritual sea. If not for Lin Ming's tremendous soul force, then this mammoth tempest would have already twisted his spiritual sea and shattered it into pieces. The fierce storm grew increasingly wild. Lin Ming clenched his teeth and let the entirety of his soul force dash into that storm in order to suppress it. Within the roaring sound, Lin Ming's soul force was like a flood dragon that surfaced from his spiritual sea. It plunged into the black storm that churned within him. Bang! Lin Ming felt as if his head was about to explode. He was incapacitated, unable to even kneel on the floor. The raging storm within his spiritual sea finally began to die down. However, it did not vanish. That black storm only curled up within the sky above the spiritual sea. It was as if it was tearing a black hole in space that led to a profoundly mysterious world. Could this be? Lin Ming wiped the sweat from his forehead and probed the black swirl with his soul force, a surge of wild emotions mixing within him. With both eyes closed, countless chaotic scenes flashed within Lin Ming's mind, the infinite fragments and experiences of life. The 100 samsara have integrated into the world of my consciousness. As he opened his eyes, Lin Ming's pupils reflected a pair of deep black swirls, as if the infinite universe existed within them. Martial intent. This is a new kind of martial intent. After I experienced the samsara of 100 lives, I actually comprehended a new martial intent. Chapter 184, Reverse Scale Blood. Chapter 184, Reverse Scale Blood. Chapter 184, Reverse Scale Blood. Lin Ming was ecstatic to the point of finding it difficult to maintain his calm. It was extremely rare in the entire world for someone to be able to comprehend 2 different martial intents. The difficulty of this was beyond hopeless. He had never imaged that he would obtain such a lucky chance. Since I comprehended this martial intent after living through 100 worlds of samsara, then I will call this the samsara martial intent. Lin Ming had completely calmed down. The world around him began to slowly disappear like the receding waves of a tide. In a moment, he was returned to the life and death smelting trial. In front of him, space began to ripple, and Yen Mo appeared. Congratulations, you have perfectly passed through the 7th level. Ever since the Sorcerer Pagoda was created, you are the first one to pass through the complete smelting trial. Yen Mo said. Although he spoke words of applause, he still spoke in the same icy monotone voice. The trial of the 7th floor has always been an opportunity. I think you have realized this by now. I understand. Lin Ming nodded. The world of the sorcerer had never existed to begin with. This was because the sorcerer was not a god. There was no god in this world. The faith of the sorcerer and the God known the sorcerer among mortals merely existed in the hearts of the people. Because God only existed in the hearts of the people, this world of the sorcerer was in actuality the world of the heart. After experiencing the 100 samsaras, Lin Ming's heart of martial arts had undergone a change in its essential nature. At the beginning, his martial heart had been of perseverance and persistence. Now, his heart of martial arts seemed to have touched a great truth, and he had come closer to understanding the profound secrets behind martial and Tao. This change in his heart of martial arts wouldn't be immediately reflected in his strength, but it had an invaluable role in the future achievements of Lin Ming, and even more precious was the samsara martial intent. Lin Ming could feel that the samsara martial intent far outstripped his first ethereal martial intent. It was an absolutely terrifying martial intent. According to the agreement, "This treasure is yours," Yen Mo said. The space before him began to ripple, and the red quartz with the crimson filament inside appeared in front of Lin Ming. Lin Ming took a deep breath. As he touched this red quartz, it felt like water to the touch. Lin Ming asked, "Can you tell me what this is now?" "Certainly," Yen Mo said. "This is blood from a reverse scale that Master accidentally obtained during a battle within the realm of the gods. Blood of the reverse scale." Lin Ming said, slightly stunned. He patiently continued listening. Yen Mo said, "All dragons have a reverse scale. Once the scale is breached, they will die. The filament that is sealed within this red quartz is the blood from a true dragon's reverse scale. This blood has a soul, and therefore it was sealed within 10,000-year red quartz to prevent its soul from dissipating or running away." True dragon? Lin Ming was taken aback. In the legends, a true dragon was simply an illusory, unobtainable existence. No one knew just how powerful a true dragon really was. In the Sky Spill continent, there were only flood dragons. And even if it were a flood dragon, that was also an ultimate existence that was never seen. What most people could see were worms. These were the lineages of vicious beasts that had the bloodline of the flood dragons mixed within their own, and could only be considered as false dragons. A flood dragon was said to love mating and was promiscuous to the point that it didn't discriminate in finding sexual partners. That was why there were so many different vicious beasts that had the blood of dragons within them. Just casually choosing one of these beasts, one could easily find one that was as strong as a Xiantian master, or even stronger. Before, Lin Ming had eaten a crimson gold dragon marrow pill. The crimson gold dragon was a vicious beast that had part of the bloodline from a worm within it. It was far inferior to a creature with the bloodline of a flood dragon. Even so, a crimson gold dragon marrow pill was also priceless. "What does this reverse scale blood do?" Lin Ming asked, his voice filled with anticipation and expectation. "Once you absorb this into your body, your true essence will carry a hint of dragon yang qi. In lower levels of cultivation, its use will not be apparent. However, the higher your cultivation is, the more benefits there are that you will discover. As you are now, your cultivation is too low to absorb this or use this reverse scale blood." Dragon yang qi? Lin Ming faintly echoed, although he didn't know what its specific function was, but just with it coming from an existence like a true dragon, Lin Ming knew that this was a great, fortuitous opportunity. Lin Ming asked, why didn't the Sorcerer Senior use this dragon yang qi? Did he already have it? Yen Mo said, Master did not. This reverse scale blood is something that could only be obtained through serendipity. One cannot seek it, even within the realm of the gods. This is a treasure that would fill everyone with absolute jealousy and set off a terrifyingly bloody conflict. Master may not have dragon yang qi, but early in Master's past, he had found an ancient ice frog pill. He was able to refine this pill with a secret technique and let his body flow with the icy blood of an ancient ice frog. From then on, Master became impervious to ice and poisons, and was also able to use their power. However, because of this, Master's body became partial to the colding energy, and the cultivation method Master practiced was also like this, so he was never able to absorb the dragon yang qi within him. Otherwise, if he did, then the yang and yin energies would reject each other, and the dragon yang qi might shatter the ice frog blood that he had cultivated. There could only be disadvantages and no benefits to this. So that's how it was. Didn't the Sorcerer Senior ever think of trading this reverse scale blood for something else? Yen Mo said Master's cultivation had already reached the limit of an extremely high realm. At that time, his lifespan was coming to an end. All worldly possessions became worthless to him. Any valuable material or treasure could not help Master break through to the next realm. Master looked at all the treasures that he had collected in his life and had laid down everything in order to let his mind return to its most fundamental and simplistic nature. He gave up all vices and affectations in order to return to innocence. Only like this would Master have a chance to break through his lifetime's bottleneck. I see. So, did Sorcerer Senior succeed? After Lin Ming asked, Yen Mo remained silent. But silence was also a kind of answer. Lin Ming felt a profound stirring in his heart. What sort of character was the sorcerer? For his final closed-door seclusion, he had made so many preparations. He hadn't even hesitated to return to the mortal world and construct 72 sorcerer pagodas for his descendants to complete his karma. Finally, he had even laid down all his worldly possessions and threw away all of his sins and vices in order to return to a pure mentality to attack his bottleneck. Even so, after all this, he had still failed. The path of cultivating the martial arts was to clash against the will of the heavens, remove oneself from the cycle of samsara, and eternally remain within the world. There had been so many extremely gifted geniuses and top talents in the world, but ultimately none of them were able to struggle against the vast heavens. Thinking this, Lin Ming subconsciously clenched his fists. One could not resist the heavens, but he would still continue to fight and struggle until he reached the peak of the martial Tao. At this time, Yen Mo said, "You cannot swallow the reverse scale blood. It must be directly introduced into your own blood vessels. However, your cultivation is too low, and the reverse scale blood cannot fuse into your body. If you forcefully do so, your body will be unable to withstand the power, and you will explode. I will place a ban upon your body to seal the reverse scale blood. When your cultivation is sufficient, you may undo this ban and completely absorb the reverse scale blood. I warn you, absorbing the reverse scale blood is an extremely painful process. In order to neutralize its oppressive power, it is similar to washing the muscles and marrow." Lin Ming said, "I understand. Thank you, Senior Yen Mo. Cut your wrist and introduce the blood inside." Listening to Yen Mo's directions, Lin Ming took out a dagger from his spatial ring. With an effort, he was able to open up an artery on his wrist. It bled profusely. However, Lin Ming's regenerative abilities were too astonishing. Even after cutting open his wrist, this wound still healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, the reverse scale blood was suspended above Lin Ming's hand. With a simply thought from Yen Mo, a splitting sound resounded in the air. Cracks spread like spider webs down the red quartz, and the thin blood filament within tumbled around like a bird that had been unjustly caged within. After being freed, it instantly flew out, but as it tried to escape, it was instantly suppressed by an invisible force and pressed into Lin Ming's blood vessels. With the support of his formidable blood vitality, the wrist wound quickly healed. Like this, the reverse scale blood was sealed within Lin Ming's body. With the reverse scale blood submerged within Lin Ming's body, Yen Mo closed its giant eye. An invisibly psychic wave radiated from Yen Mo and flowed into Lin Ming. The space around Lin Ming began to twist and bend. A spatial cage had formed around him, completely locking him inside. Lin Ming knew that this was a band that was created by Yen Mo in order to prevent the reverse scale blood from escaping. The reverse scale blood was rebellious and violent. It had just left its prison and had been forced into another prison. How could it be willing to resign itself to this fate? It recklessly crashing within Lin Ming's body, wanting to break it open and flee outside. But an invisible force confined it to a small space. This spatial power became increasingly tighter, pushing it towards Lin Ming's heart. The reverse scale blood grew increasingly manic, slamming against its bindings time and time again. Lin Ming felt a fierce pain in his chest. This aching feeling was just as if a sharp point was repeatedly stabbing him from the inside. As Lin Ming probed the reverse scale blood's movements in his body with his soul force, he could only squeeze out a grim smile. If it was like this, then who knew what year or what month he would finally be able to absorb it? The sorcerer had set such a big cake in front of him, and yet he could only look at it. He wasn't able to eat it. Yen Mo stood at the side, simultaneously sealing away the reverse scale blood, as he said, "I will seal this into your heart, and then teach you the method to undo the ban. Once you reach the limit of the Xiantian realm, you may undo the ban. Remember, do not hastily absorb it. Otherwise your life will be threatened." Limit of the Xiantian realm. Lin Ming was speechless. He still hadn't even reached the pulse condensation period. So how long would it take for him to reach the Xiantian realm limit? But this wasn't too surprising. After all, this reverse scale blood was from the bloodline of a true dragon. Although it was only the smallest amount, he was still not at the point where he could tame it. If there was anyone to blame, he could only blame himself for his cultivation being too low. Yen Mo could see the crestfallen disappointment on Lin Ming's face. After obtaining such a powerful strength, he had been told he could not use it. Disappointment was simply the natural path of human nature. Yen Mo said, "Cultivation of the martial path must proceed in an orderly fashion, step by step. You already have the power and the body. There are many geniuses that would not even dare to." As Yen Mo was speaking words of encouragement, he suddenly stopped mid-sentence. There had been a sudden change with the reverse scale blood within Lin Ming's body. As the reverse scale blood approached Lin Ming's heart, it reacted as if it had just encountered the most horrible thing in the world. It suddenly quieted down and even showed a deep, foreboding fear. It no longer crashed around. It only thought to flee the confines of Lin Ming's heart as soon as possible. However, the spatial force that Yen Mo applied was slowly edging the reverse scale blood towards Lin Ming's heart. The reverse scale blood was anxious, and it tried to resist this inexorably force with all of its might. But it was only a trace of blood. Even if it was the bloodline of a true dragon, it still couldn't resist Yen Mo's strength. As it closed in on Lin Ming's heart, the soul of the reverse scale blood began to shiver in abject fear. Lin Ming had been following the path of the reverse scale blood with his soul force. He felt the dread of the reverse scale blood and was slightly surprised. After all, this reverse scale blood originated from the bloodline of a true dragon. Although it had limited strength, it was still mightily proud, just like a true dragon. So why was it suddenly so afraid? This was Chapter 185, Unexpected Fusion. Chapter 185, Unexpected Fusion. Chapter 185, Unexpected Fusion. Lin Ming's mind flashed. The magic cube. It could absorb the blood of powerhouses. He had actually forgotten about it. When Lin Ming first obtained the purple gold flexible armor that the Crown Prince had bestowed upon him, it had been marked with the blood symbol from a peak Hotian realm master. This blood symbol had later been absorbed by the magic cube, and Lin Ming had therefore managed to obtain his second opportunity to enter into the space of the magic cube. Sure enough, it was as Lin Ming had imagined. An invisible force ran out from Lin Ming's heart, as if it was a snake striking out at its prey. This force had suddenly locked onto the reverse scale blood, and slowly begun dragging it closer and closer to Lin Ming's heart. The reverse scale blood grew increasingly desperate. It tried to rush back, but it could not break away from the oppressive pressure. At this time, Lin Ming's mind began to race. What could he do? The magic cube obviously wanted to absorb the reverse scale blood. And looking at the situation, absorbing the reverse scale blood would be a simple matter. If the reverse scale blood were absorbed by the magic cube, it might empower the magic cube. However, this was just a bit too wasteful for such a precious treasure. The magic cube was able to absorb the blood of the Hotian realm master. Although the quality was much worse than the reverse scale blood, it could be made up for in quantity. Lin Ming was also a bit anxious. At this time, the reverse scale blood had been drawn into Lin Ming's heart. The reverse scale blood desperately wanted to break free from this invisible chain. It began to crash against Lin Ming's heart muscles, as if it would rather fuse with him than be absorbed by the magic cube. At this time, the strange invisible tug of the magic cube on the reverse scale blood suddenly weakened. The reverse scale blood caught this opportunity and finally broke into Lin Ming's heart. Without a hint of hesitation, it began to integrate with Lin Ming's heart. This was a completely voluntary fusion. It was not forced by either the power of the magic cube or Yen Mo. This is, as the magic cube gradually relaxed its binding force on the reverse scale blood, the reverse scale blood desperately integrated with Lin Ming's heart. This process was completely of the reverse blood scale's own volition, and Lin Ming felt no pain at all. An accident like this actually happened. Lin Ming gulped a mouthful of saliva, somewhat stunned at the turn of events. How proud was the true dragon bloodline, if not for such a sudden, horrifying change in the situation. There was no way that it would ever have willingly fused with a mortal. If he wanted to absorb it by himself, he could only count on his own power to suppress it, then forcefully assimilate it. This process was like washing one's muscles and marrow. It was incomparably painful. Even Yen Mo had said that he would at least need to be at the limit of the Xiantian realm to have a chance to absorb the reverse scale blood. Lin Ming was only at the peak of bone forging, and the distance between him and the Xiantian realm was like heaven and earth. Yet the reverse scale blood had voluntarily fused with Lin Ming, and there wasn't even the slightest bit of pain. At this time, Yen Mo also found that the reverse scale blood had started to fuse with Lin Ming's heart. It looked deeply at Lin Ming, and then stopped pouring its strength into the spatial seal in Lin Ming's body. It was simply no longer necessary. The magic cube also completely abandoned its invisible shackles on the reverse scale blood. However, when the reverse scale blood discovered that the invisible forces on it had disappeared, it had already mostly fused with Lin Ming. It slowed down for a moment, hesitating, as if deciding whether or not it should still try to immediately escape. But just as it thought this idea, the reverse scale blood suddenly felt a huge coercive force transmit upon it. The soul of the reverse scale blood shivered and abandoned that thought and honestly continued to integrate into Lin Ming. With this chain of events, Lin Ming actually felt something. The magic cube had a consciousness. It was not an inanimate object. Without a doubt, if the magic cube had insisted on absorbing the reverse scale blood, then it could absolutely have done this. It had originally intended to absorb the reverse scale blood, but when the reverse scale blood had begun to fuse with Lin Ming's heart, the magic cube had actually changed its mind. It had gradually relaxed its hold on the reverse scale blood in order to let it freely integrate with Lin Ming's heart. Afterwards, it even supervised and facilitated this integration. This made Lin Ming feel extremely perplexed. Just what was the magic cube? Did it have a soul? The reverse scale blood would rather integrate into him than be sucked into the magic cube. Was the magic cube really such a horrifying existence? Just what was going on? Just after little more than a quarter of an hour, the reverse scale blood had been thoroughly absorbed by Lin Ming. Yen Mo was giving Lin Ming a very weird and peculiar look. It had said that Lin Ming would need to be at the limit of the Xiantian realm in order to absorb the reverse scale blood, and he would also have to undergo a baptism of suffering to do so. However, now he had actually quickly absorbed the reverse scale blood, as if he was eating a light meal. Not only was there no discomfort, but it appeared to have been quite an enjoyable encounter. What is the reason for this? Yen Mo had some doubts. Although it could track the location of the reverse scale blood, it was completely unable to feel the presence of the magic cube. Yen Mo was extremely formidable. However, this was only relative to those within the Sky Spill continent. The magic cube represented a power that it could not hope to see into. You absorbed the reverse scale blood? Yen Mo asked in disbelief. Lin Ming nodded, unsure of what expression he should be wearing at this time. But how did you absorb it? Lin Ming gave an apologetic smile. There was simply no way he could explain this. He could only play the fool and pretend he knew nothing. I'm not sure myself. The reserve scale blood suddenly decided to voluntarily fuse with my body. Voluntary fusion, Yen Mo was at a complete loss. If the reverse scale blood was willing to integrate into a human body, then back in the day his master could have done so. As long as the yin and yang elements did not conflict within his body, then there was no problem for there to be two diametrically opposed powers within his blood. What secrets did this boy hold? It was impossible for the reverse scale blood to yield to an ordinary mortal. Could this young boy be the reincarnation of a true dragon? How was this possible? Yen Mo's gaze at Lin Ming became increasingly bizarre and perplexed. As Yen Mo looked straight at Lin Ming, even Lin Ming was feeling a bit uncomfortable. This fellow had lived for such a long time. Lin Ming wasn't sure if he could actually fool him. Yen Mo couldn't figure out the reason for what had just occurred. He finally said, "Anyway, regardless of why it happened, it is a good thing that the reverse scale blood voluntarily fused with you. It will take a while for your true essence to fuse with the dragon yang qi. The sooner you absorb the reverse scale blood, the greater benefits you will experience. If you had used your own strength to forcefully absorb the reverse scale blood, then it would have destroyed part of the reverse scale bloodline, and you would not have integrated with it so perfectly like now. You have been a good smelting trial participant. Now that the life and death smelting trial has ended, you may leave. From here on out, you will undoubtedly live an incomparably wonderful life. But I must continue to guard my 72 smelting trial pagodas. If fate wills it, then we shall meet again." As Yen Mo said this, his body twisted, and he begun to slowly fade away. Lin Ming hesitated, then suddenly said, "Senior, please wait a moment. I actually have a question I've wanted to ask you. Since the Sorcerer Senior is already gone, then these 72 cultivation pagodas have already lost their meaning. For what reason does Senior still stay here to protect them?" Listening to this question, Yen Mo seemed thoughtful and quietly said, "This is my fate, and I am willing to bear the burden of it, just like you who vows to struggle against the heavens." As Yen Mo spoke these words, he had already vanished. The faint sound of his voice became distant echoes that reverberated in the emptiness, lingering on for a long time until they finally died down. Lin Ming smiled for a moment. In that brief second, there was an inexplicable taste that came to mind. Chapter 186 Wolf Toxin. Chapter 186 Wolf Toxin. Chapter 186 Wolf Toxin. Outside of the Sorcerer Pagoda, 7 days and 7 nights had already passed. A In the dark and silent halls of the Sorcerer Holy Land, a wolf suddenly howled. A corrupt wolf the size of a small cow rushed forwards, bits of carrion flesh hanging from its cruel jaws. Its body reeked of death, and its bright white fangs were exposed and dripping saliva. In the darkness, its luminescent green eyes were especially bright. In front of the corrupt wolf, a little girl was quickly running. This little girl was Na-E. At this point, her innocent face held no fear or panic. Instead, her teeth were clenched as she desperately pushed her true essence to the max and displayed her fastest speed. However, Na-E was only at the viscera training stage. Not only that, but a human was already inferior in running to a vicious beast. How could she compare to the peak-altering muscle-corrupt wolf? The corrupt wolf closed in, almost overtaking her. Na-E could already hear the sounds of whistling wind from behind her back, and even feel the rancid breath of the corrupt wolf. Roar! The corrupt wolf pounced forwards, its sharp wolf claws piercing straight towards Na-E and scratching her delicate back. Na-E forced the last vestiges of her faltering strength to the forefront and suddenly leapt forwards. However, the wolf's claws had ripped open her back, her clothes had been broken, and she was covered in blood. Crash! Na-E fell onto the ground, her body rolling around. The corrupt wolf once again pounced forwards, this time aiming its razor-sharp claws towards Na-Yi's throat. At this juncture of life and death, a cold light flashed in Na-Yi's eyes. Whiz! The sound of a sharp, piercing sound suddenly rang in the air. A dark steel javelin, as thick as thumb, flew out from a hole in the wall and stabbed the corrupt wolf, sending blood flying everywhere. Ew! The corrupt wolf pitifully yelped. The javelin had a tremendous force contained behind it as it shot out, and it had nailed the corrupt wolf to the ground. But this was not the end. Just as the corrupt wolf fell on the ground, rows of sharp knives immediately stabbed out from underneath, their piercing cold blades stabbing into the corrupt wolf's body. Puff! The corrupt wolf was like a dead dog that had been stabbed through the heart with 1,000 knives. It was deader than dead. Seeing this, Na-E let loose a breath of relief and collapsed to the ground. Her back was slick with blood. The wolf had left 3 bone-deep claw wounds on her back. Bursts of pain came roaring at her like the tide of an ocean. Na-E's forehead began to seep with sweat. Big sister. Na-Shui rushed over to tend to her injured big sister. Her tears were freely falling, an unstoppable waterfall. To Na-Shui, her big sister was her only hope, but also the sustenance that kept her spirit running and alive. If something was to happen to Na-E, then she would lose all courage to continue living. I'm fine. I just need a rest. Na-E forced out a smile, feeling extremely bitter within. She had underestimated the speed of the corrupt wolf and finally received such a heavy wound. There was also another corrupt wolf outside. With her current condition, how could she possibly kill it? There was only enough food left over for a day. Na-E still hadn't gone to the Sorcerer Pagoda. She estimated that with her own strength, she could at most pass the 3rd floor and enter into the 4th. After that, any further progress was simply far too difficult. She could only enter the Sorcerer Holy Land one time. It was also the most important opportunity in her life. If she could only reach the 4th floor, then how would she ever find the power to avenge her parents in the future? She had made 2 oaths to the heavens. One was to protect her little sister, and the other was for revenge. She had never thought to give up either of these goals. If she could cultivate for 1 year in the Sorcerer Holy Land and reach the altering muscle stage, then when she entered the Sorcerer Pagoda, Na-E had faith that she could enter at least the 5th floor and break through to the bone-forging stage inside the Sorcerer Pagoda. Then, even if they didn't have horses, she had some assurance that she would be able to lead her little sister through the wild jungle. But the major problem she was confronted with now was her lack of food. Her only solution was to kill the two corrupt wolves. Na-E was not a match for the corrupt wolves. So she made a crazy decision that seemed rational to her. She would use herself as bait and lure a corrupt wolf into the sorcerer Holy Land. Once there, she would utilize the traps within to kill it. She knew that if she was to enter the sorcerer pagoda and enhance her strength, that it would be much easier to lure the two corrupt wolves into the traps. However, Na-E was not willing to do so. She could not reconcile with the fact that because of these two corrupt wolves, she would have to waste her one chance at the smelting trial, the most important opportunity of her life. She would make this one gamble. Corrupt wolves were scavengers that usually ate carrion. However, they would also eat living creatures. Na-E took advantage of the time when one of the wolves went to look for live prey and lured the remaining one it. She would guide it to the traps and kill it. But her gamble had already half failed from the start. She had underestimated the speed of the corrupt wolf and had been seriously injured due to her own overconfident negligence. The claw of a corrupt wolf was toxic. A corrupt wolf ate carrion year-round. Their bodies contained corpse gases and corpse poison. Once scratched by them, one would be infected by the plague and die afterwards. Now, they were running out of food, and there was also another corrupt wolf outside. Having been scratched by a corrupt wolf, how could she escape death in this situation? Na-E bit her lips and pulled out a dagger strapped to her thigh. She threw it at her little sister and said, "Ashue, there are many books in the Holy Land's library. Look for some that don't have much value and gather them here. Create a fire and heat up the dagger. Then cut out the carrion toxin from my back wound." Hearing Na-E say this, Na-Shue was frightened out of her wits. She looked at the bloody wound on her big sister's back. How could she do this? Big sister, quickly, the wolf claws are toxic. Go before it's too late. I understand. Na-Shue clenched her teeth. She turned around and ran towards the Holy Land Library and gathered some worthless books there. Then, as Na-E had said, she set that pile of books on fire and used it to heat the dagger. With the dagger in her hand, Na-Shue began to violently tremble. She was a gentle soul. She had never even killed a chicken. Now she must use this knife on her big sister's back, and this knife was even blazing hot. "Ashue, you can do it. I believe in you. If the corpse toxin spreads, then it will be too late." Na-E tightly bit down on a piece of cloth, waiting for the harsh pain to come. If it wasn't for the wound being on her back, then she would never have asked Na-Shue to do this. As Na-Shue's eyes flowed with tears, she tore away the clothes on her big sister's back. There, she could see the wound oozing black blood. Indeed, it was just as Na-E had said. The wolf's claws were toxic. Na-Shue found her breath coming out in gasps. She didn't want to do this, but she had to, otherwise her big sister would die. Just as she began to swing her dagger down, Na-Shue suddenly heard the sound of footsteps behind her. Startled, she jerked around, her dagger leading the way. "Who is it?" Na-Shue was already jittery. Even the slightest sound frightened her. But as she turned around and saw who it was, Na-Shue suddenly froze in shock. Behind her stood a ragged young boy. Although he had a pitiable expression, there was a surge of confidence and a calm temperament between his brows. "Emo Lin." Na-Shue went slack, and then the tears started falling down. If it wasn't for the current situation, she would have rushed towards him and cried in joy. "Emo, big brother, Emo, please, can you save my big sister? She was poisoned by a scratch from a corrupt wolf." Na-E also saw Lin Ming, and her heart was filled with an incredible amazement and relief. Emo Lin was still alive. How could this be? In Na-Yanda's records, Na-Yanda had only stayed within the divine kingdom for a few hours, But Lin Ming had been inside for 7 days and 7 nights. 7 days and 7 nights, and he had actually returned safely. Lin Ming looked at the wound on Na Yi's back. The blood there was already starting to become a rancid black. Lin Ming pressed his hand against Na Yi's back, and a flux of true essence merged into Na Yi's body. Lin Ming's manipulation of true essence had already reached a degree of near perfection. Several thousand filaments of true essence wove into a net that covered the wound. Puff! A stream of black ichor began to pour out from Na Yi's back. In just a few minutes, Lin Ming had already completely forced out all of the toxins within Na Yi's body. Then Lin Ming took out a small jade bottle from his spatial ring and sprinkled a handful of powder on Na Yi's back. This was top-tier quality healing medicine. One tael cost several hundred gold taels. Lin Ming gave the small jade jar to Na Shui and said, "Apply this medicine on your big sister." Na Yi was missing half of her clothes. Lin Ming felt it a little inconvenient to apply the medicine himself. "Oh, okay." Na Shui whispered before rushing over to help her big sister apply the medicine. As she applied the medicine, she couldn't help but sneak peeks towards Lin Ming. The way that Lin Ming had forced out the poison from Na Yi's body a moment ago had left a profoundly deep impression within her young heart. This scene was even more memorable then, when Lin Ming had eliminated the monkey-faced man and the bald man, saving them. She thought that Lin Ming was only proficient in his combat prowess. She hadn't expected that he would also have such a mysterious way of curing wounds. Unknowingly, Lin Ming had already become an omnipotent figure within Na Shui's impressionable mind. Once the medicine had been applied to the wounds, the pain in Na Yi's body was instantly lessened. A moment later, she felt the wound itch a little. This itching feeling was only when a wound began to regenerate. What happened? Why is there a vicious beast here? Lin Ming noticed the corpse of the corrupt wolf that was off in a corner. How did this strange, vicious beast enter the Sorcerer Holy Land? Na Shui dried her tears and explained the long and sordid matter to Lin Ming. As Lin Ming listened, he felt some guilt and regret. He hadn't thought that he would have been in the life and death smelting trial for 7 days and caused such a crisis for the two sisters. Lin Ming took out barbecued meat, fresh fruit, and steamed buns from his spatial ring, giving these to Na Shui and Na Yi. "Everything's fine now. Eat a little first, and then we'll leave here." One of the benefits of a spatial ring was that everything inside could maintain its freshness. No matter how long food was placed within, it would remain fresh and never rot. Na Shui stared at these delicious foods like a zombie and unconsciously swallowed saliva. These past days, the two sisters had been eating hard, dry food. It was simply like chewing on wax. Not only that, but they could only eat a little every day, and they were always haunted by pangs of hunger. Now, with so many fresh and delicious delicacies placed in front of them, Na Shui's mouth had already started watering. She rushed to hand a steamed barbecue bun to her sister, and also grabbed one for herself. She wanted to wolf the whole thing down, but remembering that Lin Ming was looking on from the side, she suddenly flushed red with embarrassment. Instead of taking a big bite from the barbecue bun, she only tore off a small piece. In front of Lin Ming, Na Shui unconsciously maintained her girly image. Lin Ming thought that was quite funny. He deliberately said, "You eat first, I'll go to the exit, and have a look." With that, he rose up. He wanted to go out and solve the problem of the corrupt wolf, but remembering the layers of traps within the Sorcerer Hold land, he dismissed this idea. It was better to wait for Na Yi's wounds to heal and leave together. Na Shui blushed, but this time she didn't care so much, and she ate in massive gulps. Na Yi also ate a lot. The two sisters were indeed extremely hungry. Chapter 187 Eternal Flame. Chapter 187 Eternal Flame. Chapter 187 eternal flame. After the two sisters ate their satisfying meal together, Lin Ming pulled out another type of healing medicine and sprinkled it onto Na Yi's back. Under the combined effects of these two medicines, Na Yi's wound quickly mended without even leaving a scar. Finding that Na Yi's upper clothes were completely torn apart and that there was some improper scenery revealed, Lin Ming took out some old clothes from his spatial ring and tossed them towards Na Yi. Afterwards, Lin Ming asked Na Yi, "Do you know if there are any peculiar thunders or fires within the southern wilderness?" For instance, Lin Ming stretched out his hand, and a garnet-colored flame suddenly bloomed within his palm. The tongues of flame from this fire formed petals just like an exquisitely dangerous lotus. Na Yi was shocked. This was the first time that she had ever seen a flower-shaped flame like this. Although the flame was only the size of an egg, the heat waves that emanated from it were enough to cause her to step backwards several steps. The temperature of this flame was simply inconceivable. Not only that, but when Lin Ming had been fighting the monkey-faced man, he hadn't even used this flame. That meant that he had been going easy on them. For an altering muscle youth to fight against two peak bone forging martial artists, and not even need to use their full strength, was already an unimaginable level. To Na Yi, this youth was simply terrifying. Wait, how did Lin Ming's cultivation? Na Yi's eyes widened. She suddenly wasn't able to sense Lin Ming's cultivation. For a martial artist in body transformation, and even most Hotian realm martial artists, they weren't able to restrict their true essence from emitting within their bodies. Because of this, it was often very easy to spot what level of cultivation someone was at. When true essence entered the organs, that was viscera training. When true essence entered the bones, that was bone forging. There were even some martial artists whose aura was like a billowing bonfire, where commoners who had no martial arts cultivation were able to sense their awesome strength. Only a martial artist who had cultivated to the realm of completing a true state in which true essence was gathered in their entire body would be able to mask their cultivation. For instance, if they were an extremely formidable peak Hotian realm master like Qin Zia, or a genuine Xiantian realm martial artist. If they converged all of their true essence and aura into their bodies, then they would appear no different than a common person. Only someone whose cultivation was higher than them would be able to see the complete depths of their strength. However, at this moment, Na Yi could only see the faintest true essence fluctuations within Lin Ming's body. If she didn't know him, then she should have assumed that he was a martial artist who had just started down the path of cultivation, an outright newly minted youth who wasn't even at the first stage of body transformation. "Mo Lin, your cultivation, how did you—" Lin Ming paused for a moment. He immediately understood Na Yi's questioning doubts. He himself had only just discovered that after absorbing the reverse scale blood, there had been some bizarre changes to his true essence. In the past, when Lin Ming cultivated, whether it had been practicing the true primal chaos formula or swallowing the blood Lingji to increase his blood vitality, or even using the heretical god seed to compress his true essence, all of it had been similar. All of these were quantitative changes to his true essence. For instance, they would remove impurities and let his true essence become purer or thicker, or even increase the density of his true essence through compression. The nature of his true essence had never changed, but now, after Lin Ming had stumbled into an accidental fusion with the reverse scale blood, his true essence was showing a qualitative change. This sort of change didn't happen overnight. Rather, it was a slow process that happened over time. Lin Ming couldn't confidently say to what end these changes would bring him to, but he was able to approximate that whatever changes that would occur would be to his greatest benefit. After all, the reverse scale blood was something that even the mighty elders in the realm of the gods would be jealous of. The bloodline of a true dragon was certainly far superior to that of a human mortal. Because his true essence had undergone a qualitative change, Lin Ming found that his ability to control and manipulate his true essence was growing. When he attempted to control his true essence, he found that he would unconsciously converge all of the true essence and aura within his body and achieve a state similar to returning to one's origin. It could be said that he had achieved similar results through a different route. Someone like Na-E, who was only a martial artist at the Viscera training stage, would never be able to comprehend Lin Ming's current cultivation. Lin Ming grinned, no longer restraining his aura. His true essence emanated from him, and his cultivation of a peak-bone forging martial artist presented itself to the world. Na-E suddenly gasped. She remembered that when Lin Ming had entered the Sorcerer Pagoda, he had only been at the early altering muscle stage. After stepping into the Divine Kingdom, his cultivation had actually been boosted to the peak bone forging stage. This was over a stage and a half of cultivation. What had Lin Ming been doing for these past 7 days and 7 nights? Why had Na Yanda been inside for only a few hours, while Lin Ming had actually stayed within for a full 7 days? You reached the peak bone forging stage so quickly, and I had a fortuitous encounter within the Divine Kingdom. My luck was good, and I made a breakthrough. About that question I asked before. Is there some sort of strange flame anywhere within the southern wilderness? Lin Ming continued to press the question he had asked a moment ago. Na-E found it strange that Lin Ming was able to hide his cultivation. It couldn't be that he had actually reached the realm of returning to his original state, could it? Regardless, after hearing that Lin Ming had returned from the Divine Kingdom, she stopped indulging in her ridiculous ideas and said there should be. The Fireworm tribe uses a fire as their totem. Their tribe has a legacy flame. This flame is said to be eternal and is kept by the current ruling shaman. I don't know if this flame is the strange flame that you were looking for. Eternal? Lin Ming was surprised. If there was an eternal flame, then that flame would be a flame essence. The legacy of the Fireworm tribe is actually a flame essence. However, it's in the control of the current shaman. To obtain it is truly difficult. How strong is the Fireworm tribe shaman? Lin Ming asked. I'm not sure. Hearing the Fireworm tribe shaman, Na-E clenched her teeth. When the Fireworm tribe had invaded the Na tribe, the Na tribe's witch queen had battled against the master powerhouse of the Fireworm tribe. Eventually, the witch queen had died under the Fireworm shaman's hand. Do you have a grudge with the Fireworm shaman? Lin Ming found that Na-E was looking extremely ill, so he asked her. Hate dripped from Na-Ye's voice as she said, the Fireworm shaman killed my master, who is also my Na tribe's witch queen. Oh, you haven't thought of getting revenge. I have, but that possibility is too far away. My master's cultivation was already at the early Hotian realm. Still, she was no match for the Fireworm shaman. Really? Lin Ming murmured. This shaman's strength should be a bit more than the Middle Hotian realm. The Middle Hotian realm was about the same cultivation as Mui. The Sky Fortune Kingdom had a population of tens of millions of people. Not counting the 7 profound martial house, there were only a few truly native Hotian realm martial artists. However, just the southern wilderness Fireworm tribe, with a mere population of 1 million citizens, they actually had a Middle Hotian realm martial artist. The people of Sky Fortune Kingdom have always called those in the southern wilderness barbarians. But this place is actually a crouching tiger, hidden dragon of masters. This is probably because of the legendary sorcerer who broke through the martial void and left behind a large number of relics and legacies. Not only that, but the southern wilderness also has countless vicious beasts. Martial artists here are always in danger, so it tends to increase their strength. It's impossible for me to defeat someone above the Middle Hotian realm at the level I'm at, especially in a place like the Fireworm tribe with so many masters. Although Lin Ming had defeated an early Hotian realm master within the 6th level of Sorcerer Pagoda's life and death smelting trial, that was only because the luckiest moment had presented itself. The fight had dragged on, and the Hotion realm master had lost his patience, which caused him to eat a loss. Although he had suffered a small loss, it wasn't a true defeat. If Yan Mo hadn't appeared, and the two had continued fighting, Lin Ming would most likely have lost. With Lin Ming's current strength, at best he could jump past a stage to fight a peak pulse condensation period master. However, if he was to leap a realm and a half and go against a Hotion realm master, then he would be in trouble. Facing a true early Hotion realm master, Lin Ming could only try to defend himself and preserve his life. Since a middle Hotion realm master is in charge of this eternal flame, it will have to wait for later. It's fine if I don't improve the flame essence for now. The Thunder Soul is much more important. After Lin Ming had absorbed Huagong's hollow flame essence, the heretical god seed's flame essence had experienced a great period of growth. In comparison, the Thunder Soul was much weaker. Lin Ming's most urgent need was to enhance the Thunder Soul with some form of special lightning. With a fusion of the two, the power of thunder fire annihilation would improve. Lin Ming asked, "Miss Nai, do you know where in the southern boundary I can find some special kind of thunder or lightning? For instance, like this." Lin Ming stretched out his finger, and a thin arc of electricity sizzled from his fingertip and swirled around Lin Ming's finger, just like it was a cute, spiritual snake. Na Yi's eyelids jumped. Just how many secrets did Lin Ming have? "I don't know anything about special lightning or thunder." "I see," Lin Ming mumbled with some regret. Of course, the existence of rare, naturally occurring thunder was much rarer than strange flames. At this moment, Na Yi suddenly said, "I don't know any areas that have special thunder, but I know that deep within the southern wilderness there is an area called Thunder Crash Mountain. On Thunder Crash Mountain, there are many different types of thunder lizards that spit out blue and white lightning. They are very ferocious creatures. On Thunder Crash Mountain, there is also a special kind of thundergrass. Thundergrass, over 100 years old, is pretty valuable. Not even a Hotion master would rashly climb the mountain. At most, they would pick some from around Thunder Crash Mountain. I'm not too sure if this is the special thunder that you're looking for." "Oh, thundergrass?" Lin Ming's mind stirred. He was somewhat interested in this thundergrass. He just didn't know what was on Thunder Crash Mountain. Since even Hotion realm masters did not dare to recklessly scale the mountain, then there must be some unknown perils there. Lin Ming said, "I've got it. Let's leave now." "Oh," Na Yi hesitated for a moment, and then asked, "Mo Lin, you entered into the Divine Kingdom from the Sorcerer Pagoda, right? What did you experience there? How far high in the Divine Kingdom did you go?" She had been curious, but also thought that just asking was a bit rude, so she hadn't until now. Lin Ming smiled. "Oh, you know that the Divine Kingdom is separated into levels. It's recorded in the ancient texts. There are 7 levels altogether, and they are guarded by the eye of the witch god. You've been gone for such a long time. Did you at least reach the 5th level?" Na Yi felt more, and more that the truth of Lin Ming was unfathomable. Since he had passed 7 days and 7 nights in the Divine Kingdom, he should have gone farther than Nyanda. Perhaps he might even have been like the Feather Emperor from 600 years ago and gone to the 5th floor. Na Yi didn't dare to imagine any more than this. The Feather Emperor was already a legendary figure, only spoken of in children's tales. It was said his cultivation had surpassed the Xiantian realm, and the empire he had established in the southern wilderness was not inferior to any third-grade sect. At that time, whenever the great masters and powerhouses of the mainland would hear the name of the Feather Emperor, they would run around in panic. Afterwards, the Feather Emperor was revered as a second god within the southern wilderness and became one of the core figures within their spiritual belief. Even Na Yi's master, the witch queen of the Na tribe, would be respectful when mentioning the Feather Emperor, and their tribe had rituals where they would pay homage to the ancestral tablet of the Feather Emperor. If Lin Ming was like this legendary man, didn't that mean that later he would become a god or a saint? Would his power break past the Xiantian realm? Was she personally witnessing the rise of a peerless master? Chapter 188, Na Shui's Thoughts. Chapter 188, Na Shui's Thoughts. Listening to Na Yi's question, Lin Ming cracked a smile. He guessed the so-called eye of the witch god was Yen Mo. He said, "Everything I experienced in the divine kingdom was an absolute mess. I did see the eye of the witch god there. There is a fortuitous chance within the divine kingdom. If you work hard, then there is a chance that you will be selected. If you do, then your power will grow by leaps and bounds." Lin Ming didn't mention that he had passed the 7th floor. That would simply be too shocking for everyone. I can also go. As Na Yi heard Lin Ming's words, her heart started to crazily beat within her chest. Day and night, she longed for strength. Not only did she want to get revenge for her parents, but she also wanted to rebuild her Na tribe. If possible, she even wanted to avenge her master. However, her master's enemy was a Middle Hotian realm master. The distance between them was simply vast, to the point that she might never achieve this goal in her entire life. But what if she was given the chance to go to the divine kingdom? That meant that she would become a master, at least as powerful as Na Yanda. She might even step into the Xiantian realm. When that time came, regardless of the reconstruction of the Na tribe or the death of all her enemies, it would all be simple. Thinking this, Na Yu unconsciously clenched her fist. She wanted to become strong enough to control her own destiny. There was a jumble of emotions as she looked at Lin Ming. Lin Ming hadn't said how many levels he had passed. However, Na Yi had a hunch that he must have at least reached the 5th level, or even surpassed His Majesty the Feather Emperor to enter into the 6th. Those of the southern wilderness worshipped the brave heroes. Now, there was a future hero standing right in front of her. Na Yi found it hard to keep her mood calm. She also understood that there was too large a gap between them. It was only wishful thinking to expect him to stay by her side and help her. Only she could build her own destiny. By now, the 3 of them had already arrived at the entrance to the Sorcerer Holy Land. Na Yi opened the transmission array, and Lin Ming stepped out. It was just like Na Yi had said. There were 4 horse corpses lying not too far from the entrance, and 2 had been mostly eaten because the weather of the southern wilderness was scalding hot and also extremely humid. The horse corpses had already started to rot away. There were masses of flies gathered around the 4 corpses. It was quite a disgusting sight. After Lin Ming appeared, there was shaking in the bushes nearby. A corrupt wolf emerged, its green eyes shining as it stared at Lin Ming with hate and hunger. Its mate had gone missing and couldn't be found no matter how much it called for it. Now, its mood was extremely irritable, and it intended to shred any game that appeared in front of it. Seeing this corrupt wolf, Na Shui paled. She unknowingly ducked behind Lin Ming. But Na Yi's expression didn't change. She knew that to Lin Ming, this corrupt wolf was nothing but an ant on the floor. A war! The corrupt wolf madly howled, and then leapt forwards. It stretched out its sharp claws and slashed towards Lin Ming's throat. Lin Ming sneered. He waved his hand, and 100 vibrating true essence filaments issued forth and sunk into the corrupt wolf as if they were a hail of arrows. Puff! The corrupt wolf spat out a gob of black blood. Its organs already having been completely turned to mush by the vibrating true essence, it finally fell onto the ground like a dead dog. All of its bones were crushed to bits, and it turned into a pile of rotten meat, immediately and violently killed. Dead! It's dead! Na Shui was incredulous. She had guessed that Lin Ming would be able to easily kill the corrupt wolf, but she didn't think it would be easy to such a degree. He had only looked at the corrupt wolf and it had died. What kind of strength was this? Na Shui breathlessly looked up as Lin Ming filled the entirety of her vision, and admiration mixed with worship towards a hero filled her. "Let's go," Lin Ming said. "Where are we going?" Na Yi asked. "We'll find a place where you can settle down, and then I will fulfill my end of the bargain. I will go to the fireworm tribe and kill Chi Guda and take revenge for your parents." Lin Ming would first eliminate Chi Guda, and then he would go to Thunder Crash Mountain and see what sort of value this thundergrass had. As for the tribal flame of the fireworm tribe, he wasn't in a hurry to take that. "You're going to kill Chi Guda now." Na Yi froze. Chi Guda's cultivation was a half step into the Hotian realm. Not only that, but there would certainly be many masters protecting him. Lin Ming was only at the peak bone forging stage. Although she knew that Lin Ming's strength was amazing, this was still too big a risk to take. After all, the difference between the altering muscle stage and the bone forging stage was far less than the difference between the bone forging stage and the pulse condensation period. She couldn't help but say, "Mr. Amo, I know that you are very strong, but Chi Guda is already a half step into the Hotian realm." Lin Ming said, "It doesn't matter. If there is an unexpected turn of events and something goes wrong, then I can easily escape. Let's go." Before she could say anything more, Lin Ming had already turned around and started walking. Na Yi could only sigh and keep her thoughts to herself. She could sense that Lin Ming was a very stubborn young boy. He wasn't someone who would easily change his mind. Moreover, he was someone who would be a future godlike character. If he had the confidence to say he could, then he would have the ability to do so. As Na Yi was thinking, she accidentally caught a glimpse of her little sister. She actually saw her little sister looking at Lin Ming's back, her small face flushed red, and her eyes moving around, as if she didn't know what she was thinking. Na was stupefied, and then it suddenly dawned on her. Perhaps Na Shui liked Lin Ming. When teenage girls hit puberty, they would often gain an interest in those of the opposite sex. Of course, there was also the fact that Lin Ming had outstandingly handsome features, and he was powerful, and also had a sharp and calm personality. Not only that, but when Na Shui had been facing a crisis and had been drowning in despair, Lin Ming had appeared in front of her and easily resolved every single crisis. This would inevitably produce the feeling of worship towards Lin Ming from Na Shui, and she had unknowingly fallen deeply in love with him. Perhaps even she was not aware of her own feelings. Na Yi sighed. There was simply too great a distance between her little sister and Lin Ming. However, she didn't want to interfere with her little sister's feelings, and she also didn't want to consider the difference in status between her and Lin Ming. She could only let nature take its course. Fog Valley Tribe was a very common tribe within the countless large and small tribes of the southern wilderness. Its population was only at 4,000 or 5,000. It was located in a mountain valley, and in the early morning the valley would fill with a heavy fog. Thus it had acquired its name. Fog Valley Tribe was only 600 miles away from the Fireworm Tribe. 10 years ago it had fallen to the Fireworm Tribe and was now a servant tribe to them. Its tribal chief had been slaughtered, and now their ruler was a fireworm man. Every year, they would have to pay tribute in pigs, cattle, sheep, silks, wines, and minerals all to the Fireworm Tribe. Sometimes they even had to send tributes of their beautiful women. Most tribes of the southern wilderness were matriarchal societies, and those in power were not permitted to create harems. However, there were patriarchal clans who did, such as the Fireworm Tribe. The Fireworm Tribe's chief, generals, and shaman were all men, and they also had harems filled with countless beautiful women. Fog Valley Tribe wasn't too big. However, because they were located in the south near a nexus of key roads, there were usually many visitors that would come and go. There were many inns and restaurants and other facilities that were built in order to accommodate them. Fog Mansion Inn was one of the bigger ones. Today, a young man with two young girls, all looking around 15 or 16 years old, had come to Fog Mansion Inn. The young man wore a bamboo hat and carried a saber on his back. He should be a martial artist. The two young girls wore veils, and one couldn't see their faces. However, their figures were slim and elegant, so they were presumably beauties. A waiter walked up to greet them with a welcoming smile. Although these three guests were young, according to the waiter's experience in the field of hospitality, they were most likely some outstanding individuals of distinguished background. Therefore, he was exceptionally attentive towards them. In the southern wilderness, there were countless different ethnic tribes, all with their own varied customs. The servant knew that many of the men would wear bamboo hats and the women would wear veils. Thus, he didn't care much about it. He inwardly sighed with a bit of emotion at seeing such a young boy. This boy sure was lucky with women. He even had two little girls with great bodies following him. "Customer, will you be staying at our inn?" The bamboo hat youth was Lin Ming. He flipped a gold coin at the waiter and said, "Give me your best 2 rooms, next to each other. Our horses are outside. Feed them as well." When they arrived, they had already bought 3 good horses. Once they had made the preparations to kill Chi Gouda, they would immediately leave Fog Valley. Lin Ming didn't worry that anyone would follow or investigate them. Fog Valley Tribe was 600 miles from the Fireworm Tribe. Not only that, but this was a key location between the traveling routes, and there were many people here that were visitors. Lin Ming and his little group were a common sight that wouldn't raise any suspicion. The average person simply couldn't see through Lin Ming's cultivation. The 2 sisters Na Yi and Na Shui were also only at the viscera training stage. It couldn't be considered as too outlandish or unique. They had also covered up their appearances so that there wouldn't be any problems. Customer came at such a great time. This must truly be a heavenly coincidence. We just happen to have 2 of our best rooms remaining, and they are also next to each other. I will immediately prepare them for you." As the waiter finished saying this, he led Lin Ming and the sisters to the rooms. Lin Ming looked inside. The rooms were clean and tidy. Satisfied, he nodded. "This would do. Prepare some dishes for us and a pot of tea. Customer wants tea?" The waiter hesitated and immediately smiled. Customer must not have known. My Fog Valley's fog flower wine is famous throughout the southern wilderness. Every year, we present it as tribute to the Fireworm Tribe. For all of the Fireworm Tribe's banquets, they also use my Fog Valley's fog flower wine. "Oh, if it's like that, then bring me a jar of fog flower wine." Lin Ming didn't care much. Although he didn't drink much, he had grown up in a restaurant and had some experience with wine. "Then I shall bring a jar of fog flower wine. If I may recommend, we also have valley mud frogs. Our valley mud frogs are also very famous. Once you taste it, you will never be able to forget it." Okay. Lin Ming didn't care what he ate. He placed his saber on the table and sat down with the 2 young girls. The waiter nodded and walked towards the kitchen. However, after the valley mud frogs and fog flower wine were served and Lin Ming had a taste of them, he couldn't help but exclaim in delight. These truly were rare delicacies. Na Shui also ate, as if she really liked the taste. It was only that she had a veil covering her face, so it wasn't easy to eat. She could only slowly tear off small bits. At this moment, there was suddenly the sound of rapid hoofbeats outside the inn. Lin Ming stood up and saw 5 riders atop 5 large red horses stop outside the inn. These 5 horses didn't have a single stray hair. They were over 9 feet tall and had massive bodies. Their snorts were like thunder. They must have weighed over 2,000 jeans. Crimson Blood Horse? Lin Ming recognized this horse. If this was the Sky Fortune Kingdom, these horses would cost 4 or 5,000 gold taels. However, it seemed that the Crimson Blood Horses from the southern wilderness were much cheaper. One of the 5 leather armor-wearing riders dismounted from his Crimson Blood Horses. He was very tall and carried a long spear on his back. He was very muscular and walked with calm steps. His breath was long, and one could easily see that he was a master who had perfected the fundamental skills. The other 4 people were much more ordinary. However, when they walked, they unconsciously revealed a murderous aura. This was obviously from them being hardened by their experiences and the countless murders they had committed. Chapter 189 Fireworm Military. Chapter 189 Fireworm Military. Chapter 189 Fireworm Military. Lin Ming was able to instantly see their cultivation. 4 peak bone forging martial artists and 1 middle bone forging martial artist. Such a combination of forces meant they were obviously not native to Fog Valley. Fog Valley only had several thousand people in total. How could there be so many masters within? Waiter, feed our horses well. If there's even a single hair missing, I will smash apart your store. A martial artist wearing a bearskin roared as soon as he stepped in, his entire body leaking a killing aura. Although this servant was a mere mortal that couldn't see cultivation, he was still able to recognize the wolf tassel on his hat. This was a symbol of the Fireworm Military. Fog Valley had already been occupied by the Fireworm tribe. The southern wilderness was a slave society. Once a tribe was defeated, most of their population would be captured as slaves. But perhaps because the Fog Valley tribe was too small, it had just managed to survive annihilation. Now, the Fog Valley business owners were even afraid of falling leaves hitting their heads. If they saw a fireworm member, it was as if they had seen an incoming death plague walking towards them. Much less, right now, these were people from the Fireworm Military. This was a force that they absolutely could not provoke. The waiter hastily bowed, groveling towards them. Give me 30 jeans of fogflower wine, and all the best meat dishes you have. Yes, of course. Immediately, the waiter rushed out to fulfill the demands. The storekeeper was alarmed. He immediately walked up with an apologetic smile and poured water for them. The inn wasn't a large place. These Fireworm Military men were only separated from Lin Ming by a table. Ha! I haven't exercised for 2 months. This time we can be the vanguard for the big boss. It's time for us brothers to show just what we can do. Let's do it well. The rider with a long spear strapped to his back said. As soon as Na-E heard the words big boss, her hand, which was holding chopsticks, began to tremble. She turned her head to look towards these 5 men, and her complexion sunk. Is something wrong? Lin Ming asked her with true essence sound transmission. Na-E replied, These men are from the Fireworm tribe's military. In the Fireworm tribe, the military men usually call the great general their big boss. That is also Chi Gouda. Oh. Lin Ming had a thoughtful smile. He hadn't thought that he would have heard such valuable information after just arriving at Fog Valley. From the sounds of it, it seemed that this Chi Gouda was planning on making an excursion. All he had to do was sit back and wait. At this time, a wine jar was served. The martial artist dressed in bearskins broke open the wax seal and poured a bowl full of wine. He smiled and said, Heh, rest assured, boss. When have we brothers ever lost face for you? Much less this time when we're only scouting out a road. Us 5 could easily accomplish something like that. Don't flatter me. Blackwater Swamp is full of 3rd-level vicious beasts. There are even 4th-level vicious beasts. Us brothers have to go in and pave the way. We are the vanguard that has to explore the damn swamp and seal all the quagmires and find the best roads so that when the big boss army comes, he'll immediately be able to pass it. The time is already getting late. The north isn't a peaceful place. Vicious beasts haunt the land, and the road is dangerous at night. Although I'm not afraid of something like this mission is too important. If we lose our horses and are delayed, then it will do more harm than good. So, We will rest here for a day and head out tomorrow so that we can arrive at Blackwater Swamp by the evening time. The martial artist with a longer spear on his back slowly said, as he drank a bowl of wine, "Yes, boss. This is also a rare time that we come out. Let's look around for some fun. Tonight we will eat well and drink well and look for women to relax ourselves. We can catch up on the road tomorrow, and we might even have to engage in a fierce battle at Blackwater Swamp in the evening. But I'll lay down the rules first. You may look for women, but don't mess around for the entire night so much that you can't get up tomorrow." "Ha ha, boss, with our brother's strength, even if we play around for an entire night, we will still be bursting with energy the next day. These people were bone-forging martial artists. One evening without rest wouldn't hinder them much. I hear that the women of Fog Valley have cherry lips and slender figures. I must try them tonight." As they talked about seeking women, the other riders all grew excited. They really had been suppressed in the army for too long. Lin Ming was silently drinking. Although he wasn't looking at these 5 riders, his soul force had already locked onto their bodies. He used a true essence sound transmission to ask Na-E, "What rank are these people in the army?" Na-E said, "2 of them have wolf tassels on their hats. 1 wolf tassel is a captain of 100 men, 2 wolf tassels is a captain of 1,000 men, and 3 wolf tassels is a captain of 10,000 men. But there are also 3 people whose hats do not have any wolf tassels. Since their weapons are swords, they are probably some kind of personal bodyguards. Normally, someone from the army would not use a sword in battle. They would often use a spear or a lance. Although a sword had various styles, its striking power was still inferior to a spear. This was especially true for group warfare. Mostly it was only bodyguards who used swords. Oh, then there are 2 captains that lead 10,000 men, as well as 3 master bodyguards. Lin Ming noticed that the 2 people had 3 wolf tassels on their hats. A peak-bone forging martial artist was appointed as a captain of 10,000 men. This was the exact same rank that one would have with that cultivation in the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Tai Feng was also someone at the peak-bone forging stage, and he too was struggling to become a captain with a unit of 10,000. A mere fireworm tribe with just 1 million or so people actually had a military establishment that wasn't inferior to the Sky Fortune Kingdom. The people of the southern wilderness were truly brave and fierce. Moreover, looking at these 5 individuals, just the way they spoke naturally exuded an insufferably arrogant aura, as if they looked down on everything else before them in disdain, and were immeasurably CKY and self-assured of their own abilities. Their billowing aura originated from their vast experiences in battle and the countless enemies they had triumphed over, as they cut them down in cold blood. Such a solider would never put an enemy in their eyes. They did not rely on tactics or formations to win. Instead, they would bravely rush forward, shredding everything in their way. After experiencing so many life and death battles and constantly flirting with destruction, even though they didn't study any profound martial arts cultivation methods. In terms of killing power, they were probably much stronger than a martial artist of the same level who had come from a martial house. Someone who was able to command these troops must be the master of a tiger. As Lin Ming imagined all of these fanciful thoughts, he suddenly discovered that the several soldiers were repeatedly glancing towards their table, especially creeping their vision upon Na-E and Na Shui's bodies. They had started with just looking, but their gazes became increasingly wanton and unscrupulous, and a faint hint of lustful greed began to cloud their eyes. Lin Ming frowned, but he didn't move against them. After all, they were just looking and hadn't done anything either. The main person that Lin Ming wanted to kill was Chi Guda. He didn't want to stir up unnecessary trouble before then. However, Lin Ming's patience began to gradually be worn down. These soldiers were simply becoming too dissolute, their stares and innuendos increasingly aggressive. As they drank more wine, they began to loudly discuss Na-E and Na Shui's bodies, their words base and utterly depraved. Boss, you said you wanted to look for women, but brothel women aren't that interesting. The best types are those girls from respectable families. Hee hee, those two little girls' skin is so nice, and they have good figures. Their faces are covered, but they must be two little hotties. Their age is no more 16 years old. If we bring them to bed, that will definitely be a fresh experience. These two little chicks have some martial arts cultivation. It's pretty good for their age. But that young boy at their side looks like some useless trash that's never held a knife. Ah, such a waste. After Lin Ming had fused with the reverse scale blood, he had unconsciously reached a realm similar to one returning to their most natural state. These soldiers simply could not see Lin Ming's cultivation. Of course, even if they did, they wouldn't have even cared for him. After all, they were 4 peak bone forging and 1 middle bone forging stage martial artists. He looks like a playboy from some family, though I don't know what tribe he is from. Hee hee, I love stepping these young playboy masters underneath my boot. That is what I like. Many of these soldiers had relied on their own strength to crawl up from the most basic of military units. What they most despised were these rich playboy types. These people were real powers within the military. Even if it were the young playboys and juniors of the fireworm tribe, they still wouldn't place them within their eyes. Much less this little boy in front of them, who wasn't even from their fireworm tribe. They didn't know what tribe wore veils and bamboo hats, but regardless of what tribe it was, these men had no scruples and would savagely beat anyone that got in their way, regardless of origin. The fireworm tribe's military was famous throughout the entire southern wilderness. They wouldn't care even if one was a young prince or princess of a small tribe. Although they weren't afraid, these people still only spoke sexually harassing words and still hadn't done anything. They still drank their wine and laughed and joked around as before. Storekeeper, give us 5 of your top rooms. Also, go to 10,000 Flowers Hall and call down 5 girls for us. I want the best girls there are. The rider dressed in a bearskin boisterously said, as he threw over a piece of gold. The storekeeper hurriedly took it and looked extremely pained as he said, "Several army sirs, it's really unfortunate, but our best rooms have already been taken. There are still some rooms left over. If you would like to take a look." F***CK, you want to prepare a damn pigsty for this, father? The bearskin man pounded his fist against the table, and the tiles on the floor underneath it immediately shattered. However, the table was still fine. The storekeeper's eyes almost popped out of his face, and his neck shriveled like a retreating turtle, his entire body going cold with fear. He held no doubts that these fellows were murderers that could kill someone as easily as cutting grass. If he didn't serve them well, then the destruction of his store would be a light punishment. Even killing him wouldn't be too surprising. It had to be known that Fog Valley was territory under the fireworm tribe's complete control. The social customs and cultural attitudes of the southern wilderness were extremely brutal. What they respected and revered the most was strength. There were small tribes that were able to exist under the shadow of larger tribes. But once these large tribes decided to dominate the surrounding areas, then they were nothing but twigs to be crushed. A defeated tribe had no right or ability to make any decisions, and their tribespeople would also degenerate into outcasts and slaves. The storekeeper didn't want to offend these 5 death gods. His eyes rapidly shifted as he said, "We just had 2 of our best rooms that were reserved by our guests at that table over there. I really do not have any means to—" As the storekeeper said this, the fireworm military men immediately cast their eyes over to Lin Ming's table. Lin Ming deeply frowned. The storekeeper had actually deliberately directed the trouble towards them. This was simply reckless. He hadn't wanted to stir up any trouble, but now it looks like he actually had to fight. If this shop is destroyed, then it would entirely be brought upon you by yourself. The 5 men listened to the storekeeper speak and immediately smiled. The bearskin man repugnantly grinned as he said, "Ha ha, since it's like this, you should have said so sooner." Hey, you two beauties, how about you come and stay with us a bit? We'll have fun. I promise you that you will live comfortably. Na Shui immediately paled as she listened to these men sexually harass her. However, Na Yi was calm as she cheekily sneered. These fellows are such idiots. They really are courting death. Chapter 190, Samsara Martial Intent. Chapter 190, Samsara Martial Intent. Chapter 190, Samsara Martial Intent. Ki Na Shui immediately paled as she listened to these men sexually harass her. However, Na Yi was calm as she cheekily sneered. These fellows are such idiots. They really are courting death. Lin Ming's fingers traced the treasure saber that was on the table. This was the medium-grade human step treasure saber that Huagong had left behind after his untimely demise. Lin Ming had decided to use it as a temporary weapon in order to deceive the world. When he would assassinate Qi Guda, he would do so with a spear. Lin Ming didn't want anyone to find clues tracing back to him because of the weapon he used. Lin Ming sent a true essence sound transmission to Na Yi. I had just wanted to listen in on them to get some information on Qi Guda, but it seems that's not going to be happening anymore. How would you like me to punish them? Na Yi's icy gaze swept across the 5 soldiers with a heartless killing intent. She frostily said, "If possible, I hope that Mr. M.O. can kill all of them." Lin Ming was shocked. Good heavens, this little girl was sufficiently ruthless. But today, if he didn't do anything, then these soldiers would most likely go on to rape other girls in the future. The Fireworm tribe was a wholly barbaric group of people that even ate humans. Rape wasn't considered much to them. If they would ever rape young girls in the future, then killing them all now would only be a form of mercy. If we fight here, then we'll have to leave Fog Valley afterwards, Lin Ming said. I do not have to stay here. A change of scenery is just fine. These Fireworm tribe soldiers are all criminals that know only how to commit atrocious deeds. If they can be promoted to a position in the army where they can lead others, then they have done things that are deserving of death. The method in which the Fireworm tribe raised their soldiers was heinous and cruel. The way they trained their soldiers were no different than training a pack of vicious beasts. All of this was done in order to keep their most basic animal instincts intact, so that they would be invincible and all-conquering, being able to grasp victory in any situation. Na Yi felt only bone-deep hatred for the entire Fireworm tribe. 1 year ago, they had conducted a complete genocide of her Na tribe, burnt and looted her town, raped and pillaged. There was simply no end to their evil deeds. A large number of the Na tribe commoners had been turned into slaves, and there were even those that were eaten alive. That's why today, as Na Yi faced these 5 Fireworm soldiers, she wished that they would all suffer cruel and miserable deaths. Lin Ming saw Na Yi's resentment-filled glare and said, I understand. This is fine. I just happened to want to ask them about Qi Guda's whereabouts. The 5 Fireworm soldiers saw Lin Ming touch his saber and revealed gloating smile. Boss, this boy is interesting. He actually dares to touch his saber in front of us. This playboy is so damn stupid. Can he not see our cultivation? The man with a spear on his back said, These playboys are used to being domineering and lawless within their own little tribes. There isn't anything strange about this. Since the girls wear masks, telling from their attire, they might be from the Orchid Nun tribe. Hee. How amusing an aristocrat from such a small tribe actually dares to be so rampant within our land. Let's play around with this boy and beat him up until all his teeth are gone. We'll call those 2 little girls over and see if they are then willing to give themselves up to rescue their young master. Huh? Boss, this is a great idea. With their young master in our hands, those 2 girls will not dare to resist us. Ha! Several soldiers laughed as they stood up. They didn't take out their weapons and simply walked towards Lin Ming unarmed. The innkeeper saw this and went ghastly white. He wasn't worried about the safety of Lin Ming's group, but rather feared that his tables and chairs would be smashed apart. He only hoped that these three wouldn't try to resist, lest his inn be ruined. At the moment, there weren't many visitors eating meals within. They had seen that something was wrong and immediately got up and scurried out, so as not to be affected by any potential fallout or caught in a possible spell of bad luck. Even the waiter had run away, leaving the innkeeper all by himself. The innkeeper had ran to the second floor for fear of being accidentally killed by some stray blow. Little boy, this is the wrong place and time for you to be an aristocratic junior. You actually came to our territory and acted so arrogantly. You are so damn stupid. If you know what to do, then kneel on the ground, bow down 3 times, and give us those 2 girls for us to enjoy this evening. If you do so, then we'll let you keep your dog life. As the bearskin soldier said that, he reached out to grab Lin Ming's arm. In his opinion, this playboy young master had only just started practicing martial arts. It would be child's play to remove his arm. But as he touched Lin Ming, Lin Ming's aura suddenly changed. His restrained breath and vague, true essence fluctuations instantly billowed into the sky, directly piercing the horizon. A surge of dragon yang qi erupted from Lin Ming's body. The bearskin soldier instantly heard a horrifying sound within his ears. It was the roar of dragons and tigers. Even though he had fought in many battles and had a firm will and resolute mind, after hearing this dragon's roar, his entire body started trembling, as his heart began to swell with a fear that came from the very depths of his soul. Xiong Tu, quickly dodge. The eyes of the spear-wielding soldier flashed, and he instantly felt as if something was wrong. He flourished his spear and rushed towards Lin Ming, but at this moment he suddenly slowed his steps. He saw that Lin Ming had gripped the bearskin soldier's neck. That Xiong Tu, who was usually fearless in battle, seemed to have turned dumb and let the young boy grab him. The spear-wielding soldier frowned, and he stopped. He suddenly realized that they had really stepped in *T today. What was going on? How come a master like this suddenly appeared in Fog Valley? Not only that, but they had probed this boy's cultivation just a moment ago, and they had clearly seen he was new to martial arts. Now his cultivation had experienced a dramatic rise to the peak of bone forging. Although he wore a bamboo hat, the soldier was able to roughly estimate that he was no more than 20 years old. This kind of age with this kind of cultivation was very unusual. Also, he was skilled in some sort of mystical witchcraft technique. Otherwise, there would be no way for Xiong Tu to instantly lose all bodily response and so easily fall into the enemy's hands. Dealing with an enemy like this who was so skilled in these subversive skills was the most difficult. The spear-wielding soldier's face sank as he said, "Friend, let go of my brother, and we shall consider this matter today as settled. Although I don't know how you concealed your cultivation or what sort of secret skills you have, right now your cultivation is about the same as me. We have 5 people, and you are only 1, and you also have 2 little girls following you. It wouldn't be good if they were to be accidentally injured." Lin Ming remained unmoved. He still gripped the bearskin soldier's neck like before. The bearskin soldier had tried to respond, but it was as if he was a little mouse that had been bitten by a predatory serpent. Lin Ming's hand was already pressed against his life gate, and true essence had penetrated his body. With a single thought from Lin Ming, he would simply drop dead. The bearskin soldier's forehead was already seeping with sweat. He couldn't even slowly move his fingers towards the saber that he had behind him. The spear-wielding soldier saw that his threats didn't work and coldly said, "Let him go at once. Do not think that I am afraid of you. I've also seen witchcraft similar to this. Not only does this witchcraft consume an enormous amount of soul force, but it also cannot be used on many people at once." Before the spear-wielding soldier finished speaking, he saw that Lin Ming seemed to be smiling, and then he heard a cracking sound. Xiong Tu's head was bent at a weird angle as his body slid to the ground like jelly. Xiong Tu, the spear-wielding man's eyes turned red with fury. You fucking court death. Kill him. All together. The spear-wielding man roared. The 3 other soldiers behind him saw that their brother had died, and blood instantly rushed to their heads. Together, they rushed at Lin Ming. You can all die. Lin Ming revolved all of the true essence within his body, and with a single step, he suddenly burst into golden rock, shattering the void. To him, distance had lost all meaning. He appeared like a ghost behind the sword-wielding soldier, a punch rocketing towards his side. The soldier had experienced countless life and death situations on the battlefield. His reaction speed was much quicker than that of a martial artist who only cultivated martial arts. His response wasn't decided by the brain. It was the reflexive instinct of the body. He slashed out his swords towards Lin Ming's fist, his eyes filled with a manic look. He wanted to cut open Lin Ming's sword hand. But at this moment, an unimaginable scene took place. Lin Ming's closed fist became an open claw that grabbed the sword. With a tug, the soldier was viciously pulled over. Lin Ming raised his knee and slammed it against the soldier's abdomen. Pung! The power of flow like silk erupted, and vibrating true essence filaments instantly broke into the soldier's organs. They vibrated within his body so intensely that even his leather armor began to crack. The soldier didn't even have time to cough. Blood exploded from all the orifices of his head, and he instantly died on the spot. Third, the spear-wielding soldier's eyes had turned blood red. His whole body began to emit a murderous aura that soared to the heavens. He had already gone insane. He swept out his arm, wanting Lin Ming to be cut in half by his spear. However, Lin Ming actually grabbed onto where the spear shaft and spearhead met. In that moment, the spear he was holding seemed to be an unyielding statue, and he wasn't able to move it one bit. Die. Another sword-wielding soldier seized this opportunity to swing his sword towards Lin Ming's neck. However, Lin Ming reacted as if he had eyes on the back of his head. He turned around and easily grabbed that sword, then pushed it downwards. Lin Ming pulled on the long spear, and that long spear thrust towards the sword-wielding man's chest. The spear pierced him and then pulled back out. The sword-wielding soldier began to violently tremble. Puff! A torrent of blood blasted out several feet, conveniently splashing onto the face of the spear-wielding soldier. The spear-wielding soldier looked at his hands, eyes glazed over, and completely lifeless. The spear that was used to pierce the heart of his brother was actually in his grasp. He had never even dreamed that this would ever happen, where he would be completely unable to resist such an oppressive force. It had crushed his heart's arrogance, cruelty, and the faith he had in himself. At this moment, the final soldier rushed towards Na Yi and Na Shui, a grimly determined expression on his face. He knew that the only way he would have even a slim chance of survival was by capturing these 2 women. However, just as that grim determination had appeared, it was forever frozen as it was. The world around him instantly fell away as everything became dark. All he could see was a massive black tornado in front of him. He was unable to resist the stifling power of this vortex and was gradually sucked towards it. Then the scenery changed again. He had inexplicably returned to when he was young. However, this experience of his youth was completely different to what he remembered. It was an absolutely bizarre feeling, as if he was seeing his own past lives. One after another, endless scenes began to rapidly revolve through his mind, converging, dividing. He saw countless phantoms of himself. He saw himself freshly dressed and happy upon a horse. He saw himself huddled on a street corner. He saw his life as he made rapid achievements, and he also saw himself begging for mercy for his own life. After experiencing countless samsaras, He still hadn't found one that was the true him. The intricate webs of confusing memories were like a profound tide that plunged into his spiritual sea. The severe pain caused him to wish for death. Ah! The sword-wielding soldier emitted a horrifying scream, filled with despair. His spiritual sea was twisted by that swirling black vortex and completely shattered into shards, leaving only echoing fragments within the broken remnants of his spiritual sea. Just who am I? Who? Chapter 191 Drain Your Soul. Chapter 191 Drain Your Soul. Chapter 191 Drain Your Soul. The sword-wielding soldier stopped a mere 2 feet away from Na-E. However, Na-E had the same calm look as before, without the slightest hint of panic. She saw the handle of the blade tremble. The eyes of that sword master had already become glassy and vacant, lifeless. It was obviously impossible for him to attack her. She didn't know what Lin Ming had done a moment ago. With just a look, he had caused the enemy's spiritual sea to collapse and turned him into a complete vegetable. This man that had gone stupid was not some dog or cat, but was a battle-hardened soldier of the fireworm tribe, whose cultivation was at the middle bone forging stage. He had fought in countless battles, and his discipline and will were tempered finer than iron. What kind of power was this? Lin Ming had already repeatedly given her soul-shaking surprises. Every time that Na-E had thought she had guessed the limit of Lin Ming's strength, she quickly discovered that she was completely wrong. Concerning Lin Ming, there was only one word to describe him: unfathomable. The soldier had already dropped his sword. In his current eternally listless state, he was as good as dead. Lin Ming looked at this soldier who had lost his mind. The black swirling vortexes within his pupils began to wind down. This vortex could only be seen by someone who had been drawn into the 100 samsaras. After comprehending the samsara martial intent, Lin Ming found that this sort of martial intent could be used for more than tempering his heart of martial arts. It could also be used in a direct spiritual attack. By using the power of the samsara within both his eyes, he could suck the other's soul into the 100 samsaras. If they were to lose themselves in the myriad fragments of memories, then their spiritual sea would disintegrate within them. Of the 5 soldiers, there was only the spear-wielding soldier left. He was the boss of the 5. As he saw the 3 corpses on the ground, and the sword-wielding soldier whose eyes had lost all signs of life, his heart began to tremble. From the time when Lin Ming had crushed the neck of the bearskin soldier, to the time that he had made the sword-wielding soldier turn into an idiot with just a glance, the whole process had only taken the time of 2 blinks. In those 2 blinks of time, out of 5 bone forging martial artists, 4 of them had already been defeated. Was this boy a demon? The soldier laid down the spear in his hands. He stared at Lin Ming with indifference in his eyes. He knew that today he could no longer run or hide. In front of such a person, he simply didn't have the qualifications to escape. The innkeeper who had been hiding in the 2nd floor of the inn was already scared silly. Now, he slumped down in exhaustion against a column on the 2nd floor, his crotch already wet from fear. His mind echoed over and over with one thought. With this many fireworm soldiers dead in his inn, he was definitely dead. Boy, you are certainly ruthless. My skills are inferior to yours, and I acknowledge that I am dead. However, even if you kill us, do not think of living. Sooner or later the big boss will come and look for you, and then exterminate your entire tribe. When that time comes, he will cut you into pieces and make soup out of you. Lin Ming carelessly threw away the spear in his hands. He laughed and said, "Where is your big boss? There's no need for him to look for me. I was just thinking of paying a visit to him." As he spoke, his true essence had already formed a barrier around them, isolating all sound. The spear-wielding man's face suddenly changed, and he felt as if a chilly block of ice had been dropped in his stomach. Of course, Why would someone of such superior skill come to a small place like Fog Valley for no reason at all? He was here for the big boss. While his strength appeared to be at the peak bone forging stage, his true cultivation might be at the peak Hotion realm, and he would therefore be able to conceal his cultivation since he would have reached the realm of returning to his true self. Realizing this, the spear-wielding man already knew that there was no more hope for him to live. His life would end as soon as the interrogation was over. He clenched his teeth. If this was the way it was, then he would abandon his meridians and commit suicide. Lin Ming's soul force had already locked onto the spear-wielding man's body. As soon as he found that there was a change in his true essence, he coldly snorted and thrust out a palm towards the spear-wielding man's chest. Pulse-cutting palm. The domineering true essence plunged into He-Man's body, destroying all of his meridians. The gun-wielding man stuffily coughed and fell to the ground. The severe pain that racked his body made him pale. He wanted to revolve his true essence, but to his amazement and dread, he found that his body was simply like a deflated balloon. He couldn't summon the least bit of true essence. His voice shook with alarm and fear as he asked, What have you done to me? I've wasted your martial arts. Lin Ming callously said. Wasted my martial arts. You've wasted my martial arts. Ha, ha. The spear-wielding man laughed, as if he had a mental disorder. Since he had felt the pain in his meridians, he knew that what Lin Ming said was true. As far as a soldier and martial artist were concerned, wasting their martial arts was much worse than killing them. Lin Ming didn't care what the spear-wielding man was thinking. He picked him up and told Na-Yi and Na-Shui behind him, Let's go. Okay. Na-Yi quickly followed. Na-Shui was also in a trance. Every time she saw Lin Ming make a move, she felt goosebumps rising all over her. No matter if it was when he had dealt with the bald man or the corrupt wolf, or even dealing with these 5 wicked soldiers, there had never been a fight. He was simply an overwhelming force that crushed and killed all before him. This mind-boggling strength left a profound impression upon Na-Shui. Ah-Shui, let's go. Okay. Na-Shui froze for a moment before she moved. Lin Ming had already walked out of the inn. He bluntly took the 5 soldiers' crimson blood horses and threw the spear-wielding soldier over one of their backs like a dead dog. Then he leapt on the horse. The crimson blood horse was indeed worthy of its name. This famous horse was quite clever. It didn't recognize Lin Ming as its master, and after Lin Ming jumped on it, it reared backwards to fling him off. Lin Ming coldly snorted and clamped both his legs down. The crimson blood horse felt a strong pressure being applied to it. It couldn't withstand this force and almost fell in a kneeling gesture. The crimson blood horse let out a whining sound and no longer dared to resist. Lin Ming didn't think that such a beast would be so difficult. He looked at the Na sisters and said, You ride this horse. Lin Ming pulled off the soldier and jumped on another horse. Na-Yi and Na-Shui leapt up onto the crimson blood horse. This time, the crimson blood horse didn't resist. Like this, the group of 4 rode the 2 horses away. The crimson blood horse was very fast. They were several times faster than a person running at full speed. In an hour, they came to a jungle 100 miles out. The southern wilderness was vast, and the terrain was very complex. Once someone entered the jungle, it would be very hard to look for them. Even an army would find it difficult to find someone. After Lin Ming arrived at a glade, he threw the soldier onto the ground like a knapsack. He turned to Na-Yi and said, You 2 look for some soft mud and spread it on the crimson blood horses. The red color is simply too visible out here. All right, Na-Yi said. Lin Ming turned to the soldier. He had many questions he wanted to ask him. Not only did he want to know about Blackwater Swamp, but he also wanted to know Chi Guda's purpose for leaving. And most importantly, he wanted to find some information on the eternal flame of the fireworm tribe. Lin Ming wanted to make sure that it was a true flame essence. and wanted to also know the real strength of the fireworm shaman. To Lin Ming, the most interesting part of the fireworm tribe was this eternal flame. But seeing the soldier's jeering face, Lin Ming realized that it wouldn't be so easy to extract this information from him. This desperado was usually one of the most difficult characteristics to deal with. Even under torture, it would be difficult to pull anything from his mouth. Lin Ming took out a dagger from his spatial ring. He squatted down in front of the soldier and said, "I have several things I want to ask you. If you are willing to answer, then I will let you go." "Let me go?" "Ha ha." The soldier bodily laughed, as if this were the funniest joke that he had ever heard. "I don't even want to live. Why would I need you to release me? This father has killed countless people in his lifetime. Dying now is just fine. You take out a little dagger to torture me, and you think this will work? How funny. When this father was tormenting others, you were still sucking on your mother's tit. You want this father to tell you where the most excruciatingly painful places are on the human body? Would you like this father to tell you just how to make someone beg for death?" The soldier arrogantly smiled. However, as he smiled and laughed, his amused expression began to crack. It was as if the soldier had seen something abjectly terrifying, and he paled. At this moment, in front of him, both of Lin Ming's eyes had turned into immeasurably deep black vortexes. The corners of the soldier's mouth began to twitch, and with a sudden pitiful scream, he rolled onto the floor. In just half an incense stick of time, the soldier had been turned into a sweaty mess, unable to even climb up. He had seen countless confusing visions in his mind. It was as if an endless number of knives had twisted into his brain. Feeling this pain made him wish he was dead. How did that taste? I don't need you to tell me how to make someone beg for death. I have my own ways of torturing someone. Lin Ming had gone extremely easy on him. If he had displayed the full power of the samsara martial intent, then this commanding soldier would have already turned into a blathering idiot. The soldier couldn't smile anymore. That fearful soul-wrenching pain a moment ago had made him wish for immediate death. Lin Ming's lips curved upwards in a malicious grin. He looked just like a smiling devil. The soldier felt his heart go cold. The most horrible sight was Lin Ming's eyes. He had no pupils. Rather, there was nothing but black spiraling vortexes, as if there was an endless void within him. What did you just do?" The soldier had lost all of his composure. In his opinion, this youth in front of his was no longer human. "Nothing. I just drained a part of your soul." Lin Ming leisurely said, "Every human has a soul. After we die, the soul goes on to reincarnation. However, if the soul is lost, then it will be annihilated, and you will not be able to enter the samsara. You just saw the images, right? That is your soul's memories of its past lives, samsara. I will give you one more opportunity. If you insist on not speaking, then I will drain your soul and your mind so that you will not enter the samsara." Lin Ming was just making random stories up to scare him, but his words were just like the whispers of a devil. Once the soldier heard them, he was scared out of his mind. The people of the southern wilderness had religious beliefs. In the tribe, the theocracy was often stronger than the kings or lords of the tribes. A tribe's highest leader was often a shaman, witch god, or sorcerer envoy, but it was never the chief. The belief of reincarnation was firmly ingrained within the hearts of the people. "What nonsense! You think that I believe that?" The soldier put on a brave front, but inside he was cowering in fear. "Believe it or not, what is your choice?" Lin Ming wickedly smiled. His pupils had turned entirely into the black, swirling vortexes like before, slowly spinning around. They simply did not look like human eyes. Chapter 192, Lost Vermilion Bird. Chapter 192, Lost Vermilion Bird. Chapter 192, Lost Vermilion Bird. Believe it or not, what is your choice? Lin Ming wickedly smiled. His pupils had turned entirely into the black, swirling vortexes like before, slowly spinning around. They simply did not look like human eyes. Seeing those fathomless eyes, the soldier felt a trembling from the depths of his soul. Lin Ming had said that his soul would be annihilated, and he would not be able to enter the cycle of samsara and reincarnation. The soldier was afraid he wasn't lying. He did not fear death, because he believed that once a human died, they would be reincarnated. 18 years from now, he would still be a man. But to be annihilated forever and not enter samsara, that was something he was afraid of. That could be considered the truest form of death, a complete destruction. It must be the highest level of punishment even among demons. He thought that Lin Ming might be lying, but he recalled that soul-tearing pain from a moment ago, as if a part of his soul was being pulled out. Along with the countless lifetimes of memories that he had seen of his samsara, the soldier didn't dare to make this bet, if what he said was really true. Moreover, he had already lost all of his martial arts. Even if he died and didn't say anything, what good would come of that? Thinking this, the soldier began to hesitate. Well, how about it? Have you given it some thoughts? Lin Ming asked, smiling. The soldier took a deep breath. The corners of his mouth twitched. He closed his eyes and said, "Ask your questions. I will answer them." Very good. Lin Ming quickly asked his questions and was able to get the answers he wanted. He was able to mostly confirm that the eternal flame was indeed a flame essence. The fire worm shaman who controlled the eternal flame had a cultivation at the Middle Hotian realm. As for the reason that Chi Gouda was going to Blackwater Swamp, he had two. His first goal was to completely destroy the Black Marsh tribe that was located at the edge of Blackwater Swamp. The Black Marsh tribe was only a small tribe. Originally, their tribe had about 20,000 people, but 10 years ago, the Black Marsh tribe had discovered a vein of profound iron ore. Because of this, they were able to rapidly expand. These years, they had many foreigners that had joined them, and their population had ballooned to around 40 or 50,000. Before the Na tribe had been destroyed, the Na tribe and the Fire Worm tribe were the two major tribes that were kept in mutual balance with each other. Both tribes didn't want to see the other grow stronger. Because of this, the Black Marsh tribe had been able to carve out a place where it could exist. As long as it presented a tribute of dark steel to both tribes every year, then they would be safe. However, 1 year ago, the Na tribe had been exterminated, and the balance in the region had been broken. Some of the smaller nearby tribes had already been completely swallowed by the Fireworm tribe. They could do what they wanted when they wanted. The Black Marsh tribe with the profound iron, or was the juiciest target. The Fireworm tribe planned on conquering the Black Marsh tribe and using their people as slaves in order to mine the profound iron ore. The ore would be sent to the Fireworm tribe in order to be refined into a massive number of weapons that could lay down the future for their tribe to dominate the southern wilderness. The first reason for Chi Gouda to be at Blackwater Swamp was of no surprise to Lin Ming. However, the second reason left him aghast. Besides conquering the Black Marsh tribe, Chi Gouda also came out to search for a vermilion bird. A vermilion bird was a saint beast that was only inferior to a god beast. It also had a deep relationship with the phoenix. In the ancient legends of this world, there were tales of some god beasts like the true dragon, true phoenix, and golden-winged roc. However, a god beast was an incomparably rare and loft existence, let alone the sky-spill continent. They would be rare even within the realm of the gods. When that mighty elder had first created the golden roc shattering the void movement technique, it had been after a fortuitous encounter where he had witnessed a battle between a true dragon and a golden-winged roc. Afterwards, he gained some insights and went into retreat for 60 years to study and understand the secrets through meditation. The boundless strength of a god beast was a difficult concept for a mortal to imagine, Even the mighty elders of the realm of the gods were no match. And under the god beasts were the saint beasts. For instance, beings like the flood dragon, vermilion bird, and spirit turtle were all saint beasts. Saint beasts were much more common than god beasts. Still, that was only within the realm of the gods. In the sky spill continent, a saint beast was an extremely singular existence. That was why Lin Ming had been so surprised when the soldier had said that a vermilion bird had appeared within the southern wilderness. After all, the southern wilderness was only a very, very small place out of the entire sky spill continent. The value of a vermilion bird was unimaginable. Chi Gouda wasn't crazy enough to think that he could ever hope to catch it. He only wanted to look for some traces of it and collect some of its fallen flames. In the legends, vermilion birds liked to perch on millennia-old wudong trees. After they descended, they would leave behind bits of flames. These flames were the fires of the vermilion bird. Chi Gouda wished to collect these vermilion bird flames and refine them into the eternal flame. If he were lucky, then he might even be able to find a feather of the vermilion bird and receive a major benefit from that. Even Lin Ming's heart was somewhat stirred after hearing of the vermilion bird flames. However, he didn't really want them. What he really wanted was the eternal flame that was a true flame essence. The flames of a vermilion bird, no matter how fierce, were in the end just flames. Lin Ming rubbed his chin. Why is there a vermilion bird within the southern wilderness? Since a saint beast appeared, could this be an omen from the heavens? Blackwater swamp stretched for 1,000 miles. The deeper one went into the swamp, the more dangerous it became. On the other side of the swamp was the infamous Thunder Crash Mountain. The highest peak of Thunder Crash Mountain towered 100,000 feet high and stabbed the sky. It was said that the highest peak of Thunder Crash Mountain was already higher than the clouds, so it experienced snow and rain all year round. 5 days later, the search operations within the Blackwater Swamp had been launched into full swing. The Fireworm tribe valued the search and took it very seriously. The military had dispatched 20,000 soldiers to aid in the search, while the Fireworm shaman had also sent out many masters to assist. These people were all at the pulse condensation period, and there were even some who had achieved the late pulse condensation period and were just a bit worse than Chi Gouda. The search for the vermilion bird continued for 10 days, but the end result left everyone speechless. They hadn't even found a single bit of feather down, or even a small spark. Instead, several hundred soldiers had been sacrificed within Blackwater Swamp. Chi Gouda flew into a furious rage. He hadn't expected to find the vermilion bird, but they hadn't even found a small flame. This made him feel very angry and uncomfortable. He had been counting on this to set up a great merit for himself and obtain the shaman's recognition. If he did, then he might become the next Fireworm chief. However, that possibility was now unlikely. Chi Gouda was in an awful mood. 3 days later, he led his army to attack the Black Marsh tribe in order to vent his anger. The Black Marsh tribe had altogether 40 or 50,000 people, and their tribal army had less than 5,000. Not only that, but many of those were just average militiamen. How could they defend against the 20,000-strong army of the Fireworm tribe? There was no suspense in this war. The Black Marsh tribe was completely routed, and the surrendered army was captured by the Fireworm tribe and turned into slaves. The elite troops of the Fireworm tribe rushed all the way to the chief's quarters. Chi Gouda was riding a crimson blood horse, and he held a 10-foot-long lance in his hands. As they rushed ahead, wherever he visited, blood would flow and heads would fly. Chi Gouda enjoyed the fun of slaughtering. He was like an unstoppable force that rolled past everything. To him, killing people was just like mowing down grass. Bang! The sound of a crash echoed out, and the door to the chief's quarters burst open. Chi Gouda pushed himself to the front and was the first to rush in. The chief's quarters was the place where the most wealth was located, And there were also many beauties here too. It was the equivalent of a royal palace. Fire worm soldiers' favorite activity was to plunder chiefs' quarters. They brought opportunities of unlimited pleasure, and they could also fulfill their most basic lustful desires. The chief's quarters ladies and concubines were once lofty beauties, but now they were all wantonly abused and humiliated. When the fireworm army killed their way here, the chief's quarters were already in ruins. There were those who had expected the Black Marsh tribe to be defeated, so they had fled in advance. However, most of the ladies and concubines did not know any martial arts, so they had no way to run. Even if they escaped Black Marsh tribe, they would only end up dying in the belly of a vicious beast. Therefore, they had no choice but to stay within the chief's quarters. In the tribal wars, they were always the sacrificial victims. This time, nobody even took them into account. Chiguda sneered and issued an order. Pass down the orders. I want everyone captured and brought to the main hall. Collect all of the wealth and inventory it. Then bring it to the main hall. Left General. Here, a man stepped out. You will lead 5,000 elite troops to pursue the Black Marsh tribe. As long as anyone is caught running away, if they are a man, then bury them alive. And if they are a woman, then place them into the army as whores. I received the order. The man waved his hand and quickly brought his own army of troops to leave the chief's quarters. Once the tribe was defeated, it also took courage to escape. If they were caught, then their ending would be even more miserable. The men would be buried alive, and the women would be whored out and slowly tortured to death by the soldiers of the fireworm tribe. Therefore, many people would rather stay as slaves than take the risk of getting caught. While escaping, the army instantly dispersed outwards. The ruthless and cruel fireworm soldiers heard that they could loot the chief's quarters, and their eyes turned red. They were just like sharks that smelled blood. Before long, the screams of men and crying of women resounded throughout the entire building. Chiguda grinned. He very much enjoyed this sound. Hurry, go faster. Your mother, stop dawdling around. Half an hour later, the fireworm soldiers marched in all the prisoners from everywhere and brought them to the main hall. The men were all wounded, and some were even badly injured. Most of the women's clothing was in disarray, and their faces and necks were bruised black and blue. Regardless of whether it was men or women, their faces were filled with the dying embers of desolate despair. The fireworm soldiers carried large boxes full of gold, silver, and other valuables. They piled them all within the open area of the main hall. These quickly piled into a small hill. The soldiers were collecting all the valuables. The fireworm army allowed them to pocket some of the money, and also allowed them to touch the women. In order to maintain their nature as vicious beasts, they had to occasionally be fed meat. Reporting to Big Boss, we found a brother and sister at the bottom of a well. A maid confessed that they are the children of the Black Marsh tribe's chief. A soldier pushed out a pair of 16 or 17-year-old boy and girl. These two were dressed in cheap, coarse clothing, and their faces were slathered with ashes as if they were dirty, just like a maid or servant that tended to fires. But once one looked carefully, they could see that the hands of these two were smooth and delicate without any calluses. They were a pair of boy and girl that had obviously never done any heavy work before. Good. Chiguda's face suffused with a villainous smile. This pair of twins had soft and tender skin. The male could be sold to female tribal rulers as a pet. The female could be used by himself. Chiguda dismounted from his horse and walked up to the pair of twins. He pointlessly punched the girl's chin. At this moment, Chiguda coldly snorted and grabbed onto the girl's arm. Inside of the girl's sleeve was an impressively hidden crossbow. Its bolts were tipped in a dark blue liquid. It was obviously toxic. You court death. Chiguda slapped out his palm with a bit of force. There was the sound of bones cracking and a girl pitifully screaming. The girl's face was streaming cold sweat, and she almost fainted from the pain, Her right wrist had almost been completely broken by Chi Gouda. At this moment, Chi Gouda's expression changed. He suddenly and quickly leapt backwards. There was a slight ripping sound as a white shadow shot out from an astonishing angle and stabbed towards his waist. Chi Gouda only felt his body go numb and his organs roil within him as he almost vomited blood. Who? Chapter 193, Killing Chi Gouda. Chapter 193, Killing Chi Gouda. Yeah. Just as Chi Gouda spoke, a black-clothed youth who had been mixed in with the crowd suddenly rushed out, a dark gray spear in his arms as he pierced towards Chi Gouda's throat like a poisonous snake. Chi Gouda urgently retreated backwards. The spear strike from a moment ago had been blocked by his high-grade, human-step treasure armor. However, the true essence from that attack had managed to penetrate the flexible armor and sink into his body. The true essence within his entire body had an unbearable feeling. With Chi Gouda's cultivation, he could have stopped a surprise attack, but he hadn't thought that one of the prisoners in the group was a master that had actually managed to conceal their cultivation. Normally, only a Xiantian master, or occasionally a peak Hotian master, would be able to reach the realm of returning to one's true origin and restraining all of the true essence within their body to hide their cultivation. But this sort of powerhouse would have no reason to make a sneak attack in order to kill him. This youth who had made a sneak attack on him hadn't even broken through to the pulse condensation period. How had he managed to hide his murderous intent and cultivation? The situation had already progressed beyond Chi Gouda's imagination, the enemy's long spear pressing down toward his throat. In the end, Chi Gouda was still a half-step Hotian realm martial artist. Even in a sneak attack, he had the ability to quickly react. He instantly pulled out a treasure sword from his spatial ring and cut towards the spear point. Clang! The sword and spear struck each other. Chi Gouda used the rebound of this attack to fly backwards into the army. Everything had happened in just a split second. The fireworm tribe soldiers were finally able to react. They shouted, "It's an assassin! Protect the general!" Chi Gouda's personal guardians took out their own swords and sabers and cut towards the black-clothed youth. However, that black-clothed youth was simply like a god of death. His hand shook the dark gray spear, and vibrating true essence manifested into a raging tsunami that rushed outwards. Immediately, 7 or 8 soldiers were like seaweed, as they were sent flying out in all directions, vomiting blood. The black-clothed youth was Lin Ming, and the spear in his hand was the heavy, profound, soft spear. He had spread a special matte gray paint on it in order to cover up the too recognizable silver color. Not only that, but he had snuck in with a black mask wrapping around his face and hiding his appearance. Only his eyes were visible from the outside. This unexpected change in events caught everyone by surprise. Even the chief's children who were preparing to commit suicide were dumbfounded by the black-clothed man who had suddenly rushed out. Who was this? With such strong skills, he shouldn't be someone that belonged to the Black Marsh tribe's chief's quarters. At this time, Chi Gouda was becoming more and more startled. He wasn't able to suppress that small amount of true essence within his body. It was as if that true essence had an infinite vitality within it. What kind of true essence is this? Chi Gouda's expression continued to sink. If people were like flames, then the more profound and deep a martial artist's cultivation was, and the more pure and vibrant their true essence became, it would be like a flame that was becoming more and more vigorous. However, the nature of it wouldn't change. Yet, this true essence actually had a core qualitative difference. It was just like a flame essence. It was far too difficult to suppress. Chi Gouda had already seen through Lin Ming's cultivation. He was without a doubt at the peak of bone forging. But this left him baffled. Just what sort of origin did this fellow have? A vast wave of soldiers rushed towards Lin Ming like a tide. Lin Ming's eyes narrowed. and the true primal chaos formula began to rapidly revolve within him, and a crimson lotus flame bloomed upon his long spear. Total annihilation. Ha! The heavy, profound, soft spear drew a wide crescent moon, and the flames formed a massive arc. The powerful impact swept the soldiers and sent them flying backwards. Lin Ming spotted a gap between the solders, goldenrod shattering the void. Whoosh! Lin Ming was like a black bolt of lightning that threaded through the surrounding soldiers. He instantly arrived in front of Qi Guda. The long spear shot out. Flow like silk. 5,000 vibrating true essence filaments manifested from the spear at an astonishing rate. They weaved together in the air, forming a tight true essence net that fell down on Qi Guda. As Lin Ming's strength increased, his use of flow like silk had already reached a degree of near perfection. He was close to reaching a breakthrough. Qi Guda saw this shimmering net filled with deep killing intent fall on him and gave a loud shout. The high-grade human step treasure sword in his hand began to glow with a yellow light. He brandished his sword and chopped out at the bright net of true essence. Earth Splitter. Qi Guda was forced to resort to his most infamous martial skill. His sword was filled with a vibrant energy as it cut out at the shining net. With a loud bang, the net was torn apart. Qi Guda fiendishly sneered. After all, this enemy was only at the peak of bone forging. How could he possibly compare to his cultivation of a half-step into the Hotian realm? Although he didn't know why this young fellow was so strong, since he actually dared to attempt an assassination within a group of soldiers, he was simply seeking his own death. However, at this time, Qi Guda's smile froze. Although that shining net had been torn apart by his sword, it hadn't faded away. Instead, it turned into filaments formed of true essence and pierced towards him. Before fusing with the reverse scale blood, Lin Ming's vibrating true essence had many weaknesses. One was that, although it was extremely formidable, its tenacity wasn't enough, and it was easily destroyed. Even after entering the enemy's body, it would gradually weaken. In the life and death smelting trial, he had encountered the witch slave, which had massively overwhelming defensive capabilities. It had simply been too difficult to injure the enemy. But now, after having integrated with the reverse scale blood, Lin Ming's 5,000 vibrating true essence threads had taken on a qualitative change. Not only could they not be broken, but they were extremely tough and very difficult to destroy. Although they weren't like the flame essence that was inextinguishable, but if one wished to destroy them, they needed to use several times more true essence to wear them down. This endlessly living true essence was scattered apart by Qi Guda's sword. This gorgeous and charming true essence fell from the sky like drops of rain. But this rain contained a horrifying killing intent. The martial artists that were too close to these filaments were shredded to pieces. Even the personal bodyguards near Qi Guda were unable to escape, and blood flowed on the ground. With their strength, the role they could play in this fight was minuscule. Even the aftermath of the blows could kill them off. Qi Guda turned somber. His palms oozed with sweat as the countless true essence filaments reflected in his eyes. His pupils suddenly contracted. Earth protection. With a roar, Qi Guda stabbed his sword into the ground. A brown membrane of light formed around him, enveloping him in a thick shell. Ding, 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 ding. The filaments crashed against the brown light membrane as they tried to pierce through. Located under that protective cover, Qi Guda was unharmed. At this moment, Lin Ming's lips curved under the black mask covering his face. This was the moment he had been waiting for. He hadn't expected his flow like silk to harm Qi Guda. He had only wanted to trap him first before the real killing would begin. Ha! A dark red lotus flame bloomed on the heavy, profound, soft spear. Qi. A purple electric snake emerged from the heretical god seed and twined around the cold tip of the spear. Heretical god force? Open! Lin Ming shouted, and a massive swell of true essence rose within his body. His powerful aura erupted like a volcano, and his spear thrust out, mincing the atmosphere. The power of thunder and flame gushed forth. The roaring sounds of thunder were no less terrifying than the tiger-leopard thunderclaps of Thunder Valley. Chi Guda's complexion changed. He hadn't been able to judge just how powerful this move of Lin Ming's was. When the thunder and flame hadn't yet intersected, this move seemed only like an ordinary killing stroke. Chi Guda clenched his teeth and desperately pushed forth all the true essence he could muster to reinforce the defensive shield covering him. Since he didn't excel in speed, he could only use his true essence to withstand Lin Ming's offensive barrage. He would outlast the enemy. Chi Guda's idea was right. However, he had underestimated the power of Lin Ming's move. The thunder and fire intersected, and a terrifying energy ruptured the air. It was as if a red sun had appeared out of thin air. Space distorted, and the air around the edges began to twist with beams of light as 10,000 10-foot long golden swords of energy shot out in all directions. The devastating force of the impact formed visible airwaves. The main hall was crushed into fragments by this power, and countless stones filled the skies. All of the soldiers were sent flying away like weightless straw. Under that crushing explosive power, Chi Guda's earth protection shattered like plain glass. The brown shield of light shattered into fragments, and Chi Guda was sent flying out, his chest already mangled and covered with blood. Lin Ming launched his movement technique and flew forward. Without giving Chi Guda a chance to catch his breath, the heavy, profound, soft spear was already piercing towards Chi Guda. Chi Guda suppressed the pain that was racking his organs and slashed out his sword at Lin Ming. But at this moment, a massive black vortex appeared in front of him as the world fell apart. The swirling tornado pulled him forwards with an intense, attractive power, as if it wished to tear apart his soul. Chi Guda was shocked. He fiercely bit down on his tongue and forced himself to snap back to reality. However, the moment that he regained his consciousness, the dark gray long spear was already like a snake that was at his neck. Puff! The long spear thrust through flesh. Because the earth protection was already shattered by thunderfire annihilation, the true essence protecting Chi Guda was like thin paper. Chi Guda felt coldness in his throat. Lin Ming's spear had cut off his airway and severed his spine. He gawked at the spear that had pierced him, both his eyes wide with incredulity, as if he couldn't believe what had happened to him. From his spirited triumph to his death, it had all happened in a moment. He had dreamed of untold wealth, countless women, supreme power. He dreamed of dominating the southern wilderness and being recorded down in the annals of history. Yet, with this spear, everything had crumbled around him. As Lin Ming's spear entered Chi Guda's throat, he sent forth vibrating true essence once again. It spread through Chi Guda's organs, and Chi Guda began to hemorrhage from his head. The lights in his eye began to gradually fade away, and in the moment that Chi Guda lost all consciousness, he heard a young boy's voice whisper into his ear. "For the Na tribe spirits, your death is their tribute." So it was the Na tribe. Chi Guda's lips lifted, as if he was trying to smile. However, this expression was then forever fixed on his face. Puff! Chi Guda's corpse slumped to the ground. Lin Ming landed on his knees, dizzy. With the help of the heavy, profound, soft spear, he regained his balance. Burning pain sizzled in his eyes and his vision blurred. He hadn't thought that using the samsara martial intent against a martial artist a half-step into the Hotian realm would have such an agonizing recoil. Later, if he ran into another powerhouse, he would have to minimize the use of the samsara martial intent. He waved his hand and received Chi Guda's corpse into his spatial ring. Everyone, including the prisoners and soldiers, were looking at Lin Ming in complete silence. They had never expected that Chi Guda, a powerhouse with a cultivation of a half-step into the Hotian realm, and who was regarded as one of the overlords of the southern wilderness, would be killed like this. Chapter 1, 94 Sacred Flames, Flame Essence. Chapter 1, 94 Sacred Flames, Flame Essence. Chapter 194 Sacred Flames, Flame Essence. As Chi Gouda died, the several thousand fire worm soldiers were completely cowed. Lin Ming stood within the army, but there wasn't a single one among them that dared to move against him. An ordinary soldier usually had a second-grade martial talent. They could practice for several years, but their cultivation still wouldn't have surpassed the second stage of body transformation. A middle-level officer could reach viscera training or even altering muscle, while a high-ranking officer could achieve bone forging. However, in front of Lin Ming, they would all fall at the first blow. Besides Chi Gouda, the only ones whose strength was at the pulse condensation period were the left general and the right general. The left general had already been sent to capture the people that had fled. Only the right general was left, his entire body covered in a sheen of cold sweat. With the atmosphere now, he didn't even dare to breathe. He feared that Lin Ming would suddenly come to kill him, and he wouldn't even be able to escape death. In front of Lin Ming, the several bodyguards could only been considered as decorations. It could be said that with Lin Ming's strength, even these thousands of soldiers could not stop him. Lin Ming didn't even bother with the right general. He glanced towards the group of prisoners that had been captured. These prisoners looked at Lin Ming with eyes full of hope and pleading. To them, Lin Ming was a war god that the sorcerer had sent down from the divine kingdom to save them. Lin Ming's heart was gloomy and morose. Even if he killed Chi Gouda, it was impossible for him to change the fate of these prisoners. After all, he was just one person. He couldn't stop an entire tribe. All that waited for these prisoners was a lifetime of suffering, slavery, and death. Lin Ming's vision swept over the chief's twins. He hesitated for a moment, and then his figure flashed as he arrived beside the two of them. He took one in each hand and instantly launched golden rock, shattering the void, flying forwards. They could not stay here. Otherwise, if the fireworm tribe's Hotian master arrived, things would become decidedly dangerous. Rescuing the chief's twins was the only kindness that Lin Ming could offer, and could be regarded as leaving behind a little hope for the Black Marsh tribe. If these two people made every effort possible, they might be able to rebuild their Black Marsh tribe in the future, and then avenge their tribesmen. Go. As Lin Ming departed from the chief's quarters, no one dared to stop him. Lin Ming sped away, ready to send these two to a small tribe, so he didn't have to manage them. But at this moment, his expression changed. He turned around and saw a bright red light speeding towards him. Flame. In a flash, Lin Ming could tell that the red light was from a flame. After Lin Ming had formed a flame essence from the heretical god seed, Lin Ming was no longer afraid of fire. True essence flooded into his right hand, and he aimed towards that red light, ready to slap it down. POF. The red light blew up, but Lin Ming's expression changed. He felt the power of the flames within it break into his meridians, wreaking havoc. No matter how he tried to vibrate the flames within his body, he was unable to control this flame. What's going on? Back in the lava cave, no matter how much lava fire there was, the heretical god seed was still able to tame it. But now, something like this was actually happening. Lin Ming revolved all the true essence within his body and suppressed the flame. At the same time, Lin Ming's mind stirred, and he looked forwards. 100 feet away in the air, a mass of crimson flames coalesced, forming a shape of flames in the figure of a 3-foot-tall little boy that floated in the air. The little boy's entire body was a deep red, and swirls of flame wound around his hands and feet. His small face had a laughing expression, but that smile was tainted with evil. Lin Ming's eyebrows furrowed. What was this? He could feel that the boy's body contained a very powerful flame attribute true essence. It was much more powerful than his own. No wonder he hadn't been able to suppress that flame from a moment ago. Was this little boy the fireworm shaman? No, that wasn't right. Even if the fireworm shaman trained in some strange cultivation method that turned his appearance into that of a little boy, he would still have a mortal body. This little boy's body was clearly composed of fire. Otherwise, it would also be impossible for him to float in the air. This is... Lin Ming's mind went cold. He said to the Black Marsh twins that he had been carrying, "You're on your own now. I can't help you any longer." The two siblings listened to Lin Ming, and a bit of despair crossed their expression. The girl opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but stopped before the words came out. She knew that, at this moment, Lin Ming could no longer save them. They had to run away from the fireworm army before they were caught, and had to depend on themselves. Lin Ming released their hands, and the two siblings silently thanked him before they ran off into the depths of the jungle. The little flame boy darkly smiled. Flame swirled within his little hand, and he threw a fireball straight towards the two siblings. Lin Ming coldly snorted, and the heavy, profound, soft spear pierced out like a lightning bolt towards the fireball. 5,000 vibrating true essence filaments broke into the fireball, and there was the sound of an explosion as it turned into a mass of fireworks. The two siblings were shocked out of their minds. The girl looked back and sent a look of gratitude towards Lin Ming. Without another word, they lowered their heads and continued to run into the jungle. Seeing this, the little flame boy no longer chased after them. Compared to those two siblings, Lin Ming was the true threat. The little flame boy's hands crossed against its chest, and it wickedly smiled as it looked at Lin Ming. The flames swirled on its face, turning into a playful expression. Lin Ming sneered. "You are the eternal flame's flame essence. The flame essence has a soul. After the fireworm shaman fused a part of his soul into the flame essence, it formed you, something neither human nor monster. In the end, you're a flame essence that became the fireworm shaman's avatar." The little flame boy's face revealed a stunned expression, but right after, it snickered again and said, "Your soul force is good. You can actually recognize that I am an avatar. I'm more and more interested in you. Today, you stay behind." The voice of the flame essence avatar was extremely hoarse, coming from a little boy. It sounded absolutely bizarre. "Stay here? Who's going to make me? If your true self comes, then I would have already lost. But you are only an avatar, and you still think you could keep me here?" Lin Ming spoke to hear, and then shouted. The aura of his body suddenly rose, and he flourished his spear. True essence condensed into an astral spear several tens of feet long, thrusting towards the little flame boy's neck. He wanted to ruin the soul mark that the fireworm shaman had left in the flame essence. If he could do this, then the flame essence wouldn't be possessed by anyone. As the astral spear howled forwards, the little flame boy wildly laughed, and its body suddenly disappeared. Its speed was no less than Lin Ming's. "You want to break my soul mark? Dream on. Die." The little flame boy thrust his hands forwards. The power of fire spewed out from his palms, turning into thousands of twisted red lights that converged on Lin Ming from all sides. However, the little flame boy didn't expect that after Lin Ming had thrust out his spear, he would have not even had the desire to fight. Lin Ming immediately launched his movement technique and ran away. Puff, puff, puff. The attack of the little flame boy missed. The red lights were like crimson rain that fell upon the ground piled high with leaves. The ground immediately turned into scorched earth upon contact. "Humph, at least you're smart. But do you think you can actually escape my grasp? What wishful thinking." The little flame boy maliciously grinned and started to chase after Lin Ming. Lin Ming rapidly moved. He displayed the full force of golden rock shattering the void, without any reservations. If he managed to erase the soul mark that the fireworm shaman had placed in the flame essence, then the flame essence would lose its consciousness. Then Lin Ming would have a chance to absorb it. This idea had an incomparable allure. However, Lin Ming knew that at this point the fireworm shaman was coming. If a true Hotian master arrived, then he wouldn't be able to escape even if he had wings. Much less, this little flame boy's true essence was excessively powerful. As for himself, he had already used Thunderfire Annihilation, and had also opened the heretical god gate. 40% of his true essence had been consumed. If they fought, he wasn't sure who would come out on top. To wish to stay here and destroy the soul mark that the fireworm shaman had left in this little flame boy was no different than a moron speaking utter nonsense. If he didn't leave now and was delayed for a few more minutes, it would be too late. Lin Ming's speed became faster and faster. It was as if his body was weightless. The tips of his toes traced the tops of trees, and his body was like an arrow that had been shot out. After several ups and downs, Lin Ming's body became increasingly high until he no longer had to borrow leverage from the treetops, and then completely flew off. After reaching the peak of bone forging, Lin Ming's true essence had become even thicker and purer, and his movements became increasingly close to true flight. This time, the little flame boy was completely stunned as it looked at Lin Ming. It could fly too, but that was only because he didn't have a body and was only a mass of flames. But that boy was clearly at the peak of bone forging. So, why was he able to fly? Did he have some rare flight-capable treasure on his body? Thinking this, the little flame boy's eyes flashed with a fierce, ominous greed. In any event, he had to make sure this boy stayed. He definitely had some sort of secret. The wind whistled in Lin Ming's ear as he flew forwards. He didn't look back. His soul force had already locked onto the little flame boy behind him. Not only was he not able to ditch him, but he had been getting closer and closer. Damn. This fellow is just like a haunting ghost. Lin Ming frowned. His golden rock shattering the void was a top-tier movement technique. But this little flame boy's body was wholly composed of flames. He was weightless, so he was faster. Humph, you're staying. The little flame boy pursued Lin Ming from 100 feet behind. It balled its hands together, and several dozens of finger-thick flame columns came shooting towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming twisted his spear behind him without looking. Pung! The pillars of flame crumbled apart, and then exploded into a rain of red light. But during this time, the little flame boy had already caught up to Lin Ming from behind. It evilly smiled as it stretched out its hands, and the power of fire flashed in its palms. With my avatar delaying you, don't even think of running away. Flame cage. Foo. Strips of crimson flames flew around Lin Ming. The columns of flame interlocked together and formed a cage of fire, trapping Lin Ming within. Lin Ming stabbed out at the flame cage, but it failed to pierce through. Damn. Lin Ming felt anxious. This little flame boy had made it clear that he was only delaying him. As soon as the fireworm shaman's true self arrived, then he would be in an extremely dangerous situation. But this little flame boy's true essence was thicker, and his speed was faster. He couldn't kill him if he wanted to, and he couldn't lose him if he wanted to. With this fellow following him, he would catch up sooner or later. Lin Ming clenched his teeth. The true essence within his body began revolving to the limit, and the power of the dragon blood within his heart suddenly erupted in a blaze of glory. Break for me! Lin Ming screamed and thrust his spear out. The true essence within his body that held the power of the dragon blood began to endlessly grow. Even the fire of a flame essence would not be able to easily destroy it. Cha! The flame cage was completely torn apart. Lin Ming sprung forwards and soared straight into the sky. The little flame boy was stunned. It hadn't expected Lin Ming to be able to break out of the flame cage so quickly. But like this, it was even happier. This meant that the secret on Lin Ming's body was even more valuable. Chapter 195 Prestige of the Saint Beast. Chapter 195 Prestige of the Saint Beast. Chapter 195 Prestige of the Saint Beast. Sky Fortune Kingdom, 7 Profound Marshall House. At that time, it had been 1 month since Lin Ming left Sky Fortune City. It was a chilly winter afternoon, and a light crop of snow carpeted the earth. The cloud had scattered, and the bright sun was high in the sky, slowly melting the soft snow and filling the air with an icy humidity. In the northwest corner of the 7 Profound Marshall House, the deacon responsible for the Marshall House registration office was lazing around in ennui, casually flipping the pages of a novel. Working in the Marshall House registration office was quite a boring affair. It was mainly recording when disciples of the Marshall House would go out for adventures and experience, or recording the time and location for missions they were on. This was to ensure the disciples' safety. Otherwise, if they were missing for too long without an adequate explanation, then the 7 Profound Marshall House would initiate an investigation. Because there weren't many disciples of the 7 Profound Marshall House that would often go out for adventure or to experience the world, even 3 or 5 disciples coming in to register was considered a lot. This boring and tedious work was considered a dead-end job with no possibility for future progression. It was work that powerful martial artists would never debase themselves to do. Sun Liang was a superior second-grade martial talent. Although he couldn't compare with juniors of large aristocratic families, he was still SOSO. Relying on his connections, he had entered into the Sky Fortune Marshall House to cultivate for several years before just barely reaching the Viscera training stage. Afterwards, he became too lazy to practice and turtled himself in the 7 Profound Marshall House registration office, where he became a deacon. The novel was reaching a satisfying peak. Sun Liang's expressions couldn't help but change as he followed the rises and falls of the protagonist's fate. Sometimes he giggled, sometimes he was tense, but his mood was always engaged. Suddenly, he felt the light dim as a figure blotted out the sunlight. Sun Liang thought that it was a disciple who had come to register for a leave of absence. He was somewhat dissatisfied as his good mood in reading the novel was interrupted. He looked up, and just when he was about to ask when this disciple was planning on going and where, he suddenly froze in place. In front of him was a middle-aged man wearing a flowing white robe and carrying a long zither on his back. He was slender, and his thick eyebrows were wise. He had a temperament like clouds in the sun, and was simply an elegant existence. Pa! Sun Liang's novel fell on the ground. Quivering, he stood up and opened his mouth to speak. His voice was dry as he said, Marshall House Master. Sun Liang felt faint at heart. Why would the 7 Profound Marshall House Master Qinzia be here? Qinzia smiled. Naturally, he did not intend to bother with such minor matters like Sun Liang reading novels during his job. He said, a month ago, did Lin Ming record where he was going here? Sun Liang quickly nodded. There weren't many people that registered. Lin Ming's status was unique, so he had definitely remembered him. Let me see. Oh, okay. Sun Liang trembled as he flipped through the records, combing the ordered files before finally pulling one out. He thanked the heavens that he didn't encounter a situation in which he couldn't find the record. Otherwise, he really would have wanted to hit his head on the wall and kill himself. Qinzia glanced through the paper records and saw Lin Ming's travel time and signature. He frowned. He would go out to adventure for 2 months, location unknown. I know. Qinzia closed the file before turning around and walking away. Lin Ming had already disappeared for 1 month, although the record had clearly stated that he voluntarily went out to adventure and experience the world. Qinzia felt that something was strange about the matter. Lin Ming had simply offended too many people. It was absolutely an unwise decision to go out and adventure during this time period. Once his whereabouts were leaked out, he could even encounter a fatal disaster. Not only that, but there simply weren't any good areas near the Sky Fortune Kingdom to go out and adventure in. Going out anywhere would be inferior to the quick cultivation within the 7 profound martial house. Even the 7 major killing arrays had their doors opened wide for Lin Ming. Where could he find such good practice locations outside? The only thing that the 7 profound martial house lacked was true life and death killing situations. If Lin Ming wanted to experience this, then he could have joined the army for a while. But Qin Zia had already asked the military, and Lin Ming hadn't joined them. This made Qin Zia's heart fill with doubts. Just what was Lin Ming doing? The reason that Qin Zia had come back this time was to prepare for the upcoming interfaction assembly tournament. 2 months from now, the 7 profound valleys would call down the martial house core disciples from all the nearby countries and hold a martial gathering. The martial gathering occurred every 3 years. At that time, the core disciples of all the countries would gather together and drink tea while appreciating and comparing martial arts. This was an assessment of the various nations' core disciples, but it was also an assessment of the martial houses themselves. Even Qin Zia, who rarely cared or worried about the internal affairs of the martial house, attached a serious importance towards this assessment. When Lin Ming had been passed down the 7 profound decree, Qin Zia had taken advantage of that time to give Lin Ming many benefits. He hoped that Lin Ming would be able to quickly grow in that short time and blossom, shining with radiant glory at the martial gathering. If his result was good, then not only would he receive rewards as a core disciple, but even the martial house master would receive a reward. The most precious reward was a heaven-opening pill. A heaven-opening pill was the miracle medicine that a peak Hotian realm master would take when they were attempting to break into the Xiantian realm. It would remove the foul Hotian air within them, wash their muscles and marrow, reproduce a Xiantian-like state that would allow them to return to their natural state, and finally step into the Xiantian realm. No matter how awe-inspiring one's talent was, they still had to take a heaven-opening pill in order to step into the Xiantian realm from the Hotian realm. The difference between the Hotian realm and Xiantian realm was the Xiantian breath within oneself. With this, one's soul would enter into a tranquil state, and they would be able to communicate with heaven and earth origin energy. They could use their soul to understand the wisdom of the world and use their true essence to move the power of the heavens and earth. When a baby was still in the mother's body, they would rely on the umbilical cord transporting blood in order to breathe. This was the Xiantian breath. After a baby was born, they changed to breathing from their mouths and nose. Inevitably, they would breathe the foul Hotian air, and there simply wouldn't be any Xiantian breath. From Hotian to Xiantian, one had to rid themselves of worldly roots and change their Hotian breath to Xiantian breath. In order to do this, one had to wash their muscles and marrow and reproduce the Xiantian breath with the heaven-opening pill. In theory, it could be said that a naturally peerless martial talent could get rid of their body's Hotian air through their own strength and wouldn't need to depend upon a pull to step into the Xiantian realm. However, this was only a theory. The truth was that no one had ever managed to accomplish this. The heaven-opening pill was an incomparably precious treasure within the 7 profound valleys. Not only in the 7 profound valleys, but the heaven-opening pill was extremely scarce even in other large sections. The materials for the heaven-opening pill were too difficult to find. Even if they were all collected, there was still a small chance that there would be a failure during the alchemical refinement of the pill. The 7 profound valleys would refine a batch of heaven-opening pills every 3 years. In the end, they would have around 20 or 30 pills. The more than 20 pills were insufficient to be divided among so many disciples. The rules of the 7 profound valleys stated that the heaven-opening pill could only be rewarded to peak Hotian masters with outstanding talent. Even if these masters took the heaven-opening pill, it didn't mean that they would necessarily break into the Sciention realm. Qinzia's talent could already be considered heaven-defying. He had started cultivating at 20 years of age, and at 45 he had reached the peak Hotian realm. Once he too had been given a heaven-opening pill. After he took it, he attempted to break through the Sciention bottleneck. However, there was a problem that arose from within his zither heart, and he had failed just a step away. Finally, Qinzia had stopped a half step into the Sciention realm. These years, he had been roaming the deep valleys and tempering his zither heart. Now, his zither heart had reached the large success stage. He would only need a heaven-opening pill to attack the Sciention realm bottleneck once again. Every 3 years during the martial gathering, 2 heaven-opening pills were rewarded, one to the core disciple and one to the martial house master. Only first place was rewarded. Of course, a core disciple had to reach the peak Hotian realm before he could cash in on this reward. If their cultivation was insufficient, then it would be a waste for them to take the heaven-opening pill. To a core disciple, besides a heaven-opening pill, there were also many other rich rewards. For instance, high-grade human step treasures, top-quality pills, core cultivation methods, and other such great items. Qinzia, of course, wanted to obtain the heaven-opening pill, but he knew it was hopeless for Lin Ming to take the number 1 spot. That was simply too distant a dream. Sky Fortune Kingdom's 7 profound martial house was strong, but compared to those of Huoluan Nation or the Eastern Sun Country, they were still sorely lacking. However, just because they couldn't obtain first place this time didn't mean they couldn't next time. If they couldn't next time, then they could try the time after that. Lin Ming was only 15 years old. He would be able to participate in a total of 3 martial gatherings. Even if Lin Ming failed these 3 times, if he was able to make good progress, that could be considered as a merit of Qinzia. But Qinzia hadn't thought that when he had come back, Lin Ming would already have disappeared for 1 month, his location unknown. Southern wilderness, Blackwater Swamp. The chase between Lin Ming and the little flame boy had lasted for more than an hour. In the time of this hour, the 2 of them had already fought several times, but neither had been able to gain an advantage. Lin Ming only had about 30% of his true essence left within him, with the long time that he had been flying, as well as the high-intensity combat he engaged in. Even though his blood vitality was strong, and he had the true primal chaos formula augmenting him, he wouldn't be able to last much longer. Like this, his true essence would be completely exhausted in 1 more hour. In comparison, the little flame boy had no weakening or lack of true essence. The reason for this was because his cultivation was far more profound and deep than Lin Ming's, and also because the little flame boy was not a human, but rather a flame essence. A flame essence grew forever and wouldn't be extinguished. Lin Ming became increasingly anxious. He couldn't keep on going like this. If he stopped to fight, he still wouldn't win. If he was delayed long enough, then the fireworm shaman's true self would catch up. If he continued to run away, then he could last 1 more hour at most. Afterwards, once his true essence was all depleted, the fireworm shaman's true self wouldn't even need to come. Even the little flame boy could kill him. It was as if he had already fallen into a dead end. No, as long as he was alive, he had a chance. He just hadn't thought of it. Calm down. Lin Ming's breathing became more even. His mind had entered into a state similar to the realm of the ethereal martial intent. He had to find a way to break out of this doom. At this time, 600 miles away from Lin Ming, a middle-aged bald man in a black robe was sitting cross-legged on a heavenly wind eagle with a cold expression. This person was the fireworm shaman Qiyu. He had already ridden the heavenly wind eagle in pursuit for more than 1 hour, while his fire essence avatar was diverting Lin Ming. Even so, he was still 600 miles away. However, Qiyu didn't worry. He was fine waiting for his prey to exhaust themselves and consume their true essence. As long as this continued for another hour, He would almost win by default. But this praised strength was beyond his expectations. He was only at the peak bone forging stage, but his combat prowess actually matched a Hotian realm martial artist. Not only that, but he could also fly, and his endurance and sustained fighting ability were simply frightening. No matter what secrets you have on your body, they will all be mine. Chiyu sneered. His goal was to conquer the southern wilderness. No one could block his path. But at this moment, Chiyu's smile suddenly froze as he instantly paled. This is the vermilion bird, 600 miles away. Lin Ming's eyes were round as he stared at a large red bird flying in the sky. His mind was full of a disbelieving expression. Was this the vermilion bird? A legendary saint beast actually appeared in front of him. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.